vice president and the president about this. But the proof is in the pudding. He admitted it on stage last night. And I'm so surprised. Fox News did air a minute of it, and ABC News on their TikTok showed a clip of it. But basically, he admitted that Elon Musk, and with all the other countries that have accused Elon Musk of messing with their elections, and even like Romania is having to redo their elections because of Elon, why not more is not being reported about.
Okay, you and our other viewers can see that whole event from yesterday featuring the incoming president of the United States. If you go to our website, if you go to our app, watch that whole thing for yourself and everything that took place during that event. Pennsylvania Avenue is what we were just showing you just a little while ago down the street from the U.S. Capitol. U.S. Capitol, the focus, typically on an inauguration day, but that would be outside. Not so much this time around. That's the National Mall, where people would normally be watching from video screens if they were further back, up close and personal if they were able to do so. But everything moves indoors today. Frigid temperatures expected, very cold wind to blow through, dropping those temperatures, forcing the inside event of today's inauguration. Regardless, you can still watch it on C-SPAN on our variety of platforms as we go throughout the day. We're going to keep going, taking your calls and watching as we see the incoming president of the United States go through a series of events before taking the oath of office. Currently now there at Blair House, expected to leave in a little while for that service at St. John's Church, expected a little later on to go to the White House for coffee and tea, and then making his way to the U.S. Capitol. Here's Annette in Georgia, Republican line. Good morning.
Good morning. I just wanted to say I'm excited as a Republican, and I appreciate you taking my call. I just want to say God bless USA and our incoming president, and prayers for a successful 4 years ahead. Thank you very much.
Shirley joins us next in Connecticut, Democrats line.
Good morning, Pedro. Good morning, America. I am so surprised at some of the people who think that Trump will ever work with anybody. The man has never listened to anyone, even Dr. Fauci, when he was telling him how serious COVID was. And so I am a little bit skeptical on how he will mass deport people who are working in this country, probably going to school in this country, their children, and everyone else who contributes to America's economy. And I am annoyed with the fact that civics is not offered in schools anymore for the young people, like the 20-year-old man who called and said that he thinks that he's going to work with someone. And for those who thought that Kamala Harris could do presidential work when she was just the vice president. And so I'm just, hopeful and prayerful that America will survive this presidency. And so I'm looking forward to moving forward, whether or not it's good or bad. So my prayer is for America and for us to sustain our progress in this country, and for us to love one another and not look down on people coming from other countries. And with that, Pedro, I hope that this inauguration will put a new perspective in President Trump's mind, and that he will begin to work with Democrats and others and not dispel the hatred of people who are different and from different countries that come here to work with America, because I believe Elon Musk is from a different country, his family, and even Donald Trump's family is from a different country.
Okay.
So
That's Shirley there in Connecticut. We're back to John McCardle.
Pedro, a caller just a second ago mentioned Anthony Fauci. It did want to note some news this morning concerning Anthony Fauci and others out of the White House, and I'm talking about the Joe Biden White House. The Associated Press reporting that President Biden has pardoned Fauci and Mark Millian, an effort to guard against potential revenge by Donald Trump. This is the lead saying that President Biden issued those pardons as well to members of the House committee that investigated the January 6th attack on the U.S. Capitol, using the extraordinary powers of his office in the final hours to guard against potential revenge. And that was a quote, revenge. Here's more from the statement from the Biden administration. The issuance of these pardons should not be mistaken as an acknowledgement that any individual engaged in any wrongdoing, nor should acceptance be misconstrued as admission of guilt of any offense. Our nation owes these public servants a debt of gratitude for their tireless commitment to our country. The statement out of the White House this morning. More news on a newsy day here in Washington. President Biden will sit down for coffee and tea with President-elect Trump before the inauguration ceremonies. It was yesterday that President Biden was in South Carolina, a place where his path to the White House began in the primaries before the 2020 election. President Biden with this tweet yesterday saying that they wanted to be in South Carolina. They started their morning in church to reflect on the power of faith, and then went to the International African American Museum there with Jim Clyburn, Democrat from South Carolina. And Jim Clyburn tweeting out this picture of himself and President Biden, saying he couldn't be more grateful for the president for spending his final day in South Carolina. And Jim Clyburn, one of the early backers of Joe Biden that helped him win South Carolina, propelling him to the presidency in 2020. And there's one of the final shots of Joe Biden's presidency.
Again, we will continue on throughout the morning and also give you a ground level view of what's going on in and around Washington, D.C. Here's Tammy Thuringer.
Hi, Pedro. We made it a block down from where we were earlier. We found more people. They're literally, again, behind these gates waiting to get in line. Right now, we have some folks from North Carolina. I have Zach and Keith and Gloria. Welcome, you guys. What time did you get in line this morning?
6 a.m.
And why did you want to be out here today?
Because it's a historical moment for the United States, and we're here to watch history happen.
Gloria, is this the first time you guys have been to an inauguration?
No, we went to the inauguration in 2016 as well. Keith and I did.
And what's different this year?
I don't know. It's colder. It's very crowded, just like the last time. Last time we got in front of Trump Hotel, so that was very nice. But yeah, it's very crowded. We've been here very early. We got up at 3 this morning. We're very excited. Can't wait.
There's a lot less protesting this time than there was last time. I think people just seem a lot more unified than there were last time. No, groups of women grab them by the, what. Just, it seems a lot more unified.
There was another event last night at the same location. Were you guys able to go to that?
No, we weren't.
Unfortunately not.
And Zach, you weren't here, it sounds like, last time. What do you want to see today?
I just want to see my future president tell us what he's going to do good, and hopefully he can succeed in doing all of that.
Zach, how old are you?
15.
You're 15, so you couldn't vote. What do you want to see President-elect Trump, or soon-to-be President Trump again? What do you want to see him focus on? What's an issue that's important to you?
Well, one issue that is pretty important to me, there are some weird stuff that goes on in my school nowadays, like the bathroom situations, like men going into women's bathrooms and stuff. I think all that's messed up. It needs to be fixed immediately. And with women's sports, I think him keeping men out of women's sports and women out of men's sports is super important. And those are the things I want to see him do.
Keith and Gloria, what about you? What do you want to see your future president focus on?
Safety of Americans, prosperity, Americanism, everything, economy, everything that Zachary said is great too. I agree with all of that. Pro-life, Christianity, religion, personal rights. All of those things. Everything Trump says.
Energy independent, drill, baby, drill. So, yeah, we do have to go with the big.
We're going to let you go. The line is moving again. So thank you for your time. We appreciate it.
in Washington, D.C., downtown D.C. That's where people are gathered, some with hopes to enter and see the events of later today when then the 47th president, Donald Trump, comes visit them. Some will be outside. Some are already lined up on Pennsylvania Avenue, which we've been showing you throughout the course of the morning, including security and those preparations for the president-elect, the current president, and others to head to the U.S. Capitol to go inside to participate in those inaugural activities. And C-SPAN will be showing you that all day long. Mary in Minnesota, Independent Line, hi.
Hello.
You're on, go ahead.
Yes, I'm just so disappointed in those people that want to, go high and not low, and that they can't bring themselves to come to this event when everybody else showed up for their event, that being Michelle Obama. I think it's disgusting, and I hope she has a very sad day today, and that's all I have to say. Thank you, bye.
Alicia, Republican Line in Florida. You're next up.
Hi.
Go ahead, you're on.
Hi, my name's Alicia, and I'm here in Washington, D.C. this morning with people in our party, the chairman from Okeechobie's wife, a couple of my Republican club members. We came up here in this freezing cold weather to support Donald J. Trump. We worked diligently for him in 2020. We didn't win then, but boy, we had a grand slam this time. Our county had the most highest numbers we've ever had in voting with the younger people, the early vote, and we did it. We worked 24/7 for Donald J. Trump. We are so blessed and honored to have him as our coming president today. I cannot stand out in that line. We stood out yesterday for like 5 hours trying to get in to the rally, and we couldn't make it in. It was too packed. So we came home and watched it, and we were so blessed. We came to our hotel. Today we will be at an inaugural ball. I'm not going to say which one, but I want to tell America, you have got a man that truly cares for this country. He's going to stop this illegal border crossing. He's going to get America back on track. The young people have got a future in this country. We have fought so hard for this younger generation to have a future of being a free country. We ask all the young people in this country to please stand up and become active in your future. Republicans are for God and country. We stand for grassroots values. We stand for love of our flag.
Okay.
Love of our.
Okay.
And we are honored, and God bless America.
All right, that's Alicia there. That's Alicia there in Florida. Let's hear from Jay in Louisiana, Democrats line. Go ahead.
Hey, it's been great to hear from all the previous callers, especially the first few Democrats talking about unity and coming together. And the last Florida callers who talked about, young people getting involved. It's really going to be a testament to this race. I'm with the Young Democrats of Louisiana. I'm the president of that chapter. And, we're working, and we're always, extending that olive branch, reaching across the aisle and trying to work with Republicans. But what we've seen thus far, and what I'm kind of scared for this Trump presidency, and we have the Republican majority in Congress, is them, Democrats still trying to do the best for their constituents, extending that hand out, trying to reach across the aisle. But some people, some of the Republicans feel like working with a Democrat is betraying their party. So we're really trying to, still get our best work done, but we're going to be counting on Republicans to, stand above and put country over party. And we're the young people, we're getting more involved and we're staying engaged. So if you're a young voter listening, make sure you stay engaged and get it active.
Jay there in Louisiana. During the course of the morning, we will tell you about the White House itself, how it changes over when a presidency changes. In this case, the current resident, President Biden, his wife, the First Lady Jill Biden, that transition right after the oath of office around noon today will now then become the White House of the 47th president, Donald Trump, and his wife, the First Lady, Melania Trump. A big transition process in there, but we'll learn about that during the course of the morning as well. So stay close to C-SPAN for that. Kendra in Alberta, Canada, Independent Line, you're next up.
Hi. I just want to say that the tariffs that Donald Trump's imposing on Canada, or that he plans to, I think is ridiculous. I mean, during World War I and World War II, a whole lot of Canadians died beside Americans, you know, during D-Day and many other operations. When 9/11 happened, all the flights, when airspace was shut down in the U.S., Google Gander, Newfoundland, because we hosted about 10,000 American people. We fed them, we housed them, and everything else until they got back on their planes to go home and it was safe. We did that. And all of a sudden, we're being treated like any other third world country. That's ridiculous. It's like you guys you're about to be run by an autocrat. It's like Julius Caesar is about to take power, except it's Julius Caesar with Caligula overtones. And I'm just going to say batten down the hatches, because if the American people think that this guy is for them, you're kidding yourself. All you are is fodder for this guy, and he just wants you so he can sell his overpriced tchotchkes.
Okay, that's a caller from Alberta, Canada. You're seeing the Washington Monument. You may have noticed that those flags at half-staff. This was from President Biden ordering flags around Washington, D.C. at half-staff to commemorate the passing of Jimmy Carter. It's the House Speaker, Mike Johnson, ordering today, and just today, for flags to be flown at full staff for the inauguration participants ceremonies. So expect that. Again, we were going to see more activities outside, and now they've moved inside. But regardless, Inauguration Day still taking place, and C-SPAN brings you that coverage, showing you things throughout the morning, various cameras giving you perspectives in and around Washington, D.C. Charles is in Alabama, Republican line. Charles, go ahead. Charles in Alabama. Hello.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, you're on. Go ahead.
All right, brother. I just want to give a positive message this morning, not just for Republicans or Democrats, independents. I want to hope everybody's great. Everybody eats. Everybody's got good gas. Everybody's got good benefits and health. And I just want everything to be positive. I'm a construction worker from South Alabama, and it's cold down here today. And my guys are huddled around here in the office, and we listening to you. And we just want to make everything positive and hope there's a peaceful transaction and everybody, gets along well. That's all I had to say, brother.
Johnny in Los Angeles, Democrats line.
Good morning. I'm just really, really sad today, thinking about what the next 48 months are going to look like. Yeah, I'm counting the months instead of the years. This man has no agenda for people of color, even downtrodden white people who have decided to cut their own throat rather than vote for a qualified African-American woman. I'm just really, really sad. I'm really sad that this inauguration spectacle is taking place on the day that was designated to celebrate Dr. King's life.
Los Angeles, the president-elect, once becoming president, he's reported expected to travel there later on this week to see the impact of wildfires there. So stay tuned for news on that in the starting days of the second Trump administration. Carolyn in New Hampshire, independent line. Hi.
Hi, sir. I just wanted to say I'm excited for today. I think this is actually going to be a very good step for the country. And I'm looking forward to what President Trump has said in regards to getting out of the United Nations, getting out of NATO, and freeing the J6ers. And I do hope the best for this country and to be unified. And Psalm 133, God rejoices when his children come together in unity. So I'm just hoping for the best. I think it's going to be a good step for this country. And I don't believe that we are enemies with Canada. I don't think that Trump thinks that at all. I just think that he's trying to make the most for this country and that he is the master of what he calls the art of the deal, and that it will work out for both countries. He wants to rebuild a lot of things that have been damaged with what we feel is the last 4 years of difficulties. So I just hope for the best. And God bless you, sir, and God bless Martin Luther King Day.
Both those events taking place on this day. And to tell us a little more about what to expect as the day goes on, back to John McCardle.
Pedro, the caller earlier talked about those who aren't attending the inauguration today and plenty of reporting about those who are and aren't. Here's the Asbury Park Press out of New Jersey, along with former First Lady Michelle Obama. Former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi won't be in attendance today for Donald Trump's second inauguration. Published reports indicate that Chinese President Xi Jinping will send an envoy in his place today. Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban plans on skipping the second inauguration. They write, reportedly, several living presidents will attend Trump's inauguration, including Bill Clinton, Barack Obama, George W. Bush, but each will be skipping the customary inaugural lunch that takes place afterwards inside the United States Capitol. Here's one more bit of news from thehill.com. Mike Pence expected to attend the Trump inauguration. It was Mike Pence who was sworn in as vice president, of course, in Donald Trump's first inauguration. And it is J.D. Vance who'll be sworn in today. J.D. Vance will be sworn in by Brett Kavanaugh. That'll be about 11:30 when Justice Kavanaugh will do the honors when it comes to the vice president. Donald Trump will be sworn in closer to 11:45 a.m. Eastern is what we're expecting. And Donald Trump, when he is sworn in, will be sworn in with his hand placed on two Bibles, one given to him by his mother, and the other one, the Lincoln Bible. That was the Bible used by President Abraham Lincoln in his 1861 inauguration. The Lincoln Bible also used by Barack Obama in both of his inaugurations. And Donald Trump also used the Lincoln Bible and his family Bible in his first inauguration. A picture there, the Lincoln Bible in the box, the red box that Melania Trump is holding in that picture. Here's another angle on the photo and of the Bibles. Tom Homan, Donald Trump's pick for his border czar, showing the swearing-in ceremony there. Again, that's expected around noon Eastern. One other picture for you, if you want to see it up close, you can go to the Library of Congress website and see the image in the background on the Lincoln Bible. This will be, once again, used today to swear in a president of the United States.
Laura in Indiana, Republican line.
I said, you're the one baby step at a time. Do I get to shit? No.
Laura in Indiana, Republican line. Hello.
Hello. This is Laura, and I'm just calling because I just am so excited that Donald Trump won the election. I was waiting for this for the last 4 years. I wanted him to win the last election, and he got screwed out of that. So I'm just very happy that
we need to go
in and everything, because he should have been
towards
in,
the
4
right,
years ago.
please.
And this, I know he's going to make America great again. I have all the confidence in the world in him. I know fix our country. Trump can, and I'm just very, very happy about it.
Several blocks away from our studios on that you're seeing. This is a different section of Washington, and as you're watching that, let's hear from Stanley in North Carolina, Democrats line.
Good morning. I just want to say I hope everybody bows their head in prayer for the coming loss of a great nation. Thank you.
Stanley in North Carolina joining us on the phone. You can continue to join us on the phone all morning long. We will continue to bring you coverage up until the inauguration ceremonies, and then you can continue watching those on our many platforms. 202-748-8000 for Democrats, 202-748-8001 for Republicans, and 202-748-8002 for independents. You can always text us your thoughts on Inauguration Day at 202-748-8003. During the course of our coverage today, featuring guests, presidential historians, and the like to give some perspective on what to watch for today. The first guest of the morning, Tevi Troy, a presidential historian, also a senior fellow at the Ronald Reagan Institute, joining us on Zoom. Mr. Troy, good morning.
Thanks so much for having me. I love Inauguration Day. I love the peaceful transfer of power, and I love America.
Talk about the idea of the transfer. We see a lot of events today, but under it all, this idea of transfer, why is it important?
Well, the most important election, I know every politician says every election is the most important election, but the most important election in history, I believe, was the third American election, where John Adams gives up the presidency after losing to Thomas Jefferson. And I guess it's the fourth, because Jefferson was the third president. And he was not happy about losing the election, Adam, so he didn't even go to the inauguration. But he leaves peacefully. And that he didn't take the army. He didn't say, I'm going to fight. He didn't say, I'm going to prevent this from happening. He said, I am going to move on to let the next person take over. And I think that was the most important election in our history. It established this enormously important tradition, and it showed that this is the way that we in civilized democratic nations transfer power from one side to the other. The people rule, the people speak, and then one president peacefully leaves and the next president peacefully comes in. And I think it's the greatest thing ever. I've been to 5 inaugurations in person. Today was, I guess, a little cold. I'm also doing some of these type shows, but I think inaugurations are great. I'm happy to go to them, and I think all Americans should celebrate when we have a peaceful transfer of power.
Mr. Troy, as a historian, you talked about this process of transition. How has it changed over history?
Well, the biggest, most important change, certainly in the last 100 years or so, is that the inauguration is much closer to the election than it used to be. It used to be in March would be the transfer of power, which left 5 months, almost half a year before the new president would come in. This was a particular problem in the Great Depression when the country was in a really bad spot. Franklin Roosevelt wins the election, and Herbert Hoover is resoundingly defeated and kind of rejected by the American people because of the way he ran things. But there's still 5 more months when we know we have a new president coming, and the new president not only can't do anything, but is refusing to do anything because he doesn't want to be part of whatever Hoover is up to. He wants to completely reject Hoover. And so we're kind of sitting there frozen for 5 months. And after that, Congress in its wisdom said, we better change this. And now we have a transition that comes much closer. January 20th, it's a bit of a scramble for people who've been involved in the transition process, as I have. But at the end of the day, we are much closer to the election and the will of the people being spoken on.
And I suppose that scramble that you mentioned also, in this case, we move things indoors.
Yeah. No, I mean, there's 2 kinds of scramble. One is, yes, we have backup plans. I know Senator Klobuchar is one of the people who is in charge of having backup plans. And so we have this warmer inauguration, which I think is important because if it were really 9 degrees today, then people are at risk of potentially hypothermia or losing limbs, extremities, that kind of thing. So we want to be safe. We want people to enjoy the peaceful transfer of power in an appropriate way. But the other scramble is the time to get ready to take over a 2 million plus person federal government. And so the transition process where you've got to appoint 6,000 people to various jobs and to get your cabinet ready, to have your executive orders, your agenda ready, that happens in a very quick period from November when the election takes place till
And Mr.
January
Troy,
20th.
I apologize. I just want to tell people that people are starting to enter St. John's Church there. Eric and Laura Trump and other members starting to gather at that church for that ceremony that takes place a little while from now. Mr. Troy, some perspective on a church service being part of this process.
Well, look, we are a Judeo-Christian nation. I've actually done an analysis of the use of the Bible in the inauguration events. Most presidents do mention the Bible in their inauguration. It's actually more common in the last 100 years than it was in the first 100 years. So the Bible is part of it. We do thank God for our blessings. And even the person who was on the call right before I joined, who said we should all bow our heads in prayer. And then he was obviously a little pessimistic about things. But prayer is an important part of it. And many of our presidents have been religious people. There is that church service that takes place, as you saw people going into the church right now, that takes place before the process every year and or every 4 years. And I think that's just an important part of the American tradition.
Tevi Troy joining us for a bit of our coverage today. 202-748-8000 for Democrats, 202-748-8001 for Republicans, Independents, 202-748-8002. Mr. Troy, this is the second time around for the president-elect to participate in a transition process. What do you think he's learned about this time around that he didn't know the first time around?
Well, I think he's learned a lot. I don't think he knew much about the mechanisms of government the first time, and I think now he may be one of the better versed people in how the federal government works, or certainly how the White House works. It's rare to have someone come in with 4 years of executive experience in the Oval Office. So I think he's learned a lot. I also think there was some sorting out within the Republican Party. The last time there was a lot of unhappiness within the Republican Party, and so some of the people he brought in weren't on board. Seems like now the people he's bringing on board are happy with the new direction of the Republican Party and with him, and the other people who aren't have migrated out or less involved. So I think he's learned a lot about how to run things from the White House.
Let's hear from callers. For Tevi Troy, presidential historian, senior fellow at the Ronald Reagan Institute. Before we go to calls, Mr. Troy, some perspective, you being at the Ronald Reagan Institute, former President Reagan enduring having to come indoors for this type of ceremony.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of ironies there that Reagan was the last person not to be able to do it outdoors. It was a bitterly cold day in Washington in January of 1985. And for safety reasons, for concern about the people who'd be coming to watch the inauguration, they decided to have it indoors. And from us now, with 40 years perspective, it's actually a good thing, because now we know how it works if you make that switch. So we had the plans and we were ready to go, and we made this important change.
This is Blair House. You're seeing that's where the president, his family, and others are currently housed before they head to St. John's for that service that we talked about. We'll show you that when that happens. But let's hear from callers. This is Elijah in California, Democrats line. You're on with presidential historian Tevi Troy. Go ahead.
Oh, hello there. Good morning from California. It's pretty early here, but I just wanted to keep watching the inauguration. This year I voted Democrat down the ticket. But I'm disappointed that they lost, but I am cautiously optimistic about Trump's economic policies. I don't support his social policies, his trans issues, his opinion on that kind of stuff. I find that pretty disgusting, to be honest, but I'm cautiously optimistic about the economy. Hope it does well this year around. And the inauguration indoors is very interesting. Never seen that before in my life, but I'm excited to see where this goes. I hope Trump does okay, and maybe Democrats will get 2028. We'll see. And I hope you're having a great morning. It's nice out. Looks great. Thanks for having me on today.
Elijah there in California. Mr. Troy, this perspective that the president has to be a president of all people, and particularly how Democrats might view the incoming of a second administration of Donald Trump.
Yeah, I love Elijah's call, because he said he's disappointed in the results, but he's rooting for the best. He's hoping that the president does well. And that's how we should all feel. You vote for one person or another, and then the people decide, and then you root for that person to be successful, because we want America to be successful. I also like what he said about the kind of mixed message, some things he likes from Trump, some things he doesn't. And it reminds me of one of my favorite politicians, Ed Koch. He was a Democratic mayor of New York during my early formative years. And he used to say, if you agree with me on 8 out of 12 issues, you should vote for me. If you agree with me on 12 out of 12 issues, you should see a psychiatrist. So, everyone's a complex person. You can't agree with every person on everything, but you make the best decision you can going into the ballot box. And then, like Elijah said, you hope for the best.
To what degree do you get a sense that Democrats are willing to give a chance this time around to a second administration of Mr. Trump?
Well, look, Democrats obviously are not big fans of Trump, and, I don't expect them to give him a lot of leeway. But there are some issues like immigration, the border, for example, where a number of Democrats have signed on to, let's say, the Laken-Riley Act, which it seems common sense to me that if someone is an illegal immigrant and has committed crimes, that person should be acted on. So I think there are going to be some issues where they can work together. There's some issues where they're going to disagree. Trump has majorities in both the House and the Senate. He's got some momentum behind him because of the election victory. And that's the American way. We'll see how it goes.
We'll hear from Ethan. Ethan's in Pennsylvania, in Pittsburgh, Independent Line.
Hi, one, thank you for taking my call. And I just want to get Troy's perspective on, the history of presidential collusion, especially with other international countries. Like, if all of you have been watching Trump over the past weekend with this Trump coin and how he had a call with Xi Jinping on Friday, Trump servers are buying so much of the Trump coin. It seems pretty obvious to me that there's something big going on with Trump and the CCP. So I guess I just wanted Troy's thoughts on, possible collusion between this president, what that can imply for the presidency as a whole, and how that reflects on the history of past presidents and their collusion with other countries.
That's Ethan from Pennsylvania.
Yeah, look, I think collusion is an interesting word. I mean, it could be also alliances, right? Sometimes presidents work together. We've worked very closely with England over the years. I don't think that's necessarily collusion, although let's say, our opponents in the Cold War might have seen it as collusion. There's, I guess, a continuum between alliance, and then at the end of the side of the collusion, there's treason, where you're acting on behalf of another country. I don't see any evidence of that with President Trump or with any of our presidents, frankly. Fortunately, we've not had anyone who's committed treason in the White House, and I hope that we don't. And the president is there to act for the American people. And if you do it by acting in alliance with other countries, that's a good thing. And then obviously there are some countries that we're not allied with. I mean, obviously we had wars and disagreements with other countries. But I think the American way is to show that we extend the hand of friendship to other countries. And if they reciprocate, then we can have a good relationship. And if they don't reciprocate, then we also are a powerful nation with tools at our disposal. And that's how I would see it.
Mr. Troy, there's reporting that a senior Chinese official is planning to attend today's inauguration events. How typical is it for foreign dignitaries to attend these kind of things?
Well, again, the word dignitaries has different meanings. If you're talking about ambassadors, it's very common. You often have ambassadors from other countries. In fact, always an ambassador in the ambassadorial class is a group of people that comes to the inauguration. That's a standard thing, and the State Department helps handle the tickets and credentials for them. But to have foreign leaders or high-level people in other countries come is a little less usual. And look, I am not a fan of the Chinese Communist Party. I think they're repressive. I think they've got some nefarious designs on different parts of the world, but I also don't want war. And if we can come to an accommodation with the Chinese, hopefully where they recognize that democracy and freedom is the better way to go, and that was the bet we made in the late 1990s when we let them into the Society of Nations and gave most favored nation status to them. And so we want to continue. We want them to move on the path towards more freedom and democracy. What they've done is they had more liberalization of the economy without their political system. And I think that has been more of a challenge than we anticipated. But, the road is long and we still don't have all the answers yet. So let's see how it plays out.
From Jeff, Democrats line in Virginia.
Hi, good morning. Just want to congratulate our new president, Donald Trump. We're Virginia Democrats. We're multi-generation, was lifelong, members. But we always, as parents, taught our kids, you got your feelings, and then there's the actual of what's going on and happened. And we just could not stand behind what we feel like a bunch of criminals up there in Congress on the Democrat side. So we want to see Trump win to help purge out the career criminals and some of the backward-minded people. And we're hoping for a wonderful 4 years and want to congratulate him. Thank you for letting us say.
On our Democrats line, that was Jeff from Virginia. Mr. Troy.
Well, it's an interesting call. Obviously, a Virginia Democrat, but he sounds pretty supportive of President Trump and what President Trump's trying to do. I think people are complicated. You could say you're a lifelong Democrat and support Trump, or a lifelong Republican and oppose Trump. And, we have all kinds of things in this country. And so in terms of purging, the new president gets to bring in something like 4,000 to 6,000 political appointees. There are 2 million people in the career service, plus literally an unknown number of contractors out there. And the president gets to put his stamp on things to the degree that he or she can. And the politicals are definitely within their purview, and the careers are there to serve the government, whether it's a Democrat or a Republican. And President Trump has talked about things like Schedule F, or ways to make more of the careers subject to political control. But the fact of the matter is, even with Schedule F or Trump's plans on that, the vast majority of those 2 million civil servants are going to remain civil servants who serve regardless of whether it's a Democrat or Republican president.
We're showing you, viewers, what's known as Blair House, where the president and his family currently staying before the start of today's activities, that church service that we mentioned, and other events as the president leaves and his entourage. We will show you that as we talk to Tevi Troy. You talked about all those things that take place on a single day, Tevi Troy. What's the planning process for a transition?
Well, it's a very strange thing. I mean, there's a lot of buildup, and that period from when the election happens until January 20th, there's a lot of preparation in terms of personnel and getting ready and making sure that you can move the old president out and the new president in. But there's that moment, boom, noon on January 20th, when one president is no longer and the new president is now the president, and that switch has to happen really quick. And they remake the Oval Office, and they bring everyone's stuff out and bring everyone in. It's a very kind of a finely tuned machine to make it all happen. I just want to say something quick about Blair House, which is really one of the most beautiful government buildings, and it's it houses foreign dignitaries, also the new president as the new president comes in. It's right across the street from the White House, and if you ever have the privilege to have a tour of it, it's not necessarily open to the public, but sometimes there are ways of getting tours. It has the most beautiful architecture and the most beautiful floors and everything, but it's most modern. I mean, all of the fixtures and the lighting is all very 21st century, even in this ornate 19th century building. So it's really a lovely place.
If I may ask, how did Blair House get its name?
The Blair family was a very powerful Maryland family. I believe Montgomery Blair was a postmaster general under Lincoln, and so that's where it comes from. The other thing is it has a storied history. Harry Truman was in Blair House when Puerto Rican terrorists tried to take out the president, and he was watching from a window as the Secret Service guards had a shootout with these terrorists right on West Executive Avenue, and they yelled at him to get away from the window, which was probably a smart move, and he eventually did.
Here's Jeannie in Spokane, Washington, with our guest Tevi Troy, presidential historian, a senior fellow at the Ronald Reagan Institute. Independent line. Go ahead, Jeannie.
Well, I wrote a poem, and my husband loved it so much he had me send it to President Trump through Truth Social. So it goes, "Dear Lord in heaven, we thank thee so much for the angel wings you sent to protect President Trump. He stood there in the open. He knew he was taking a chance. Something made him turn his head at a graph he had to glance. Angel's hands upon him helped him turn his head, for if it wasn't for his angel, President Trump would be dead. Thank you, Almighty God, for the angel wings from above. For this we have to thank thee with gratitude and love."
Sean in South Carolina, Republican line. You're next up. Hi.
Yes, good morning. I just wanted to convey to my fellow citizens out there that are watching, and I am former military, but regardless of whatever walk of life that we come from and our work ethic from childhood to adulthood, we have to concentrate on leadership. We may or may not like the person that's in that leadership role, but we have to concentrate on the substance of the work that's being done. And I just hope people can get a grasp of that, and we can look forward in the future, the next 4 years and beyond.
Tevi Troy, to the caller's point of leadership, the president-elect reportedly going to sign numerous executive orders today. What's the role with the signing of those orders as at the beginning of a presidency, and how do you compare to what the president-elect plans to do?
Yeah, executive orders is now a part of the tradition. The president puts these things in place once they come in. They have the force of the law while the president is in office, while the executive order still stands. But the next president could always undo it. That's why if you want to have permanent impact on the federal government, on our society, you've got to do it through legislation. And so executive orders are an important tool. but they are not the best way of permanently ensuring the change that the president feels is required. So there are also certain things that some presidents do when they're Republicans and Democrats undo, or vice versa. And so those things are kind of expected. But it seems like with 100 planned executive orders, this president's going to be fairly aggressive on the use of executive orders. One thing he wants to do is to use them to control the border. The Biden administration bragged about undoing 94 actions that President Trump had done to make the border more secure. I don't know why they bragged about it, because then there was a surge at the border. And then when they said it wasn't happening, Republicans put out all this video of Secretary Mayorkas saying, we've gotten rid of these 94 actions to make the border more secure. So I think that that did not play out well for the Biden administration. But there's also some back and forth with Congress, because Congress wants to say that they've had some ability to change what's going on at the border. And so if President Trump makes all the changes, then it's hard for Congress to take credit for making changes. So there's going to be a bit of a negotiation on those types of issues.
In New York, this is Josh, Democrats line for Tevi Troy.
Hi. So my biggest concerns for this election are Donald is unfit to serve, and that's why I'm really concerned about what he has planned for the next 4 years. So I'd like to know what he, like, the border is good, but I'm concerned about the TikTok thing because of the security issues, and that's why I'm concerned.
A lot of these issues, Tevi Troy, now coming in the last couple of days before this transfer of power.
Yeah, I'm not sure what to say about the TikTok thing, because President Trump has been on both sides of it, so it's not really clear. Obviously, Congress passed a law, bipartisan way, of saying that we can't have Chinese Communist Party ownership of this app that so many American kids are using, and that can send propaganda. I mean, it's the line of it is it's digital fentanyl, so kids are addicted to it, but it's also digital propaganda and sending very bad messages. The Chinese version of TikTok is very limited in application. It basically sends out math lessons, but in America, it sends out the most horrific messages about how terrible America is, how terrible Israel is, how terrible the West is. So I think there's some real problems with TikTok. It's not yet clear where President Trump stands on it. He said he's going to do some more review. So let's see where that goes.
The president expected to leave Blair House, as we've been showing you in the next few minutes, to travel to St. John's Church. Tevi Troy joining us for that time. Tevi Troy, is federal money involved in a transition process when it comes to the White House itself?
Yeah, so there's different elements of the transition. So a lot of the planning that's done by the party takes place, or the incoming party takes place without federal funding. Not all of it, but some of it, they raise money for it. The inaugural balls and the inaugural festivities are raised by the party, and that's why you see some CEOs and some big companies have been giving a lot of money to it. But there are certain things that are done specifically by the government, the Secret Service, for example, the changing over of the White House, the sprucing up of the Oval Office for the new inhabitant. So a lot of those things are done by the government. So yeah, the government's spending money, but there's also private money being expended as well.
Catherine joins us from Maine on our independent line. Catherine, good morning. Go ahead.
Good morning. I just wanted to voice my concerns because there's a lot that I'm worried about when it comes to the future of our country. We've already seen Roe v. Wade overturned, and I'm really concerned about other freedoms being removed during his presidency. Because not only do we have a Republican president, but our Supreme Court is at a 6-3 majority Republican appointed court. So I'm just really scared about what's going to be protected, like our reproductive rights, and who's going to make sure that there are true checks and balances to ensure that this doesn't become like a dictatorship of some kind, where foundational freedoms will begin to disappear to fit the Republican agenda. I know that sounds kind of crazy to say, but I mean, we just heard on here someone say that Donald Trump will be the last president, and obviously I don't believe that, but with Trump saying already that he wants to make Canada the 51st state, I'm just concerned for our future. And luckily, I do live in a Democratic state, so my rights should be unaffected, but I just have a lot of empathy for the red states who can't access safe reproductive care, among other things. So there's like nothing that we can do at this point because Donald Trump will be our president, and I can say that with confidence. I don't beat around the bush, but I just think that we just have to stay vigilant, and I just hope that his policies don't further like polarize or divide us. Like that's just my concern, but I wanted to hear your thoughts about like what I just said.
Mr. Troy.
Yeah, thank you for that. And look, obviously, a lot of people have concerns, especially if you voted for the other candidate. There's people worried about how things are going to play out. And but I would just say that this country, we have the rule of law. It's not easy to get things done. Think about President Obama when he comes in 2009 with bigger majorities in both houses of Congress. He got some things done, but he didn't get everything done. And that's just the way it is. You have a chance to get some things passed and some things not. In terms of the Supreme Court, it is 6 people have been appointed by Republicans, but those 6 people have very different views. Also, if you look at the Supreme Court, the vast majority of cases they are decided overwhelmingly, or as many even 9-0. So it's not like the Supreme Court is a one-party stamp on one party's approach to things. So, the founders set up a complex system where it's not easy to pass laws. We don't have dictators. We still have elections every 2 years for Congress, every 4 years for president. And, I'm optimistic that the republic will continue. I do have concerns. One of my biggest concerns is about the national debt, which is $35 trillion or so. And we don't really seem to have been taking steps to address it. I think that is the biggest fear we should have about the long-term stability and health of the republic. And I'm hoping that in the years ahead, Republicans and Democrats will take steps to address it, because it can't be done by one party. The amount is too great. And that's my number one concern about
and Mr. Troy,
viability.
That concern, how is it complicated by the fact that the president will have to face with his Congress right off the bat this idea of future spending for the federal government?
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of the things that all presidents have to address is not just spending levels, tax levels, also the debt ceiling. The Democrats are they've got their own desires and goals, and so it's not easy to do. But the fact is, the way we've been handling these issues for the last few years, the last few presidencies, in fact, is to just increase spending and kick the can down the road. And I think at some point we have to stop kicking that can and pick it up and figure out how we're going to address these very difficult, very concerning issues.
Jonathan in Virginia, Republican line. Good morning. You're next up.
Morning. So my big question is, do you think Donald Trump is going to be trying to, how do I put this, take revenge on Dr. Fauci, Nancy Pelosi, and people who tried to lock him up, shoot him? I just want to see, what is your opinion on that?
I mean, I don't think it's going to be a revenge tour. I don't think if you stated your opposition to President Trump, you're going to have to worry about going to jail or being investigated. But I do think that if people violate the law, then there are potential problems, and that you're going to have to face the music if you violate the law. But the people you mentioned, I don't think they violated the law. I think they just have legitimate political disagreements with him. So I'm not expecting a revenge tour, and I really hope we don't see it, because I don't think that's the way to go about these things.
Democrats line from Connecticut. This is Monica.
Good morning, everyone. I'm just thinking, like, disrespectful. I feel that Trump should be having a presidential inauguration on Martin Luther King Day. I feel that this day should be about freedom, justice, and peace. And there's no recollection to this day being, about right, justice for all and peace and stuff. And I feel like this is like disrespectful. It's all about Trump today. And
got your point. And Mr. Troy, this idea of the inauguration taking place on this holiday of Martin Luther King Jr. Day.
Yeah, no, it's an interesting thing, and obviously it doesn't happen every inauguration. January 20th can happen any day of the week. Martin Luther King Day always happens on a Monday, so you figure there's a 14% chance that this is going to happen 1 out of 7 days a week. But the inauguration was moved to January 20th before we had the holiday, which I support, for Dr. King. And it's just kind of a coincidence of the calendar that this time they happen to be on the same day. I wonder, would the would the caller have the same concerns if the election had gone a different way and Vice President Harris were being inaugurated today? So, is it a Donald Trump thing, or is it just a Dr. King's birthday should never or Dr. King's holiday should never coincide with an inauguration, and then we'd have to either move the inauguration or Dr. King's holiday, because they both take place in January, and that's the way the system's set up.
Mr. Troy, the president-elect will be sworn in today. He has 4 years in office, but how much time does he realistically have to have an impact when it comes to his agenda?
Well, I think we're seeing in recent years that every president has those they say the first 100 days dates back to Franklin Roosevelt's administration, but it's really a first 200 days, first half a year is when you have your biggest legislative window. And after that, you end the first session of the new Congress, and then the second session of the new Congress is more concerned about re-election, and so it's harder to get stuff done. And then after the midterms, often the sitting president is rebuked, so they lose seats in Congress. President Trump can't afford to lose many seats in the House, to be sure, because he's got a very narrow majority. And so then if the second half of the term has the other party in power, then you obviously have less ability to get things done. So really, this window, the first 4 or 5 months of the new administration, is the best legislative window for a new president. They have momentum. They can point to the election results, and that's the best time to get stuff done.
How do you expect then a Republican-controlled House and Senate to respond to that agenda and to help the president get that agenda moved?
Well, because of Senate filibuster, you can't pass things without 60 votes, and they don't have 60 Republican votes in the Senate. So they use the reconciliation process, and that reconciliation process is a budgetary maneuver, and presidents have been using it more frequently in the last few years because it's so hard to get bipartisan compromise. And so they're looking at what reconciliation bites they have at the apple. Reconciliation, again, is a budget maneuver that lets you get things done with a bare majority in the Senate so that you can pass budgetary matters. And they're looking at taxes and border control using reconciliation. Taxes have to be addressed because if not, then the Trump tax cuts of 2017 are going to lapse, and then we're going to have a big tax increase on the American people. And obviously, the border is perhaps the number one thing that Trump ran on. So I think that is going to be what they're looking at. Other things, whether it's cybersecurity or how to deal with China, all those things are going to have to take place in a bipartisan manner. That'll take longer. It probably won't be through the reconciliation process, and President Trump will put his stamp on it, but we'll have less overall unilateral control over what happens.
C-SPAN's inauguration coverage continues with Tevi Troy of the Ronald Reagan Institute. He serves as their senior fellow, also a presidential historian. In Florida, Independent Line, Shepard, hello.
Yes, good morning, gentlemen. Well, first off, I want to say I grew up as a welfare kid in the Bronx, in a family in Bronx neighborhood who people voted Democrat no matter what. I mean, they didn't even pay attention. They just voted Democrat. In 1980, my mother even told me, and I quote, "If you vote for Reagan, don't bother coming home." But that said, all of the vitriol to being directed towards Donald Trump, you know, it amazes me. That people want to say I'm in a cult. I supported Donald Trump for the same reasons I supported Ross Perot back in the 90s. And I can honestly tell you, even conservative commentators, when Barack Obama was elected, they said they wanted to see him fail miserably. I didn't want to see Barack Obama fail. I wanted him to do so well that by 2012, the people would have been dancing in the streets. Now, the next thing I want to get on is I've never been a fan of tariffs. However, it breaks my heart when just about every small appliance on the shelf says made in China. Furthermore, as a retired auto mechanic who still loves to do my own work, whenever I go to buy replacement auto parts, including dealership parts, mind you, so-called original equipment parts, they are labeled made in China. We need to get China under control. The United States was once the manufacturing superpower juggernaut of the world. During World War II, we supplied many of the Allied nations with war equipment. Our industry has been decimated to the point that we can't do that anymore.
Okay, Shepard. That's Shepard in Florida. To the first part of his comments, Mr. Troy, what does the president face, or the president-elect face, as far as building a sense of unity amongst those who didn't vote for him?
Well, it's been interesting. President Trump has gotten some of his highest approval ratings since the election. People seem to be favorably disposed towards the way he's handled the transition. And so he's getting, to the extent anybody can these days, getting a bit of a honeymoon. There have even been some positive articles about some incoming Trump aides, which didn't really happen last time. So that's, I guess, an opportunity to enter with some wind at your back, and that's a good thing.
Michael, in Texas, Democrats lying. Go ahead.
Good morning, Dr. Troy. There's been a lot of talk about unity and kind of a lack of unity here over the past 30 minutes or so. I was curious if you could speak on the political polarization levels in the U.S., specifically in a historical context, and kind of say where we're really at in terms of like what's being exaggerated, what's not being exaggerated.
Yeah, I think that's a great question. I think we see via social media all the negativity and the disagreements are highlighted, but the vast majority of the American people just want to live.
Mr. Troy, let me put you on hold for a bit, only because we're seeing some activity coming out of Blair House when it comes to the president starting the process of leaving St. John's Church. Let's watch this for a bit. We're still watching Blair House to see the activity when it comes to there. Mr. Troy, sorry to have interrupted you. Go ahead.
So in terms of political polarization, the vast majority of American people just want to live their lives and be productive, have children, et cetera. And there are polls that show there's about 8% are kind of radical liberals in this country, and 6% are radical conservatives. And they don't like anything the other side does.
And I apologize again. Here's the Senator J.D. Vance, the Vice President-elect, entering St. John's Church. Mr. Troy, I apologize only for the back and forth nature of what we're seeing. We're just trying to show people what's going on. Please finish your thought. I apologize.
No, it's an exciting day in Washington. I get it. But 86% of the American people are not in the radical camps on either side. And again, they want to live lives. They root for the presidents to do well. They want the country to do well. And like Shepard was saying before, they also want the American economy to do well and have jobs here. And I think that's the hope for any president when they come in, that they're going to focus on that. We don't want to have wars. We don't want to have conflict. We just want to be able to live our lives and be able to express ourselves, use our freedom to live our lives the best way we can. And I think that's the hope in every presidential election. It's not saying, oh, we want someone to come in and destroy their opponents or to create war. We want somebody to come in who's going to create peace and prosperity so the American people can self-actualize and live their dreams.
Here is the shot of Blair House. Several SUVs leaving, including the president-elect of the United States and his family. From there, they will travel that short distance to St. John's Church for that ceremony that will take place that we talked about earlier. This is part of C-SPAN's continuing coverage of the inauguration of the president-elect Donald Trump. That's the overhead view of Blair House, which our guest had talked about before. As they make way to St. John's Church, we will show you the president arriving at the church. As we do that, we'll continue to take your calls, 202-748-8000 for Democrats, 202-748-8001 for Republicans, and Independents, 202-748-8002.
Can I just say that I've walked from Blair House to St. Andrews many a time, and it probably takes less time to walk it than to take that whole motorkey to vehicles.
When it comes to the service, are there any standout features? Does the service change for each president? How is that determined?
Yeah, look, I mean, it is a standard service. They do certain readings to reflect the fact of the transition of power and the new president. But it's a fairly standard church service, and they're trying to express their hope and their gratitude to God and the greatest hopes of the American people that we have a good and successful 4 years coming up.
Is there a reason why it's always St. John's?
It just became the church of the presidents. Presidents have been worshiping there since the early 19th century, and that becomes known as the place where presidents go to worship. And so it has that tradition.
And speaking of which, here are the SUVs. Let's watch some of these arrivals at St. John's Church. President-elect entering St. John's Church alongside his wife, Melania Trump, part of our coverage of on C-SPAN on this Inauguration Day. We'll continue watching that. Let's hear from Shay, Republican line in Washington, D.C.
Hi, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Hi, thank you so much for having me. Shay, Northwest Washington, zip code 20016, for those of you that know. I am a longtime Democrat, now proudly a Republican. I became a Republican back in August. Enough was just enough. And I just want to say, I'm going to make this short and sweet. I'm thrilled to see the Trumps back in town and the party that they bring with them. In the luxury transportation business, this past weekend alone, my father and I, we made $12,000 just off, shuttling people around Washington. They're excellent for the economy. They spend good. They look good. They tip good. They're fantastic people. Love to have them in town. Thank you.
Okay, and then let's hear from Kai. Kai in South Carolina, Democrats line.
Hi, this question is for Dr. Troy. First, it's a pleasure to be on the line with you guys. As a historian, our ideas are to be objective and impartial. So what do you say, and what are your thoughts on President Trump's or President-elect Trump's cabinet picks? Because it feels as though it's a callback to the Ohio gang a little bit, and how Warren G. Harding and his presidency was going to be conducted.
That's Kai in South Carolina.
Yeah, thanks, Kai, for that, and I appreciate the question. Look, the cabinet, there are definitely some non-traditional picks in there, but also some people who have, I think President Trump picks people based on their ability to communicate ideas that he agrees with, and they were specifically looking for people who were good on TV, who could present well. They're not necessarily looking for people with the same traditional Washington experience, and as we've been saying throughout, this is Inauguration Day. This is a day to hope for the best. We certainly don't want a reprise of the Ohio gang under Warren G. Harding, and we hope it's a successful presidency and a successful cabinet, successful administration.
Just because people may not follow as closely, what was the significance of what the caller brought up concerning President Harding?
Well, there were a lot of corruption allegations under Harding. He actually died in office, and there were kind of questions about perhaps how he died. And there was the Teapot Dome scandal. And so there was a sense that they were kind of businessmen in there out for themselves, as opposed to people who were looking for the good of the country.
This is Tevi Troy. He's with the Ronald Reagan Institute. You can find the work at reaganfoundation.org/Reagan-Institute. Tevi Troy, also a presidential historian, author of many books on the topic. Mr. Troy, thanks for your time this morning.
Thanks for having me. Happy Inauguration Day.
We will continue on. And again, if you want to make your comments about this Inauguration Day, 202-748-8000 for Democrats, 202-748-8001 for Republicans, and Independents, 202-748-8002. You can text us at 202-748-8003. We go back to John McCardle.
Pedro, plenty of news this Inauguration Day, and some of it coming not from the incoming 47th president, but from the 46th president, Joe Biden. As C-SPAN viewers learned this morning, a series of pardons out of the White House, last-minute pardons from Joe Biden, including, as Jake Sherman of Punchbowl News notes, Mark Milley, the former Joint Chiefs of Staff chair, the Dr. Anthony Fauci, members of Congress and staff of the January 6th committee, and Capitol and D.C. police who testified before the January 6th Select Committee. It's a long statement out of the White House this morning. That statement from Joe Biden, reading in part, I believe in the rule of law, and I'm optimistic that the strength of our legal institutions will ultimately prevail over politics. But these are exceptional circumstances, and I cannot, in good conscience, do nothing. Baseless and politically motivated investigations wreak havoc on the lives, safety, and financial security of targeted individuals and their families, even when individuals have done nothing wrong and, in fact, have done the right thing and will ultimately be exonerated. The mere fact of being investigated or prosecuted can irreparably damage reputations and finances. That's the statement from Joe Biden on those pardons that were issued today. Some response to those pardons, including from General Milley himself. He was on CNN. This is what he had to say on my friends, and those with whom I serve through the resulting distraction, expense, and anxiety. From Capitol Hill, one member of Congress with a tweet out this morning on those pardons, Ron Johnson, the Republican senator from Wisconsin, saying, I wonder what criminal activity Biden is concerned that they need a pardon from. That's the news of the outgoing president. The incoming president will have his swearing in the 11 a.m. Eastern hour, expected closer to 11:45. After the swearing in, we'll give remarks from the United States Capitol. This tweet from Caitlin Collins of CNN. There's roughly 1,800 seats in Emancipation Hall. That's in the Capitol Visitor Center underneath the Capitol, where many of Trump's guests will watch as he's sworn in inside the rotunda before coming there to make his remarks. And then some excerpts of those remarks. Rachel Scott of ABC News with a few of those excerpts. The incoming president will say, I return to the presidency confident and optimistic that we are at the start of a thrilling new era of national success. A tide of change is sweeping the country. Today, I will sign a series of historic executive orders. With these actions, we will begin the complete restoration of America and the revolution of common sense. He'll also say, my message to Americans today is that it is time for us to once again act with courage, vigor, and the vitality of history's greatest civilization. We'll hear those remarks and more from the incoming president. The outgoing president, Joe Biden, will depart from Capitol Hill via Marine One. The helicopter is already parked on the Capitol's east front, between the Capitol and the Library of Congress there. There's a picture from Jake Sherman of Punchbowl News showing that. And speaking of Joe Biden, one more tweet from the outgoing president. It's a 3-minute video of the various people that Joe Biden has welcomed to the White House. Viewers can watch that on X. As we said, there's a lot going on Capitol Hill today, Pedro. We're trying to keep you on top of all of it on this busy Inauguration Day.
On the streets of Washington itself, as people who came to town to take part in inauguration activities are doing various amounts of things, and amongst them is Tammy Thuringer.
Hi, Pedro. You can see people walking both ways. I think those folks are walking down to get in this line, which has been moving. They started letting people in at about 8 o'clock, along with all the people who are out here waiting to get into the arena. There are also a lot of these merchandise carts and vendors who are selling memorabilia for today's event. This is Joe. He has some customers right here, but he is going to be telling us about what the most popular items are and how long he's been out here. Joe, hi.
Hi, how are you?
Doing well. Joe is one of the many vendors who's out here today. Joe, what time did you get out here this morning?
We got here at 4 o'clock in the morning.
And you were also out here yesterday. How long were you outside yesterday?
We got here at 5 o'clock in the morning, and we didn't get out here till around 7. We probably would have been out here a lot more late if the weather would hold off, from the rain and the snow.
You have a lot of competition out here for selling. How have sales been?
Sales are just started. We just got here, so usually they start picking up as the day goes on.
And show us some of the items that have been most popular.
One of the most popular ones is the lanterns. We got here, says I was there. It's a good souvenir that they could take home to their families that they were actually at the event. And then we also have the warm stockings and stocking hats for everybody. The best slogan is make your head warm again.
And Joe, you said that you come out here for some of the other events at Capital One, some of the other events. Is this event any different? What makes it different?
There's really no difference. The people, every time Trump shows up, the people show up just like this. So there's not really a big difference. Always the crowds are big, so we're all used to this.
Well, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Some of the many people that you will see out and about today of Washington, D.C., some participating directly in the inauguration ceremonies, which takes place inside the Capitol building, some being able to watch at certain locations across town, some watching on television in other locations. Again, we'll be showing you that during the course of the morning. St. John's Church now starting to actively fill up with people as the ceremony or the services are set to start just at 9 o'clock, where the president-elect is, the vice president-elect, and others in St. John's Church there. We'll show you when they leave after that, a drive to the White House to participate in coffee and tea, and then it's on to the Capitol later on today. So plenty to keep aware of. The best way to do it, stay on this network. We have other platforms you can watch along as well. Our C-SPAN Now app available to you. Also our website at cspan.org if you want to keep track there of today's inauguration ceremonies and activities. Sue is in Ohio, Democrats line. Hi, Sue, go ahead.
Yes, thank you for taking my call. I just want to say right now, my heart is absolutely broken for this country, and I don't think it's a day of celebration at all. And my biggest fear is the millions of people, not only in our own country, but around the world, Trump can hurt by being president. We all say we hope this time's going to be different. And I had Donald Trump pegged the first time he came down the escalator, and he's turned out to be everything that I knew he would be. He doesn't care about people, and the programs he puts in place, the executive orders he's going to sign, he's going to do that without any thought of who it's really going to hurt. And I'm just brokenhearted. All this talk with even our allies, getting ready for Trump to be president, and the biggest thing also is now he has the military that he can order to do horrible things just to get done what Trump wants done today. And he comes across, I'm sorry, as a badass, and he will show you what he's going to do. One of the things
Okay, that's Sue there in Ohio. Let's hear from David in Georgia, Republican line. Go ahead.
Hey, sir, how you doing?
Fine, sir. Go ahead.
So I am 23 years old. So I started working at the end of the Donald Trump administration in 2016, and I work through the Biden administration now. And going back into the Trump administration today, I have noticed a vast difference in how far my money goes. I'm really looking forward to what he's going to do this presidency, and hopefully this country can get back to the way it was financially, and hopefully we can get back to peace and we can end all the troubles that we are having around the world. Hopefully this IRS thing will work out for us in the good. I just want us to be able to be independent and this country to be strong. And that's really it. That's all I really wanted to say.
Pennsylvania Avenue here in Washington, D.C., lined with officers as part of the process of when the president leaves St. John's, leaves the White House, heads to the Capitol, part of the protective services that are out and about in Washington, D.C. today. Natalie in Lynchburg, Virginia, independent line. Natalie in Virginia, hello.
Manley.
You're on, sir. Go ahead.
Manley. Yes, just want to comment on veterans care. Nobody has mentioned about anything about veterans care and health care for the United States citizens. I'm a disabled veteran, and I just wonder what Mr. Trump might be on his agenda for better veterans care.
Doug Collins, the former Republican representative from Georgia, set to become the next head of the Veterans Affairs Administration after his confirmation process. Kirsten in Ohio, Democrats line. Good morning. You're next up.
Good morning. I was just calling in. I haven't heard anybody thank President Trump and Vice President Kamala for their service. They are true public servants. They kept our government quiet so we could live our lives. And I wish the Supreme Court that they would look at things through a nonpartisan lens. And Eileen Cannon, you're a terrible, terrible judge.
Kirsten in Ohio thanks a portion of today's inauguration ceremony dedicated to highlighting President Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris as part of the process. Craig, well, let me tell you the phone line. So we've been going on. Normally this show ends at 10 o'clock. We are continuing on in our inauguration coverage, clear up until the time the ceremony starts, and you can still watch it on C-SPAN and our platforms. But up until then, and the start of that program, your calls, getting information about the day, hearing from people in and about Washington, D.C. 202-748-8000 for Democrats, 202-748-8001 for Republicans, and Independents, 202-748-8002. You can also, if you want, you can send us a text at 202-748-8003. Typically, we show you newspapers from across the United States, giving the headlines of the day. Sometimes in the Washington, D.C. area, there are several newspapers across the United States today focusing on Inauguration Day. Arizona Republic. This is their front page. This is the headline, highlighting the fact of today's holiday, celebrating Martin Luther King Jr., but their main section of the paper, this is day one. This is from the Arizona Republic. Moving on to the News Journal. This is a paper based out of Delaware, the current president's home state. Their front page, again, highlighting Martin Luther King Jr., a shift in perspective is how they're covering that. If you go across the United States and keep on going there, the Miami Herald, the president's home state of Florida, this is the Miami Herald. Their lead towards the right of your screen, defiance yields to deference as Trump returns to a changed capital city, is how they're going with the headline this morning. This is the Columbus Dispatch, the home of the Vice President-elect, J.D. Vance, a story featuring the Vice President-elect. He knows why he's here. J.D. Vance prepares to take the job as VP. And then also internationally, not the front page, but this is the website from the Telegraph. In the United Kingdom, Inauguration Day 2025, Trump to announce, quote, revolution of common sense, an optimistic speech. This is from the picture you're looking at is from last night, the Village People performing as part of those events at Capital One. So that's how the world and the United States taking various looks at today's Inauguration Day. We're giving you looks as well with information. And with that, here's John McCardle.
Pedro, we've been monitoring the social media feeds of members of Congress. Always interesting to watch what they're focusing on big days like this on Capitol Hill, and many of them still focusing on those pardons, that last-minute pardons that Joe Biden handed out this morning to Anthony Fauci, Mark Milley, the January 6th committee, and others. This is Senator John Barrasso, the Republican senator, saying Joe Biden spent his last night in the White House handing out get-out-of-jail-free cards to those who did his political bidding. If they didn't do anything wrong, they shouldn't need a pardon. Here's a few other tweets that members of Congress have sent out this morning, including from Jim McGovern, the Democrat from Massachusetts, focusing on MLK Day today, saying he'll be thinking of him a lot today. He dedicated his life to freedom, justice, and peace, and so must we all. That MLK bust there, that picture of Jim McGovern in the Capitol Rotunda, and that's where Donald Trump will be taking the oath of office today. Other tweets to show you this morning, including from Senator Mike Collins, occasionally known for his quirky social media feed. He shows the picture of Bernie Sanders, that viral picture from back in January of 2021 there on that cold Inauguration Day in Washington 4 years ago. And then one more tweet for you. This was just sent out from the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, on Inauguration Day.
Southern border, the number of migrants crossing into the U.S. from Mexico is nearing an all-time high.
Many are noticing a bigger impact on their pocketbooks.
Prices overall are 22% higher than they were 4 years ago.
It was Iran who struck tonight in the ever-spiraling cycle of violence in the Middle East.
St. John's Church, where the president-elect, the vice president-elect, and others participating in that service will continue to show that. We'll show when they leave to move on to other events. Craig in Ohio, Republican line, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to say that I'm glad Trump is putting the power back into the states for education. And abortion isn't back in the states. So the states make abortion. The federal government has nothing to do with abortion at all. And I'm just happy that finally the states are going to have power like the way our forefathers set it up.
This is Alex. Alex in Alabama. Go ahead.
Hey there. Thanks for having me. I just want to wish everybody a happy MLK Day. This is a great day for patriots. We've been witnessing the worst 4 years in American history. I had to vote Republican and vote for Trump this year because we just can't let what's been happening continue on. Open borders, poison in our food, a false media. I was not too long ago in the PSYOP where I thought we need vaccines. We need all this stuff that makes us unhealthy. And I'm just so happy that we got Trump coming back, and I'll always be a patriot. Thank you so much for having me.
Our next guest of the morning is Martha Kumar. She is the director of the White House Transition Project, also the author of Before the Oath, How George W. Bush and Barack Obama Managed a Transfer of Power. Martha Kumar, welcome back to C-SPAN.
Thank you very much, Pedro.
Tell us a little bit about the project. What's its role?
The project is a group of scholars, presidency scholars, who study White Houses, and we put together information about transitions past and about appointments, but also we have information on various White House offices, how they've worked over the years, the functions of the office, the responsibilities of the directors, and we have organization charts. How did Reagan organize the press operation, for example? And those can be very helpful when somebody is coming in and doesn't know what has happened in the past. Sometimes, for example, there was a person who had the job of staff secretary, and they weren't sure what that job involved. And by reading the essay, they got a sense of what people who had been there in the past thought were important about the office and what they had wished they had known coming in. So it's talking to people who have been there and in an effort to try to not reinvent the wheel. So they know what the responsibilities are, because whether it's a Democratic or Republican White House, the functions of those offices remain pretty much the same. Even if they have different people in their roles, they still have the same office structure in a White House.
Martha Kumar, then, in your opinion, what elements make for a successful transition?
The transitions are made up of law that goes back to 1963, and the law has really been very bipartisan, that in both houses of Congress, you have people looking at how did a transition work, were there problems, and how do we fix it? So it's one of those areas, and there are very few of them left, that really is bipartisan. But in addition to law, that usually it's based on, actions are based on precedent. And what did somebody do in the past? In the Trump transition out of office to Biden, the person who was running the day-to-day operation, Chris Liddell, worked on the basis of precedent and talking with people in the government who were familiar with what happened in the past. But I think another element is the tacit understanding by both the incoming and outgoing presidents and their teams that what is happening is going to be more important than they are. There's a tacit understanding that they should do the best job possible, even if they lost. George H.W. Bush brought together his senior staff the next day, and he was certainly despondent over losing, but he said, I want a good transition, and I don't want any time bombs left.
Our guest joining us, and I just want to mention to folks, if you want to ask her questions about this transition process, 202-748-8000 for Democrats, Republicans 202-748-8001, Independents 202-748-8002. Text us at 202-748-8003. Martha Kumar, you talked about the importance of letting that the events are more important, or the job is more important than the person, in the sense. Everybody's in church right now. How does that add to the element of today's events?
It starts out with a sense of unity, and that there's something more important than each individual. In St. John's Church has been there since 1815, and all the presidents from Madison forward have at some point gone to St. John's Church for one event or another. And George W. Bush went there almost weekly. But it's a reminder at the beginning of a day of a transition that there's something more important than the individual. It is the country as a whole.
A photograph of the president-elect in church alongside his wife Melania Trump, others. That's the photograph from Getty Images, I believe, showing the president-elect there when as part of the events of St. John's Church. Martha Kumar, then talk a little bit about what you're watching for, and especially, and I also want to ask you, you kind of highlighted the fact you wrote a book on how George W. Bush and President Obama made this transition. I wonder if there are parallels that can be learned from that can be applied this time around.
Well, that was the most effective transition in modern times, where both sides worked together. George Bush, in December of 2007, talked to his chief of staff, Josh Bolten, and told him that he wanted the best transition ever because we were in a time of war. And Bolton set out to do that, and he brought together even before the nominating conventions, when we had presumptive candidates of McCain and Obama, brought them together into the White House, their representatives, and talked about getting early security clearances for their people so that they would be as seamless as possible, make sure that they could start early, work together on memoranda of understanding about the use of government resources. So there was a sense very early on that the transition shouldn't be starting on the day after the election, but the transition should be starting much earlier. And now that actually the work that Bolton and Bush did really made its way into law. And now the committees that are appointed, the White House Coordinating Council, which has the president's representatives from White House offices on it, and some of the cabinet members are appointed early, 6 months beforehand, as the Agency Transition Directors Council is a group of the largest agency, the departments, the 15 departments, and then the largest agencies, that they will meet on a regular basis and talk about what information the departments and agencies will provide for the incoming teams. And so the effort was by the Bush people is let's get an early start for our successor, no matter who it is, whether it's a Democrat or a Republican, that you want to make sure that above that is the proper functioning of government. Particularly, there's a sense that it's a time of risk between administrations, and so you don't want the government faltering in any way. So you want the people coming in to have information, so that they could tell the story of what was the status coming in of the issue or the country, and what happened, what were the events that happened during their presidency, what were their responses, and what was the situation now.
Okay, I just want to pause. Some activity at the White House, some vehicles pulling up, the president and the first lady. Let's watch this for a little bit.
This is a little tight.
The President and the First Lady, alongside the Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris, her husband, the First Gentleman, Martha Kumar. This day is also about them, and talk about their role in this transition process.
Yes, it's very important to have those events, those unifying events, and at the tea that traditionally takes place, they both sides will be talking, and the vice presidential, the incoming and the sitting vice presidents as well sit and talk together. And so it's another one of those signs of unity. Before this meeting takes place, though, the president and the first lady have an event where they meet with the White House resident staff who have helped them through their 4 years, and they thank them for the work that they have done for them. And usually they will go around to each of the individual staff members and talk to them. In the case of Bush, when he left, the staff gave him boxes that were made by the carpenter shop that contained the flag that flew when he came in, and then the flag as he left, which are important memoranda, memories rather, for him and for the First Lady. And I think they have those in their house in Dallas as important reminders. And he gave a short talk to the staff and told them that there were a lot of things about Washington that he wasn't going to miss, but he was going to miss them greatly.
This is, we're showing you St. John's Church. Let's hear from Sarah in Virginia, Republican line for our guest, Martha Kumar. Sarah, thanks for waiting. Go ahead.
Hi, yes. I would just like to publicly thank President Trump and his family and J.D. Vance and their family for taking on this role. And as a small business owner, really hope that we can get the economy back on track and make America great again.
Yes. Well, it is, you're right, thanking them for taking on this role, because it is a big change. I remember with the Bushes when they were coming in, and one of the daughters in college had been seen drinking, and that became an issue that got a lot of attention. And children aren't used to that, and it is an amount of attention that is unsettling to a lot of family members. So they really are taking on something that's very different from what they have known. And as far as the small business, Trump has talked about that, of trying to help small businesses, as did Biden with several programs.
And Ms. Kumar, let me interrupt. I apologize. Here's the president leaving St. John's Church. president leaving St. John's Church. Martha Kumar, you talked about this coffee tea, I guess you called it, where everybody's heading to right now. Is it pleasantries that get exchanged? What's the tone of everybody in the same room, do you think?
Well, I don't know, but I'm assuming it's pleasantries. It's not going to be a discussion of executive orders that each are interested in. I mean, we've had a dueling executive orders where President Biden has issued orders, say, for example, the one on gas and oil drilling off of the two coasts, that he's limiting that. And when Trump comes in a few hours, then he's going to reverse that order. And so that's a subject I don't think that they will discuss, nor as they ride up to the Capitol. Sometimes those rides up to the Capitol have been pretty frosty when there is a change of parties. But I think they have been trying to give a public face of little animosity, but their policy views are very different, and they've made that clear. And the campaign had a lot of bitterness to it. But what both of them, I think, are trying to do is set a different tone. Today is a time of a tone of unity.
Again, we're watching both St. George Church on your left as the president and his wife set to leave. The White House on your right, that's their next stop in the activities of the morning. As we look at that, Cheryl in West Virginia, Independent Line. Hi, go ahead.
Good morning. I hope everyone stays warm today, and thank you for taking my call. I would like to say that today marks a pivotal moment in history. While many people feel uncertain about Donald Trump taking office instead of Harris, I see this as a part of a bigger divine plan. Sometimes we must go through destruction to rebuild something better, not just for the United States, but for the entire world. And Trump's presidency, while it may seem chaotic, could be a catalyst we need to dismantle outdated systems and pave the way for real progress.
Okay, Cheryl in West Virginia. Ms. Kumar.
Yes, I think he certainly has a plan for how he's going to try to deal with government to make it more efficient with his the group he's put together that Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy have to look for inefficiencies, which there have been a lot of commissions before it. But he wants to cut down on the number of employees and focus on ones that will support his program. So he has ideas of how he's going to try to make government more in a model of presidential direction, and how that works we'll see.
Ms. Kumar, what do you think Donald Trump has learned this time around that he's applying to his transition that he didn't know before the first time he had to go through it?
I think he learned a great deal. One of the things he learned is that the White House comes first, that you have to set up your decision-making system, and that's going to be at the White House. You have to carefully pick your chief of staff. And so this time he picked a chief of staff who, Susie Wiles, who ran his campaign and who was made very good use of his presence, of how often he appeared, and then also who got to be around him. The president's time is the most important resource that you have in a White House, and you can't just have everybody coming in that the president knows in a chaotic meeting situation. So I think he learned that he needed to do that. And
pardon me, the motorcade leaving there, St. John's, again, expected to arrive in the White House in just a few minutes from now. We'll show you that arrival when it takes place. Ms. Kumar, go ahead.
Yes, and I think he learned also that to get a fast start, your appointees, department secretaries who require Senate confirmation, they're going to take a while to come through. So therefore, you want to fill the positions in the departments and agencies that don't require Senate confirmation and that are in a policy-making position so that you can get a fast start. But you also want to have people in the White House who are going to be involved in policy and the policy direction and in setting the direction with the departments, but also following the implementation. And I think also he learned the importance of congressional relationships and that you can't do everything by yourself as president. When you're campaigning, you can talk about all the things you're going to do as president, but when you come in, you find, well, you can make a budget, but Congress is the institution that appropriates money. So those relationships on the committees, and of course with your leadership in the House and the Senate. So he has spent time with Mike Johnson in the House and with John Thune in the Senate to make sure they understand what his priorities are, and he's going to listen to them, but he's also going to tell them what he wants and ask how he can get things done. So I think he learned how to listen as well, that you can't just say that you want to do something and get it done. Mm-hmm. And I think he also learned from the first administration the importance of communications. That was something he's been very effective in doing, getting a sense of what the public thinks and being responsive to it and developing a narrative. During the time that he was president, in the morning, he would set the tone of what the issues were, and he certainly had everybody listening. And that's been an important strength of his, and I think that his staff has realized it, as have his opponents.
Motorcade back at Blair House. That's what you're seeing on your left, and lead up to the next event on the president-elect's schedule, that tea at the White House with President Biden, the vice president, and others. Again, we're showing you that. Others leaving St. John's Church still. That's what you're seeing right now as we're talking with Martha Kumar. Let's say that. That's Ivanka Trump, leaving there. And so, again, a host of people coming out, people you're going to see in and out throughout the day. Suzanne in California, Democrats line. Go ahead, please.
Yes, good morning. First, I want to say I think we are the greatest country already, and Trump is inheriting a country with the lowest unemployment rate. There is probably nothing he can do about the food prices because that's worldwide. What he can do is something about the pharmaceutical companies and the big businesses taking over small businesses. I only have hope for our country. I still think it's the greatest. I worry about our social services and the cuts that he has for the so-called the educational problems that we have, that I think we need to put more money into education and to pay more money for people that work, the firefighters, the policemen, the nurses, the teachers, and I only wish the best for our country. Thank you very much. Bye.
Okay, Suzanne. That's Suzanne in California. Ms. Kumar, a lot of people have expressed this before we show you pictures from the White House, as we show you pictures from the White House. But what the current or the next president inherits from the past president, and how much that impacts, I guess, a presidential record of the incoming president.
Well, you certainly, Biden leaves behind if you look at it worldwide, we have the best economy in the world. I think there were a lot of things that he did that, like his Inflation Reduction Act and his chips and science, that he didn't get much credit for. He spent his time doing the negotiations for the legislation, and he didn't spend time trying to sell his programs to the general public and listening to what they knew or didn't know. I remember.
If you could hold a second, let's watch this interaction between the Vice President-elect Vance and the current Vice President Kamala Harris. The Vice President, her husband Doug Emhoff, the First Gentleman, the Vice President-elect J.D. Vance, Usha Vance, his wife, all entering the White House in preparation for that tea. Again, the President-elect expect to arrive at the White House in just a little bit. Let's show you a little bit about what's inside going on in the Capitol as the events are starting to gear up a little bit there in lieu of today's inside inauguration. That's the outside of the Capitol. There's the inside. Again, these are the preparatory events. Martha Kumar, this inside event of an inauguration, it changes things. Give some perspective.
It does. One of the things that was important to Trump from his first inauguration was the picture of a crowd. That the inauguration, when it's outside, is on the west face of the Capitol, and you can see from where he stands out across the mall to the Washington Monument and to the Lincoln Memorial. But he has always been interested in crowd size and had pictures. In fact, there was a picture that they hung in the White House and on a corridor that leads up to the inner part of the West Wing that showed the crowd, a picture that showed a lot of people there. But that's what he likes, is crowd size, a large crowd, and he would have had a very large crowd today. And so for him, it shows the very strong support that he has. And so you miss that part of the inauguration that is what we think of as the heart of it. This is a much more intimate operation. For the public, I don't know that the pictures make that much of a difference, but usually to a president it does. But the main thing is that they become president and then they can start to work on that very day.
Yeah. Rare that we give a guest a soundtrack, Martha Kumar, so you're lucky. Let's listen to this choir a little bit. The University of Nebraska Lincoln Glenn's Koroff School of Music featured as part of inauguration ceremonies today, giving you a little flavor of what to expect later on as this inauguration ceremony takes place inside the U.S. Capitol. We've been talking with Martha Kumar about what to expect. Martha Kumar, what are you particularly watching for today in the events today?
Well, I'm particularly interested in policy and seeing the president get a fast start and look at what he's going to be doing in terms of his executive orders on the border security, on energy. I think they will give us a good sense of where he's headed. And then also looking at what Biden has been doing as well on this day. I particularly like the sense of unity of both sides working together personally, even if their policy differences are great. And the more that we can have people step back from the partisanship and try to work things through on a basis of the facts and what is necessary as far as what the public is thinking I look for that.
From Jasmine in Pennsylvania, Independent Line, you're on with our guest. Go ahead.
Hi, I just had a question about what you think young independent voters should look forward to with inauguration. I think I speak for a lot of young voters of the American people when I say that between Republican and Democrat, it's way too divided. However, I think if we simply focus on the votes and opinions and freedoms of the American people and how this country began off of and why our amendments are in place, then I think we will know we're doing something right. I think any leader, including President Trump, can say that they're for the American people, but we need to see it go forward, or I don't think that we will ever see satisfaction in young independent voters.
Yeah. That's Jasmine there in Pennsylvania.
Yes, well, President Trump was very tuned in to young people and where they were getting their information. In fact, he talked to his son Barron about what young people his age and older were listening to, and that's how he came to his interview with Joe Rogan. It was his son Barron who recommended that. So I think he's tried to tap into young people, and in fact, it's talked to about TikTok, that he was opposed to TikTok in his earlier administration, but then he said young people had supported him, and he knows how important it is to the 170 million people here who use TikTok. But I think that you're right. The more that young people can get involved in following what it is that government is doing, the better off we are. Because then, as you become homeowners and have jobs that you're interested in, that the more committed you are to taking part in government. And government in a representative government, a democracy, it depends on the people, and the people having knowledge, and then the people participating. You can't sit back. You're right in that.
Deborah in Alabama, Republican line. Hi. As we watch people heading into the Capitol as part of the lead up to the inauguration ceremony later. Deborah, go ahead.
Thank you for taking my call. My question primarily is this. Well, let me just segue in with a statement. I am a person who has had my home destroyed in a disaster. A tornado came through, my house was destroyed, and I had to jump through the necessary hoops to be able to get the loan from the SBA to be able to rebuild our home. And I was one who had insurance, but as most people, your houses are never really insured for.
And caller, apologies, just to tell the folks, Ivanka Trump heading into the U.S. Capitol along with her family. Caller, go ahead.
Okay, but my question is this. I saw where the outgoing president has promised the people in California with the fires that they are not to worry, that they will get what they need. And if I am not mistaken, I thought I heard 100%, but I could be mistaken. But the point I have is this. Some of the things the president-elect is wanting to do is going to require a lot of money. And I'm proud that he's gotten our Doge group together to help maybe get the extra funds that he needs. But with this disaster looming, I'm very curious as to how that promise that the outgoing president has made, coupled with the new president coming in, how that's going to be handled.
Okay, that's Deborah in Alabama. And Martha Kumar, go ahead.
Yes, I think that you've put your finger on a big question there, because I think it's going to be very difficult to cut the money that Ramaswamy and Musk had said they would cut, which was $2 trillion, and they've backed off that to say $1 trillion. But we have so many programs that are mandated their spending, Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, and you have defense spending, that I think there's a lot less fat in the budget than they think there is. So that is going to be a big question of where is the money going to come from, and something we will all be watching.
The White House TransitionProject.org, the website for the project. Martha Kumar serving as the director, part of our inauguration coverage for today. Ms. Kumar, thank you so much for your time today.
Oh, thank you. It was a pleasure. And
we will,
for the callers.
We will continue on with our coverage of the inauguration of the 47th president, the incoming president of the United States, Donald Trump, just to give you some awareness of things to watch out for. Still waiting for the president-elect to arrive at the White House for that tea. The House of Representatives coming in for a short pro-forma session at 10 o'clock. And we will take you also to that as part of our coverage today. But you can continue on with your calls. 202-748-8000 for Democrats. 202-748-8001 for Republicans. Independents, 202-748-8002. Text us at 202-748-8003. And as always, you can post on our various sites at Facebook and on X. Ben in Minneapolis, independent line. Go ahead.
Perhaps we can all agree on three things and go from there. History is written by the Ohesa winner. The tinsel and glare are no strangers to cadets. I'd like to wish everyone a wonderful Martin Luther King Day, peaceful transition of power, and ask how may one help. Good luck, Ben.
That's Ben there in Minnesota. We go to John McCardle.
Pedro, as we await for the president-elect to arrive at the White House for that greeting, that tea and coffee with President Biden and First Lady Jill Biden, just to keep you updated on what we've been watching on social media, including some of the attendees at that church service that Donald Trump just left. It's Josh Wingrove of Bloomberg noting that also there were Meta's Mark Zuckerberg, Amazon's Jeff Bezos, Apple's Tim Cook, the head of TikTok, the president of Argentina, former British Prime Minister Boris Johnson also in attendance there. Also, just a few minutes ago, this being posted by outgoing President Joe Biden, one final selfie from the Rose Garden with Jill Biden there. And of note, in and around Capitol Hill, this from Olivia Beavers, the congressional reporter, noting that Speaker Johnson had previously said that the House would raise U.S. flags for Inauguration Day to full staff, but operations are encountering an issue with it. Some of the cords are frozen, so some of the flags have not been able to be raised just yet. So if you see some of them still at half staff, that's the reason why. Let me run through the schedule. We're, again, expecting the arrival of President-elect Biden at the White House this morning in just a few minutes here. There'll be that tea, that coffee. At about 10:25, 10:35 Eastern, they will then depart from the White House to go to the U.S. Capitol. They'll travel together, the Bidens and the Trumps, and they will arrive at the White House, or at the United States Capitol. It's the rotunda where that ceremony is taking place. Let me show you one of the pictures of the rotunda this morning. The scene there, this is from Andrew Desiderio of Punchbowl News. There's about 800 seats in the rotunda today for those who will be watching the inauguration. It will be an invocation that'll take place first with Cardinal Timothy Dolan and Reverend Franklin Graham. Then there'll be a call to order by Senator Amy Klobuchar. She's the chair of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies. There'll be a musical performance by Carrie Underwood singing America the Beautiful. She'll be joined by the Armed Forces Chorus and the U.S. Navy Academy Glee Club for that. And then a multi-faith benediction, Rabbi Ari Berman, Imam Hushan al-Husseini, Pastor Lorenzo Sewell, and Reverend Frank Mann all joining for that effort. And then the festivities get underway in the Capitol Dome. Justice Brett Kavanaugh will be administering the oath of office around 11:30 to J.D. Vance to be the vice president. And then Chief Justice John Roberts will deliver the oath of office for the president himself. He will then go to Emancipation Hall and give his remarks. Emancipation Hall with some 1,300 seats, so quite a bit more than what can fit in the Capitol Dome. And of course, you can watch all of those remarks in their entirety. Also this afternoon, there's that traditional inaugural lunch. Jake Sherman of Punchbowl News with a picture of the scene. This is Statuary Hall. This is on the House side of the Capitol where that inaugural lunch will take place. And we also got an update from the Joint Inaugural Committee on what the menu will be for that lunch. The first course, a course of Chesapeake crab cake paired with a Veritas Vineyards wine, that vineyard out of Virginia, Chardonnay. The second course, an Omaha Angus ribeye steak paired with Cabernet Sauvignon from Napa Valley. And then the third course dessert, a Minnesota apple icebox terrine with sour cream, ice cream, and salted caramel, also paired with a wine. That's the menu for that inaugural luncheon that'll take place today. All of that set to take place here in Washington, and we're watching it all this morning. Hope you stay with us all morning long on C-SPAN.
A lot of things happen. The arrival of the president at the White House, that's Blair House right there. The House of Representatives set to come in for a pro-forma session just a few minutes from now. Take calls up to then. Vero Beach, Florida, independent line. John, hello.
Hello, good morning. Thank you for taking my call. Thank you for your coverage this morning. Happy Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day. What a glorious day. Hopeful day to be an American. Dr. King said, everyone is great because everyone can serve. I hope that everyone, all Americans, can continue to respect the office of the presidency. I have certainly always done that, and it has been difficult and challenging over the last 4 years, but I'm hoping that all of us can come together and respect the office of the presidency and celebrate this glorious, hopeful day for America. God bless. Have a great day.
You're seeing the motorcade entering the confines of the White House right now, and the president-elect, wife Melania, others expected for that coffee and tea that John McCardle talked about. This is from Michigan. Mike, again, we'll go to this arrival when it happens. Mike, Democrats line, go ahead.
Good morning. I was wondering if anybody remembers 4 years ago that President Trump had the Bidens locked out of the White House. Thought it was kind of interesting.
Jake in Connecticut, Republican line. In fact, hold on, Jake, just for a second. Let's watch some of this arrival. Joe Biden, the current president of the United States, and First Lady Jill Biden welcoming the president-elect Donald Trump, his wife Melania, to the White House for that coffee and tea expected to take place right now, and then not too long from now, heading to the Capitol for the inauguration ceremony. C-SPAN's coverage continues on, and again, our main channels are available to you, our various platforms as well. Stay close to C-SPAN for today's events. Again, the House of Representatives coming in just a short while. This is Jake in Connecticut, Republican line. Thanks for holding. Go ahead. Jake in Connecticut, hello. Okay, let's try Aurora in Ohio, independent line.
Hi, good morning. How anybody is celebrating an inauguration of a convicted felon supported the fiscal incompetency of the leading administration and has the conscience to sit idly by goes to show how powerless we the people really are. My name is Aurora Dawson, and I am running for Columbus City Council District 7, and it's time to stand up, have the courage to change wrong, and meet in the middle so that left and right can coexist, and that's why I'm an independent candidate. Thank you.
David in Massachusetts, Democrats line. Go ahead.
Hi, thank you for taking my call. My name is David. I'm from Andover, Massachusetts. Yeah, I mean, I'm anxious. I'm concerned about this new administration coming in. You know, I'm concerned for my father. You know, he's worked his entire life, and you know, I'm not sure with this current administration that Social Security is still going to be there. And then, of course, I'm concerned for my wife, Emmanuel, who's transitioning, and I'm concerned whether or not they're going to be able to get the gender-affirming care that they need. In addition, you know, I don't know what's going to happen if they get deported. You know, I don't know what's going to happen if they get deported to the Dominican Republic. I don't know what I'm going to do.
This is Bonnie in Pennsylvania, Republican line.
Hi, good morning. And I'd like to say thank you for taking my call. And I want to say God bless America, and may God get all the glory for whatever happens today. And I wanted to address a previous caller's concerns about the cutting of the budget that the DOGE is going to be doing. They're going to address some of those issues by having the External Revenue Service and the fair and balanced trade agreements and getting that balanced more fairly. And they're going to get other countries to give more of the share of the funds to NATO so that America isn't fully funding. So that will address some of those issues. And the other thing I'd like to address is the previous caller's questions about what Social Security. Not once did Donald Trump ever say he was going to do anything to cut Social Security. And matter of fact, they're trying to secure Social Security and to make sure that it is safe and clear.
Okay, Bonnie, and calling us again. Continue on with your calls. Our coverage of inauguration events does not end with 10 o'clock coming on. In fact, we will continue on taking your calls, listening to you before the start of the event. The House of Representatives set to come in what's known as a pro-forma session, even on this inauguration day. The theme of the session, most likely to be inauguration related, but they'll come in, and once they gavel out of that pro-forma session, we will come back and continue on with your calls and showing you the events leading up to today's inauguration events. Again, the House of Representatives set to come in for a pro-forma session. We will take you to them now.
The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., January 20th, 2025. I hereby appoint the Honorable Virginia Fox to act as Speaker Pro Tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? You, O Lord, reign forever, judging from your throne with justice. You rule the nations with fairness. On this day, when our nation's power is transferred from President Joseph Biden to President Donald Trump, we pray your reign of peace in this moment, on this nation, and in the hearts of the American people. Grant President Biden the blessing of your reward for his faithfulness to you and to this country. And as you lay the mantle of responsibility on the shoulders of our new president, Donald Trump, grant him, as you did Solomon, a discerning heart to govern your people, to distinguish between right and wrong. Grant him the faithfulness of Abraham, who heard your voice and obeyed. And may he have the heart of David, that you would bestow on him your grace and mercy as he carries out his solemn duties. Then bestow on us, divided though we may be, the unity of your Spirit through the bond of peace. that we would each commit to live into the gifts of that same Spirit and to serve one another as faithful stewards of your grace. We humble ourselves this day, and we call upon your name. Hear us from your heaven. Forgive us our sin, and heal our land. God bless America. Amen.
Amen. The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, Miss Dean.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair lays before the House a communication.
The Honorable, the Speaker, House of Representatives, serve as I prepare to assume my duties as National Security.
The House will be in order. The House will be in order.
The Honorable, the Speaker, House of Representatives, serve as I prepare to assume my duties as National Security Advisor to the President-elect Donald J. Trump. I hereby make my resignation official from the U.S. House of Representatives, effective January 20th, 2025. I intend to serve out my term in the 118th Congress and to be sworn into the 119th Congress. I've also submitted my notice to Governor Ron DeSantis to advise him on my resignation. I have attached that letter to this notice. It has been my honor to be a member of this chamber and to serve the people of the great state of Florida and the constituents of the 6th District of Florida. I will forever be grateful for my opportunity. I look forward to continuing to work with you and your colleagues in the House, serving the nation in my new position. Signed sincerely, Michael Waltz, Member of Congress.
Under Clause 5. Under Clause 5D of Rule 20, the chair announces to the House that, in light of the resignation of the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Waltz, the whole number of the House is 433. Members are advised that there are no extra seats available in the rotunda for the inauguration. Therefore, only sitting members will be seated in the rotunda. Under no circumstances will former members, former House officers, spouses, or children be able to join the procession or be seated in the rotunda. The Sergeant-at-Arms will precede the procession bearing the mace. Members will be escorted to the rotunda in order of seniority. At this time, members, the resident commissioner, and delegates should congregate by class. Pursuant to House Resolution 43, upon completion of the ceremony, the House will stand adjourned until noon tomorrow for morning hour debate and 2 p.m. for legislative business. Pursuant to House Resolution 43, and without objection, members will now proceed to the rotunda to attend the inaugural ceremonies for the President and Vice President of the United States.
That was on the floor of the House of Representatives. As you heard the person at the podium, they're preparing for legislators, members to come in to take their places to part of inauguration ceremonies. That's just what's expected. Some of the pictures in the lead up to the events of today, the events being moved indoors because of the cold weather outside. And we'll show you that as we go on. One person not escaping the cold weather outside is our own Tammy Thuringer, who's outside meeting and talking with people.
Hi, Pedro. The line to get in is moving, but still pretty long. It's just a few feet away, but we saw some people that we couldn't not talk with. This is Jake and Tanner and Zach. Thank you guys for talking with us. They may look familiar to you. Tell us who you are.
John Hancock. George Washington. Ben Franklin.
Very dedicated to the costumes. Jake made his wig. Otherwise, Otherwise, I believe the costumes were ordered online, but they are very dedicated. Tell us how you got here.
We drove from Jersey this morning, left around 1:30, and arrived around 5 a.m.
And why did you want to come down today?
Just to celebrate America, celebrate Trump, have a good time, spread positivity, visit our own home grounds,
And what all are you going to be doing while you're down here today, seeing the sights?
We're just here to see some things, see what's going on, just celebrate with our brothers here and sisters from America. That's all.
And you are Trump supporters. You were excited. What do you want to see him focus on as a fellow president?
Just improve the country and just get everybody getting along together and just live in this great country that we have, America.
Yeah, just ending the wars overseas, getting that Bitcoin reserve, baby, and freeing Ross.
Fiscal responsibility and just helping the birds make it to the bowl. That's what we help. That's what we care about.
Are you guys warm enough right now?
Yes, ma'am.
Just warm enough, yes.
Yeah. Hand warmers. Hand warmers.
All right. Well, thank you so much for your time.
Yeah, of course. Thank you.
Tammy's out there talking to people as people are gathering in Washington, D.C. If they can't directly participate in events of today, they can watch it on other means and go in and about the city to do so. This is from the Capitol perspective. Dignitaries coming in to become part of the ceremonies as they start to file into the rotunda where the inauguration ceremonies will take place. As you're watching that, let's hear from Kem in West Virginia. Independent line, go ahead.
Hey, good morning. Thank you for taking my call. I just wanted to say that in a country so desperately racked by debt, we're trillions of dollars in debt, that it's shameful that we spend any money at all on these kinds of ceremonies, on this kind of pomp. It's shameful. That and the fact that we have prayer in Congress, that we have chaplains or priests here at all. This isn't a Christian country. Thomas Jefferson is rolling in his grave. The separation of church and state must be maintained. Thank you very much. Have a good one.
Roland up next in New York, Democrats line.
Yeah, I mean, today is a day of the peaceful transition of power. I think that is a beautiful thing for this country. I don't personally support Trump. I don't think he agrees with much of my policy, but I want to see today be a day of unity. I want to see him offer his vision forward for Americans. What is he doing for us? What is he doing going forward for this country? And what is his vision? How is he going to get us out of debt? How is he going to end these wars abroad? Well, I don't personally support him. I think he can make this a day of unity, and I'm excited for that. Thank you.
Eric is next. Eric is in Illinois, Republican line.
Hello, Pedro.
You're on. Go ahead.
Oh, thanks for taking my call. I'm actually born Republican, raised good Christian values. I'm actually very, very hopeful for the country with Trump taking office back, and very, very positive to see prayer in Congress, and hoping that if nothing else, Trump brings a religious revival to this country, because that's needed more than anything else, is to get God back in this country.
Okay. Eric there, part of our calls that we're taking for this inauguration ceremony. You may have noticed on the left side of your screen, just briefly, pictures of former heads of the House of Representatives, former that Speaker Newt Gingrich, former Speaker of the House Newt Gingrich, former Speaker John Boehner in that mix, and former Speaker Kevin McCarthy also will be part of today's ceremony, in attendance in today's ceremony. Jared in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, Independent line.
Hi, this is Jared. I want to wish everybody a happy MLK Day and a happy Inauguration Day. I just wanted to talk about what I'll be looking for in the midterms, which is primarily, a couple more moderate, independent changes to the government, mainly, coinage reform. I want to get rid of the penny and the nickel. I think they cost more to produce than they're worth. And I'm also looking for copyright changes, putting the power back in the hands of people. I should be able to change the format of my DVD collection if I'd like to. But happy Inauguration Day to everybody, and happy MLK Day as well.
Janine in Ohio, Democrats line.
You even hear what he said, Mark?
Hi.
Hi, Janine, go ahead.
Thank you for having me on here. I do believe that the shift of power, I'm glad they're both acting like adults and that everything is going to go smoothly. I do believe that everything went the way it was supposed to in the election, and I'm glad to see everybody, again, acting like adults.
Lots of folks heading into the Capitol and the lead up to the events of today. As we watch that, we'll go to John McCardle.
Pedro, in that brief House session that we showed viewers there, you saw the announcement that Michael Waltz was resigning from Congress today. He was nominated by Donald Trump to be Donald Trump's national security advisor, so his resignation coming today ahead of that. He sent out this tweet earlier this morning from St. John's Church, a picture of the then congressman there with Elon Musk. That tweet coming out at about 8:30 this morning before the ceremony began at the church. And then, as John Bresnahan notes on Punchbowl News, with Michael Waltz's resignation today, the House ratio is razor thin between Republicans and Democrats. It's now 218 Republicans to 215 Democrats. There's 2 vacancies currently in the House. We've been showing you those pictures all morning long of people arriving on Capitol Hill. Mitch McConnell there arriving in the rotunda. The ceremony's getting set to begin. We'll continue to show you those pictures all morning long.
Anthony in New York State, Republican line. Go ahead.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. Go ahead.
Yes, hi. I'm calling from the Republican line, and I just wanted to wish everybody a happy Inauguration Day and to 4 more years of President Donald John Trump. He's going to do so many great things for this country because the bottom line is with President Trump, promises are made and promises are kept. You know, and this time around with the Trump administration 2.0, we're going to accomplish even so much more than before because the bottom line is that we have disruptors in the system that are going to be placed on numerous cabinet positions, including Pete Hegseth for Secretary of Defense, Kash Patel for Director of the FBI, Tulsi Gabbard for Director of National Intelligence, and many other picks as well that are really going to bring about monumental change and comprehensive reform to our systems. So I'm looking forward to that. And, I'm also looking forward to the fact that, now after 4 disastrous years of Joe Biden, we now have somebody who's going to bring about peace through strength.
And Anthony, I apologize. I only want to highlight the fact that these former House speakers, Speakers Gingrich, Boehner, John Boehner, and Kevin McCarthy, now entering the rotunda area as part of the activities of today. The Senate Minority Leader, Mitch McConnell, also entering in as well. And these are the seats that will start filling up as part of the inauguration ceremonies. We'll continue to show you that. But to talk about how a White House itself transitions is Bradley Blakeman. He served as former Deputy Assistant to President George W. Bush. He served as the Deputy Assistant to Presidential Appointments and other things. And here to talk about how White House's changes on this day. Mr. Blakeman, thanks for giving us your time.
Pleasure.
Talk about your role that you had in the Bush administration about seeing this transition from one White House to another.
Well, I was the gatekeeper for President 43, George W. Bush, which meant I was in charge of his time, his schedule, appointments, and vetting research, correspondence, and surrogate scheduling. So I had to create a schedule with the president for the first 100 days. And the first 21 days were extremely important because that was the time of taking power, of also establishing yourself as president with your cabinet, with your staff, and then getting ready to roll after the 100 days through your first term. So today, for instance, is a day of true transition because the new White House staff and the president really do not take power until 12:01 today, Eastern time. So you're not even allowed in the White House until the president is sworn in. And once you get to the White House is really in a physical transition because the old papers and furniture of the president, former president, are being moved out, and the new president's furniture and belongings are being moved in, and the staff is getting settled, whether it's in the old executive office building on the 18 acres of the White House or the West Wing of the White House and the East Wing in the case of the First Lady.
How deep is the changeover? Is it just for the main offices? Is it just for the residents? How deep is the changeover throughout the White House?
The entire 18 acres is in change, except for those career employees in the mansion itself. They remain, of course, but the political appointees are gone, and a new crew is moved in, and the Oval Office is completely emptied. It's one of the first times that you'll ever see the complete Oval Office emptied. The new furnishings of President Trump will be moved in.
Let me just pause a second. I'm sorry, Hillary Clinton and her husband, former President Bill Clinton, entering the Capitol now. Mr. Blakeman, go ahead. I apologize.
No, when the coffee and tea between the president and the president-elect and the first ladies are had in the White House, as soon as they depart the White House, it is really almost a military mission of moving in and moving out. By the time the president retires to the White House this evening, the transformation will be complete. The West Wing will be painted, recarpeted. It is an amazing display of logistics, because trucks are literally waiting now outside the White House grounds, ready to come in and establish those procedures as soon as the president and the president-elect head off to the Capitol for the swearing in.
There's a shot of former House Speaker Kevin McCarthy. Mr. Blakeman, what's the manpower like to make this transition of a White House?
About 500 people who are going to descend on the 18 acres and make this happen. Everybody from the Park Service to the mansion staff to the GSA, the General Services Administration. They are all in coordination in the transition. These plans have been made, and then they're executed literally within 12 hours. The White House is completely transformed.
I've read in some places it's down as far as nuance to the type of toothpaste that sits on a counter and making sure a toothbrush is there as well.
Well, the good news is President Trump was there before, so there's no learning curve. The mansion staff is fully aware of their likes and dislikes and how they comport themselves in their personal lives. So it's really going to be an easier change than most because, of course, the Trumps are returning to the White House.
Doge co-chair Vivek Ramaswamy, you're seeing on your screen Steny Hoyer, former representative of Maryland. Mr. Blakeman, then when do they know when it's done? Is there an established time they say, okay, you guys got to be out of here?
It's done when the president and the first lady are back on their way to the White House. And then it continues the following day, but to a lesser degree because it's a work environment. You literally hit the ground running. I remember in the case of President George W. Bush, we had a senior staff meeting at 7 a.m. on the next day, Tuesday, the 21st, and we were hitting the ground running, and we were fully operational. Everything was in place. The GSA, the White House mansion staff, the usher's office, the Park Service, they did a magnificent job. It was almost as if we had been there for 4 years. We felt right at home right at the start, and we were ready to go to work.
If the Trumps live in Florida, who's responsible for making sure their goods get from Florida to the White House in this preparation?
The Trumps are. They are responsible for getting their belongings to the White House, and once it hits the White House gate, the White House is then the usher's office is responsible for, and the First Lady, of course, and the family in making sure those items are where they need to go. But it's really up to the family to get those items there. And as far as Mar-a-Lago is concerned, that will be the president's home. So when he visits there, there'll be a certain amount of staff that will join him there, including personal staff. And that, again, is no learning curve because that's happened before.
This is Bradley Blakeman. He served as a former deputy assistant to President George W. Bush, part of this process of changing over the White House from one president to another. Mr. Blakeman, thanks for your time today.
Thank you so much.
Again, we're continue watching members of Congress currently come in to take their places for the inauguration, other people as well. faces that you find familiar there as you keep watching the screen. Let's hear from Rashad. Rashad joins us from Canada, Democrats line. Hi.
Hi, thank you for having me. I just wanted to start by saying happy Martin Luther King Jr. Day, a day that we celebrate someone who advocated for nonviolent activism in the civil rights movement, an inspirational human being that fought for human rights. Currently, I feel a little disheartened at the slander that's used in political campaigns. And for me personally, I see that coming more from the conservative side. The slander used to call people who have opposing thoughts weak. I think it's unjust. It's not right. And the idea that there's a lack of confident people on the other side with liberals is not true. And an example of this, and this person is now my hero after watching this, is Senator Tammy Duckworth, who served Pete Hegseth at his nomination hearing. That is an example of a confident person, and AOC is as well. And we see that so much, and I just really hope that we see more people use their voice
we'll stop you there only to see that Doug Emhoff, the current first gentleman of the United States, Usha Vance, also walking out of the White House. Again, they were participating in coffee and a tea ceremony there, and now making their way to the Capitol. We'll be showing you these exits as they occur. Let's hear from Teresa. Teresa in South Carolina, Independent Line. Hi.
Hello.
You're on. Go ahead.
I just want to thank C-SPAN. I watched all the inaugurations beginning from a long time ago. And I have a question. On FDR, he served 4 terms. He died while serving in the 4th term. When did we start having the term limits? And also, the term limits, and was it because he served so long because of the Depression and World War II? Or was it, maybe it was World War I. Anyway, was it because of that he had such a long term? Thank you.
Okay, that's Teresa there. I think maybe we can find an answer for you. This is Dan in Charlottesville, Virginia, Republican line. Hi.
Hi, how you doing?
Fine, thanks. Go ahead, please.
Good. Just want to thank C-SPAN and thank you for taking my call. I think this is a great day to be an American. It is exciting to watch C-SPAN's coverage of the inauguration take place in an orderly manner, and I know that our founding fathers would be proud of the way we are conducting business in this country today.
Again, viewers, just in case you're watching the split screen there on your television, the Capitol is what you're seeing on the left side of your screen, the White House on the right side. We're awaiting the president-elect to make their way out. We're watching people being seated, and the activities in preparation for the later inaugural ceremonies take place on the left-hand side. Let's hear from Finn. Finn in Illinois, Democrats line.
Hi, am I on?
Yes, you go ahead.
I just wanted to share my views on Trump. I wanted to say, I think that his supporters like to act like the stuff he's done is normal, like, quoting Hitler and threatening political opponents with military force and threatening to end DACA and birthright citizenship, and that it's like normal stuff. It's not. It's fascist stuff. And I just wanted to say, like, if the president does this stuff and it makes the price of eggs go down, and that's, worth it to some people, I hope they're happy, but I'm not. And anyway.
Orlando, Florida, Independent Line, Soo Chin, hello.
Hello. Yes, what I wanted to say was, I think this inauguration is obviously important for each and every one of our citizens, as it's a very peaceful transition of power. I just hope that with this whole election season that people take an interest in politics and do some of the research actually, and talk more with the people around you on policies and issues, because that's the best way when it comes to creating dialogue that can actually create solutions that benefit the majority of us instead of dragging into the itty bitty. So I hope that that the inauguration goes well, and I hope that people actually take the time to be more civically engaged. Thank you.
From Zachary, who is in Iowa, Republican line. You're next up. Hello.
Good morning. I would like to thank C-SPAN, first of all, for broadcasting this momentous day in America. It's truly a good day to be an American. There's a few things I want to hear from Donald Trump today during his inauguration speech. I would like to hear a little tidbit of what his stance is on the continuation of the ceasefire between Israel and Palestine. I would also like to hear what his stance is going to be on Skibidi Toilet and the war with Howard's.
Richard in South Carolina, Democrats line. You're next up on this Inauguration Day coverage. Go ahead.
Hi. I probably want to answer a question that a lady raised about Biden saying 100% of funds for the fires out in California. I don't know what she meant by that, but I would assume it does not include getting a new house for everybody. I think there will be funds for the reconstruction of some of the systems that they have, and there will be loan guarantees. But I don't think you should interpret his statement of 100% as something that's going to happen. My second point, the gentleman just called to say, from the Republican line, a gentleman just called to say that he was proud of today's ceremony, as I am. I, too, am proud. My question would be, was he as proud 4 years ago when that transition took place? I'd have to get an answer from him, because I think he'll probably say, oh, yeah, I was proud of that, too. Thank you for your call. Thank you. Bye-bye.
You can continue on calling on the following lines. Democrats 202-748-8000. Republicans 202-748-8001. Independents 202-748-8002. More exits from the White House. We'll watch the First Lady and the incoming First Lady come out. We'll see more of those exits as the morning progresses, as all head on to the U.S. Capitol. Let's hear from Rayson in Tennessee, Republican line. Hello.
Hey, hello. My name is Rayson Robertson, Pulaski, Tennessee. I just want to say happy Martin Luther King Day. And I wanted to say that it's a great day for, just mostly all of America for, just Donald Trump winning. I'm really happy that he won, and there's a lot of reasons that I could be happy. I don't really think there's enough time to list them all, but I just wanted to be happy for a peaceful transition into power, and that everyone's, being civil about this, and there isn't a big, fight or issue going wrong, and everyone can, be happy that it was a nice transition of power.
From Joe in Maryland, Independent line.
Hey, down here in Chapticot, Maryland. Yes, sir. Pedro, good morning. Thank you for all your work. Two questions for you, and then a real quick statement, too, Pedro. You called Steny Hoyer the former congressman. Is he a former congressman now? I'm not being facetious. Did he lose, or is he still in there?
He's a former congressman, yes.
Wow, he's out now? I did not know that. And you called Doug Emhoff the first gentleman. And is he the first gentleman or the second? How does that work?
The second gentleman probably misspoke in the sense that, or the first gentleman, yeah.
Okay. I'm just being a stickler, having fun with you, brother. Real quick, today's MLK Day and Inauguration Day. There's no
well,
one
let me
day
pause
better.
you for a second, Joe, and as we watch the vice president and the incoming vice president come out.
Very well, thank you.
Great, thank you. Good morning. Stay warm.
Thank you, sir.
This is part of the process of those leaving the White House to head to the Capitol. We're still on with Joe. Joe, I apologize. I believe I misspoke. Steny Hoyer is still in Congress. I think I misspoke on that part.
Oh, wow. You know what? I apologize for even talking about stuff like the first gentleman and second and third.
No, it's okay.
You're so
No, it's good to be accurate. Go ahead and finish.
Well, funny, and it doesn't come across as funny, and it probably made you feel a certain way, and I feel so bad even talking about it because you are perfect, brother, and I mean that, and aren't we all? But that said, never mind with Steny Hoyer, one day, right, it will be former congressman, so nevertheless, you would think that by now, actually, but that might have been a Freudian fact. But, yeah, the Trump, today's inauguration, today's MLK Day, and they are both special days for all of us. Don't be picking one over the other, but truth be known, because of our inauguration days, we have MLK Day, and I am supposed to be at the Metropolitan AME Church right now. I have a press pass to be there up on the balcony, but I have to go clean dryer vents instead today, and I understand that. And anyway, Pedro, I love everybody. Peace be with all of us, please, and we can make it that way. And
Okay. Let's go to the Democrats line. Eileen in Florida. Good morning.
Good morning. As I'm watching the inauguration, the peaceful transition of power, I'd like to remind all the listeners on all sides of the aisle that 4 years ago, Trump was too coward to attend Joe Biden's inauguration. He didn't go. Melania didn't go because they cried for 4 years that they won, but they didn't show up for Joe's inauguration. And if you remember when Trump won in 2016, even though Obama was criticized and called names and accused of not being a legitimate president, he showed up for Trump's inauguration. So it just shows you how petty Trump is and what a true American and patriot Joe Biden and Jill Biden are. And I just wanted to remind everybody that Trump did not show up 4 years ago. And that's important. It should be important for all Americans because he lost. Poor loser, didn't show up. And here's Joe Biden, attending his inauguration like true patriot. That's all I have to say today. And go out and celebrate. I'm on my way to Martin Luther King Parade in downtown St. Petersburg, Florida, even though it's 47 degrees here. And I do want to say one last thing. I'm sorry. I think Trump had his inauguration inside today because he was afraid that the small crowds, because of the cold weather, wouldn't show up.
Okay.
Anyway,
let's hear from Ryan. Ryan in Mississippi, Republican line.
Good morning. Happy Inauguration Day. Happy MLK Day. I just wanted to make a reference to the independent gentleman earlier who was talking about his complaints about pomp and circumstance and Thomas Jefferson rolling over in his grave. For listeners at home, Thomas Jefferson was president of the Senate in 1800 when they approved to use the Capitol building as a church grounds. And when he wrote his letter about separation of church and state, he attended a church service within the next several days in the Capitol building. Other than that, God bless America and God bless the outgoing president.
Caller, I'll put you on pause as we watch the president and the president-elect. So now loaded into the beast, as it's commonly known as, the president and the president-elect heading off to the U.S. Capitol to the start of the inauguration ceremonies in just a little while from now. We'll let you watch the cars roll out, and as we do that, we'll go to Mallory. Mallory, who is in Virginia, Democrats line. Hello.
Hi, thank you. I just wanted to say thank you, C-SPAN, for hosting today's inauguration ceremony. And I'm just hoping for a peaceful transfer of power today, like everyone else is hoping for. And also really hoping that people recognize today as Martin Luther King Jr. Day, and that hopefully President-elect Trump will make a comment about that, and also hopefully speaking about what he plans to do about the ceasefire. But yeah, and happy Inauguration Day, and hoping for a peaceful day.
You probably saw on your left-hand side of your screen, viewers, very quickly Elon Musk within the Capitol building, the rotunda there, as the dignitaries walk in to take their seats. This is Kate in New York, Independent Line.
Oh, hi. This is Kate from New York. Thank you so much for providing a platform for us to have these conversations. I just wanted to say, as a millennial, I am very disappointed and disheartened about the influence of money in politics. Speaking of Elon Musk, these issues affect us. They will continue to affect my generation and generations after me. We have to keep making this world a better place, not a richer place for the 1%. Please, millennials, vote better. Convince Gen Z to vote better. Please, we need to reclaim our democracy and ensure that the government reflects the will of the people, not the richest donors. Transparency, accountability, and reform are essential now, not later. Take action now. That's all.
That was Kate, New York. As you watch the drive along the street, you'll notice that not only is the car that contains the president and the president-elect surrounded by security, but security lining the streets as well. Earlier, we showed you the streets of Pennsylvania Avenue being lined up by lawmen and law enforcement. That's all part of the process as the two gentlemen in the car head to the U.S. Capitol. And this is Andrew, California, Republican line. Hi.
Yeah, this is Andrew Garcia from California. I would just like to say thank you to President Biden, and I'm hopeful for the next 4 years with President Trump, and I'm proud to be an American. God bless America.
The newly minted senator from California, Adam Schiff, on the left-hand side of your screen, taking his seat. The motorcade still riding along on the right. Nathan up next. He's in Watertown, New York. Democrats line. Hi.
First of all, happy Martin Luther King Day, a day that was enshrined because of the history of progress in this country that I believe is coming to a halt. I wanted to address a gentleman on the Republican line that said earlier that the founding fathers would be proud, which I don't understand where they get that, because they're fighting a world superpower instead of bowing down and letting billionaires run their administration. I fear the progress of this country, but I hope him the best because of the position. But I guess that's all I have to say. God bless America, and hopefully the next 4 years aren't as scary as everyone thinks they're going to be.
Jacob joins us from Ohio, Independent Line.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, earlier I heard someone say that they didn't like that there were priests and religious people. I actually think that's the best part of all this. Catholicism is true. Pope Francis will take over the country. Very based, very epic. I wish I could have voted for Trump, but sadly he wasn't Catholic enough for me. Maybe the candidate next time will be. Although I do appreciate all the Catholic stuff that is present at this inauguration.
That is Jacob joining us from Ohio. Just to show you a headline from the Associated Press from earlier today on this inauguration day, it was Pope Francis making comments about the president-elect, particularly his plans for mass deportation of immigrants, saying that he called it a disgrace as he weighed in on the incoming U.S. president's pledges nearly a decade after calling him, quote, not Christian for wanting to build a wall along the U.S.-Mexican border. Francis made the comments during an appearance at an official telegram, or made an appearance on a podcast, I believe. So that's just a story from the Associated Press. Let's go back to John McCardle.
Pedro, a minute or two before Donald Trump gets up here to Capitol Hill and will arrive at the United States Capitol, I wanted to show viewers what the program looks like on the seats in the rotunda where all the members are gathering. The Twitter image of that program, one of those programs today, laying out the musical prelude from the University of Nebraska-Lincoln, combined choruses, the call to order. We'll hear, of course, the swearing in of the vice president and the president. There'll be more musical accompaniments. The Battle Hymn of the Republic will be played. It's going to be quite a ceremony here in just a few minutes. Of course, the president will end with his inaugural address, and some excerpts of the inaugural address already being released. The president will say, in part, I return to the presidency confident and optimistic that we are at the start of a thrilling new era of national success. A tide of change is sweeping the country. Rachel Scott of ABC News tweeting out some of the snippets of that inaugural address. One more tweet for you. This from Mike Pence, noting that he is going to attend the inauguration of the president, saying this is a day when every American does well to celebrate our democracy and the peaceful transfer of power under the Constitution of the United States. And then, Pedro, you showed Vivek Ramaswamy in the rotunda there, the co-leader of DOGE, though not expected to be at the Department of Government Efficiency for too much longer. At least that's the reporting this morning. This is the headline from Politico, noting that Ramaswamy is set to leave DOGE, and it's CBS News noting that he's expected to soon step away from the task force. He intends to announce a campaign for Ohio governor as soon as the end of January, according to multiple sources and multiple outlets reporting that Vivek Ramaswamy, 39 years old, he will be in attendance today at the Capitol Rotunda.
Let's hear from Dakota in New York, Republican line.
Hello, I just wanted to say happy Martin Luther King Day, and I think for a lot of us, this is a very good day. It's a historic day. I want to wish President Trump and everybody else involved a safe day, and that is what I have for now, and thank you for taking my call.
The motorcade rolling on towards the U.S. Capitol. That car you see containing the president and the president-elect as they make their way. Someone who's been out and about today, Tammy Thuringer, talking with people. Tammy, hello.
Here we go. Hi, Pedro. Still cold out here. We're making our way around. The crowd to get into the arena is on the other block from here, but we found another line of people there just trying to get in to part of the city that is sectioned off. You've probably seen those images of the black fencing around the city. There's more of it here. But Josh is a resident of D.C. He's trying to get back into a city. Josh, how did you end up on this side of the fence today?
We tried to walk and go through the inauguration, but that was completely filled, and so we just tried to get back to the apartment, but so many streets were blocked off and fenced off that we found our way into this line to just cross over to get to the street that we need to get to, and so that's how we got here today.
And once you get on the other side, what's your plan?
We're gonna go get a drink, gonna go find a bar, get a drink, and then head back to the crib and just kind of defrost and get a little bit of the warmth back in our bones.
And you said that you had left your house this morning at 6:30, hoping to get into the arena. Why did you want to go to the inauguration?
Because it's the inauguration of a president, and that's a very historic event. It's something that I personally never been able to see. And so now that I live in D.C., I've been in D.C. for a couple of years now. This is the first time they've had inauguration. So I was like, of course, if I can go and see something like that, I'm going to want to.
President-elect Trump is busy right now. He just left the White House. They're on their way to the Capitol. But if you were watching this and you could give him a message, something you want him to focus on during his next term, what would you say?
I would say, one, stay warm. It's cold out here, so that's my number one advice for him. And two, this might be a little personal, but try to work on bringing down some of the prices that we have going on in our economy right now. Groceries are expensive, rent is expensive, and I don't know what his exact economic plans are, but if he can do something with the policy in order to kind of help bring down the prices of things so that people can go back to being able to afford a full cart of groceries, that would be something I think he needs to focus on and work on.
Josh, thank you so much.
Of course, thank you. Appreciate it.
the Capital One Arena is. That's where people are lining up to become part of that watch party. You saw it last night if you watched the president at that rally, the pre-inauguration rally. That's where a lot of people are hanging out outside, in and around D.C., people entering the Capitol right now, legislators and other guests. You heard Virginia Fox when she was leading the House saying that legislators will get seats and other distinguished getting seats to this event. Others will join as well. This event schedule start in a little while. Let's hear from Chris in Maryland, Democrats line. Hi.
Hi. First, I want to say thank you to C-SPAN. And I heard someone earlier call and say this was a historic day. And I want to agree that it's historic because it shows where thought and white power can get you. And for every Trump supporter that's excited for today, I just want to ask you.
Okay, let me pause you just for a second there. The president and the president-elect entering the Capitol right now. Let's watch a little bit of this. President and the president-elect entering. You probably saw Minnesota Democrat Amy Klobuchar, too. She was the one leading a team of people in putting today's events together as part of a committee that's in charge of that. Chris, apologies for interrupting. Go ahead and finish your statement.
No problem. What I was saying was my practice party Trump supporters. How is this convicted felon able to rise to the highest government office in the land when other convicted felons cannot even get a job to meet ends meet? Thank you.
Peter joins us from New York, Independent Line. Hello.
Yeah, hi. So I felt during this election that we had a false choice. I either had to choose, some geriatric who can't fulfill his promises or a used rapist. So I didn't feel like I had much of a choice there. Plus, with both of them supporting Israel with no real stop to that,
Ladies and gentlemen, the President-elect's cabinet and cabinet-level designees.
Our politicians would divorce themselves from Israel and recognize the Palestinian state. I think it's about time. I think that we're funding murder. And sure, we have a ceasefire, but, there's going to be another conflict within a year, if even. The West Bank is living under apartheid, and nothing's changing because, they're our greatest ally, but what did they do for us? I honestly ask myself that every day because, when did they become our greatest ally? When they displaced millions of people throughout the Middle East? When they exacted our interests as our attack dog?
Okay.
What have they done for us?
Okay. Chris is next in New York, Syracuse, New York, Republican line.
Hi, good morning. Thank you for taking my call, and happy Martin Luther King Day. I just want to say it's a great day for a lot of people, but there's a lot of different comments and a lot of vitriol coming from other lines to address a comment about separation of church and state earlier. I want to remind everyone, separation of church and state was put in to protect the church and the people to make them able to freely praise and worship who they choose, to protect them from the government. That's what that's for. Otherwise, I'm very excited to see the Department of Government Efficiency. The money spending we have in this country is out of control. It needs to be fixed. And Donald Trump and the people that he's putting in his cabinet are the only people that are capable of doing that. Take a look outside, everybody. You don't have to watch the news every day. You don't have to let them tell you what to think. Go outside and touch some grass. It'll be okay. Make your own decisions. That's important nowadays.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Members of the president's hopeful cabinet, once they get confirmation, making their way into the ceremony as well. Vivek Ramaswamy and others, including Kash Patel, coming in and getting their seats. Kevin Hassett there on the right of your screen concerning matters of economics. The president and Tulsi Gabbard as well, hoping to become the next director of national intelligence. Graham in Jersey City, New Jersey, Democrats line.
Hi, I want to wish everyone a happy MLK Day. I guess we're staying warm. But disappointed how the election turned out. I think it would have been great to see a female person inaugurated today. Disappointed the American people decided to have 4 years of Trump. I'm a bit more disappointed in the selection committee for not picking Alabama for the college football playoff final. They accepted inferior teams like SMU and Indiana. Truly dark times in America.
Okay. Graham there. We've got pictures of more of the president's hopeful cabinet. You heard John McArdle say that Marco Rubio expected a vote on his becoming Secretary of State expected today. Others to follow as well when the president hopefully will get members of his cabinet appointed by the Senate or confirmed by the Senate. Sonia in California, independent line. Hi.
Hi, good morning. I just wanted to remind everyone how we spend our time, what we're watching on the television or what we're spending our money on is just as much of a message sender as any screaming can be. If corporations are going to be running us right now, we can choose to buy local, to pay attention to our local artists or our local farmers, buying less from Amazon, paying less attention to Donald Trump on the YouTubes and the views. How we spend our time, period, can send a big message. And I just wanted to remind people that when it feels a little like you don't know what to do, just pay attention to where you're spending your money and spending your time.
Avant from Baltimore, Maryland, Republican line.
Thanks for taking my call. I just want to say there's a lot of Democrats that need to put their hands behind their back. And it was a lot during the elections. Sobriety tests should have been done. There's a lot of hands behind their back action. Hey, I support Trump. I support the trucking industry. I am a trucker, and I would like to see the economy just shoot right back up, man. And shout out to the inauguration today, and hopefully everything goes well. Everything will go well, and let's get this economy back. Let's get that border built, and let's go. Let's go, America. Let's go.
From a viewer in San Diego, California, former Vice President Mike Pence making his way to the Capitol Rotunda. Again, once serving with the former president. Let's see a little bit of this. It was a quick shot of Mike Pence making his way into the Capitol building there, others making their way too. This is from San Diego, Democrats line. This is Rain. Hello.
Hello. I just wanted to say I noticed a lot of people are talking about different policies, and especially during the Trump administration and a lot of his advertisements, he was exclusively very anti-trans. And I noticed a lot of people put their 2 cents in on this problem, but haven't actually had experience with transgender people or, for the most, even met one. And as a transgender person, I think it is incredibly upsetting that we are used as an example and used as a device to get people to be scared of us when we're really just other people trying to live. And I'm just hopeful that certain choices don't make our lives a lot harder. And, I'm hopeful that Trump does okay, but again, I cannot support him for how much he hurts others around me and just how he destroys a lot.
Elon Musk in that group that you're seeing right now, Jeff Bezos in that group as well. This is from Daniel. Daniel in Silver Spring, Maryland, independent line.
Yes, good morning. Thank you. To say Donald Trump is a remarkable person. He incites people to violence and then gets everyone believing that he believes in peace. He promises to unleash hell and gets everyone believing that he believes in peace. He has zero respect for Congress or the presidential office and gets everyone hoping that there will be peace. He makes all of his money off the backs of low-income workers and then gets everyone believing that he put together a working-class coalition. I just have to say, I do hope there'll be a peaceful day, and good luck to you all.
Mark Zuckerberg in that group as well, I believe, is back toward us. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. in the background, hoping to become the next head of Health and Human Services. This is John in Oregon, Republican line on this Inauguration Day. Go ahead.
How you doing? I just want to say, Martin Luther King, judge people not on the color of their skin, but the content of their character. And the content of Joe Biden's character, pardoning Fauci and the entire January 6th committee today, that's more than a bit concerning. And I think more should be looked into that. So, former Democrat, now Republican, looking forward to the next 4 years.
Stay with C-SPAN as we'll bring you the full inauguration coverage as it starts later on. Calls up until then. And if you want to give us a call, here are the numbers. 202-748-8000 for Democrats, 202-748-8001 for Republicans, and Independents, 202-748-8002. Texting is available to you by 202-748-8003.
Presidential Inaugural Committee. Committee Co-Chair, Mr. Steve Whitney.
If you're paying close attention to the screen, for several former presidents walking into the rotunda. There's Barack Obama entering in now. You previously saw former President Bill Clinton and former First Lady Hillary Rodham Clinton, and former President George W. Bush and former First Lady Laura Bush.
this time, please take your seats. gentlemen, at this time, please be seated.
The U.S. Capitol, again, various shots that we've been showing you throughout the morning. The President's attended cabinet standing up there as part of the ceremony, legislators taking their seats and other dignitaries. That's the Capitol as the events are set to start in just a little while from now. After it's all said and done, the President expected to go back into the vehicles, head across Washington to the Capital One Center, which we've been showing you outside of for a good deal of the morning as we've been talking to people there. That's where the rally takes place, the post-rally, the parade of sorts takes place as well. After the President-elect takes the oath of office, becoming President, and heading there to meet his supporters. Again, here comes members of the Supreme Court. As members of the Supreme Court walk in, later on you're going to see the Chief Justice, John Roberts, issue the oath of office for the President-elect for him to take. And then after that, Vice President, his oath, being sworn in by Justice Kavanaugh. Vice President sworn in by Justice Kavanaugh. Trump and others making their way into the U.S. Capitol.
Ladies and gentlemen, former Vice Presidents, the Honorable Dan Quayle, accompanied by Mrs. Marilyn Quayle, and the Honorable Michael Pence. Ladies and gentlemen, the 42nd President of the United States, the Honorable William J. Clinton, accompanied by the Honorable Hillary Rodham Clinton. Ladies and gentlemen, the 42nd President of the United States, the Honorable William J. Clinton, accompanied by the Honorable Hillary Rodham Clinton. Ladies and gentlemen, the 43rd President of the United States, the Honorable George W. Bush, accompanied by Mrs. Laura Bush. Ladies and gentlemen, the 43rd President of the United States, the Honorable George W. Bush, accompanied by Mrs. Laura Bush. Ladies and gentlemen, the 44th President of the United States, the Honorable Barack H. Obama. Ladies and gentlemen, the 44th President of the United States, the Honorable Barack H. Obama. Ladies and gentlemen, the Chief Justice of the United States, the Honorable John G. Roberts, Jr., and the Associate Justices of the Supreme Court of the United States. Ladies and gentlemen, the Chief Justice of the United States, the Honorable John G. Roberts, Jr., and the Associate Justices of the Supreme Court of the United States. Tiffany Trump and Barron Trump. Tiffany Trump and Barron Trump. Ladies and gentlemen, escorting Dr. Biden and Mr. Emhoff, the Republican Staff Director of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, Ms. Emily Leviner, the Senate Secretary for the Minority, the Honorable Gary Myrick, the House of Representatives Chief Administrative Officer, the Honorable Catherine Spindor, and Mr. Bruce Fisher. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Jill Biden and Mr. Douglas Emhoff, the Republican Staff Director of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, Ms. Emily Leviner, the Senate Secretary for the Minority, the Honorable Gary Myrick, the House of Representatives Chief Administrative Officer, the Honorable Catherine Spindor, and Mr. Bruce Fisher. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Jill Biden and Mr. Douglas Emhoff. ladies and gentlemen, performing "Oh America," please welcome the Armed Forces Chorus and America's tenor, Christopher D. Macchio. the Honorable Jackie Barber, the Clerk of the House of Representatives, the Honorable Kevin F. McCumber, Mr. John Bessler, Mrs. Kelly Johnson, Mrs. Iris Weinschall Schumer, and Mrs. Jennifer Scalise. Ladies and gentlemen, escorting the President of the United States and the Vice President of the United States, Ranking Member of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Deb Fischer, House Democratic Leader, the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries, and Senate Majority Secretary, the Honorable Robert Duncan. Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States, the Honorable Joseph R. Biden Jr., and Vice President of the United States, the Honorable Kamala Devi Harris. Ladies and gentlemen, escorting the Vice President-elect, the Executive Director for the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, Mr. Michael Wagner, Senate Deputy Sergeant-at-Arms and Doorkeeper, Jason Bell, and House Deputy Sergeant-at-Arms, Mr. Sean Keating. Ladies and gentlemen, the Vice President-elect of the United States, the Honorable J.D. Vance. Ladies and gentlemen, escorting the President-elect, the Staff Director for the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, Elizabeth Farah, House Sergeant-at-Arms, the Honorable William P. McFarland, Senate Sergeant-at-Arms and Doorkeeper, the Honorable Jennifer A. Hemingway, Senate Majority Leader, the Honorable John Thune, and the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, House Democratic Leader, the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries, House Majority Leader, the Honorable Steve Scalise, Speaker of the House of Representatives, the Honorable Mike Johnson, Senate Democratic Leader, the Honorable Charles E. Schumer, Ranking Member of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Deb Fischer, and Chairwoman of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Amy Klobuchar. Ladies and gentlemen, the President-elect of the United States, the Honorable Donald John Trump. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Please welcome the chairwoman of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Amy Klobuchar.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 60th presidential inauguration. Today, President-elect Trump and Vice President-elect Vance will take their oaths of office, and we will witness the peaceful transfer of power at the heart of our democracy. For the past year, I've chaired the Inaugural Ceremony Committee, which includes the leadership of Congress from both parties. We thank the committee and Capitol staff and law enforcement who worked so hard over the last year, and especially the last 3 days. You've done a beautiful job, and you have shown grace under pressure. Our theme this year is our enduring democracy. The presence of so many presidents and vice presidents here today is truly a testament to that endurance. We welcome President Biden and Dr. Biden. We welcome Vice President Harris and Doug Emhoff, President Obama, President Clinton and Secretary Clinton, President Bush and Laura Bush, Vice President Pence, Vice President Quayle and Marilyn Quayle. The justices of the United States Supreme Court are with us, all 9 of them I counted, and of course the Trump and Vance families. This ceremony marks what will soon be 250 years of our democracy. It is the moment when leaders elevated by the will of the people promise to be faithful to our Constitution, to cherish and defend it. It is the moment when they become, as we all should be, the guardians of our country. Through war and peace, through adversity and prosperity, we hold this inauguration every 4 years, and today it falls on Martin Luther King Day, a further reminder that we must strive to uphold the values enshrined in our Constitution, the freedoms, the liberties, and, as is inscribed on the entrance of the United States Supreme Court, equal justice under law. But what makes this moment more than a passing ceremony is all who are watching it across the country, the people of this nation, the ordinary people doing extraordinary things. President Kennedy, who at one point worked as a senator in this building and would often walk through this very rotunda, once said, "In a democracy, every citizen, regardless of interest in politics, holds office. Every one of us is in a position of responsibility." With that responsibility of citizenship comes an obligation not to seek out malice, as President Lincoln once reminded us, but to view others with a generosity of spirit despite our differences. With that responsibility of leadership comes an obligation to stand our ground when we must and find common ground when we can. With everything swirling around us, the hot mess of division, it is on all of us, to quote an incredible songwriter who just happened to be born in my state, to ensure that our nation's democracy is our shelter from the storm. There's a reason this ceremony takes place at the Capitol. In other countries, it might be in a presidential palace or a gilded executive office building. Here it is traditionally held at the Capitol, the People's House. It is a fitting reminder of the system of checks and balances that is the very foundation of our government, 3 equal branches of government. That is how, for nearly 250 years, our great American experiment, grounded in the rule of law, has endured. So, as we inaugurate a new president and vice president, let us remember that the power of those in this room comes from the people. The construction workers who build our country, the teachers and healthcare workers who nurture us, the troops defending our freedoms, and yes, the firefighters in Los Angeles putting themselves on the line for us. Our democracy's strength and grit must match theirs. May God bless our nation. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Endurance through the years is the ultimate test. To persevere through time is the truest measure of an idea, an institution, and a nation. Our founders wrote the Constitution so that America could withstand all the twists and turns of time. They wrote it to guide us and to preserve forever our right of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. But as much as the truths and principles enshrined in our Constitution remain the same, our democracy promises the American people the power to change, to chart their own destiny. That's the beauty. That is the importance of democracy. It allows the endurance, the permanence of a nation through change. It allows nations like our United States both to avoid the obstacles and to seize the opportunities God has placed before us, all while staying true to our founding principles. Today is our country's 60th inauguration ceremony. Like all the others before it, it is a celebration of our right to set our uniquely American course. The past several years have been trying at times for many, many Americans, and also for the nations of the free world that we humbly strive to lead. In November, Americans chose again to steer this nation towards greatness, the secure, safe, and prosperous future that our founders envisioned for all of us. And today, we celebrate not only their decision to do so, but also the simple right and wisdom of a free people to make their own choice so that their nation might endure. And now, allow me to welcome Archbishop Timothy Dolan and Reverend Franklin Graham, who will deliver our invocation. Please rise.
Be still and know that I am God, supreme among the nations, supreme on the earth. Let us pray. Remembering General George Washington on his knees at Valley Forge, recalling Abraham Lincoln at his second inaugural, with malice toward none, with charity for all, with firmness in the right as God gives us to see the right. Remembering General George Patton's instructions to his soldiers as they began the Battle of the Bulge 8 decades ago. Pray. Pray when fighting. Pray alone. Pray with others. Pray by night. Pray by day. Observing the birthday of the Reverend Martin Luther King, who warned, without God, our efforts turn to ashes. We, blessed citizens of this one nation under God, humbled by our claim that in God we trust, gather indeed this Inauguration Day to pray for our President Donald J. Trump, his family, his advisors, his cabinet, his aspirations, his vice president, for the Lord's blessings upon Joseph Biden, for our men and women in uniform, for each other whose hopes are stoked this new year, this Inauguration Day. We cannot err in relying upon that prayer from the Bible, upon which our president will soon place his hand in oath, as we make our own the supplications of King Solomon for wisdom as he began his governance. God of our fathers, in your wisdom you set man to govern your creatures, to govern in holiness and justice, to render justice with integrity. Give our leader wisdom, for he is your servant, aware of his own weakness and brevity of life. If wisdom which comes not from you be not with him, he shall be held in no esteem. Send wisdom from heavens that she may be with him, that he may know your designs. Please, God, bless America. Please, mend her every flaw. You are the God in whom we trust, who lives and reigns forever and ever. Amen.
Mr. President, the last 4 years, there are times I'm sure you thought it was pretty dark. But look what God has done. We praise him and give him glory. Let us pray. Our Father and our God, thou hast said, blessed is the nation whose God is the Lord. As the prophet Daniel prayed, blessed be the name of God forever and ever. For wisdom and might are his. He changes the times and the seasons. He removes kings. He raises up kings. He gives wisdom to the wise and knowledge to those who have understanding. Our Father, today, as President Donald J. Trump takes the oath of office once again, we come to say thank you, O Lord our God. Father, when Donald Trump's enemies thought he was down and out, you and you alone saved his life and raised him up with strength and power by your mighty hand. We pray for President Trump that you'll watch over, protect, guide, direct him. Give him your wisdom from your throne on high. We ask that you would bless him and that our nation would be blessed through him. We also ask that you would bless and protect Melania as First Lady. We thank you for the beauty, the warmth, and grace that she shows not only to this nation, but to the whole world. We thank you for Vice President-elect J.D. Vance and his wife Usha and their young family. May he be a strength to President Trump, to stand beside him, to hold up his arms like Aaron held up the arms of Moses in the midst of battle. The prophet Samuel reminded the people, it was you that brought them up from the land of Egypt. And he said, now stand still that I may reason with you before the Lord. So, Father, we take this moment to stand still, to remember the great things that you have done for this nation. Thank you for the protection, the bounty, the freedoms that we so enjoy. We remember to keep our eyes fixed on you, and may our hearts be inclined to your voice. We know that America can never be great again if we turn our backs on you. We ask for your help, and we pray all of this in the name of the King of Kings, the Lord of Lords, your Son, my Savior, and our Redeemer, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Associate Justice Kavanaugh to administer the Vice Presidential Oath of Office.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, James David Vance, do solemnly swear.
I, James David Vance, do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
That I will bear true faith.
That I will bear true faith
and allegiance to the same.
and allegiance to the same.
That I take this obligation freely.
That I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation.
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion.
or purpose of evasion.
And that I will well and faithfully discharge.
And that I will well and faithfully discharge
the duties of the office.
the duties of the office
On which I am about to enter.
on which I am about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. Vice President.
Please welcome Chief Justice Roberts to administer the Presidential Oath of Office.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear.
I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully execute the office of President of the United States
the office of President of the United States
and will, to the best of my ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States.
The Constitution of the United States.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. President.
it is my honor and pleasure to introduce to you the 45th and the 47th President of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump.
Thank you very much, everybody. Well, thank you very, very much. Vice President Vance, Speaker Johnson, Senator Thune, Chief Justice Roberts, Justices of the United States Supreme Court, President Clinton, President Bush, President Obama, President Biden, Vice President Harris, and my fellow citizens. The golden age of America begins right now. From this day forward, our country will flourish and be respected again all over the world. We will be the envy of every nation, and we will not allow ourselves to be taken advantage of any longer. During every single day of the Trump administration, I will very simply put America first. Our sovereignty will be reclaimed. Our safety will be restored. The scales of justice will be rebalanced. The vicious, violent, and unfair weaponization of the Justice Department and our government will end. And our top priority will be to create a nation that is proud, prosperous, and free. America will soon be greater, stronger, and far more exceptional than ever before. I return to the presidency confident and optimistic that we are at the start of a thrilling new era of national success. A tide of change is sweeping the country. Sunlight is pouring over the entire world. And America has the chance to seize this opportunity like never before. But first, we must be honest about the challenges we face. While they are plentiful, they will be annihilated by this great momentum that the world is now witnessing in the United States of America. As we gather today, our government confronts a crisis of trust. For many years, a radical and corrupt establishment has extracted power and wealth from our citizens while the pillars of our society lay broken and seemingly in complete disrepair. We now have a government that cannot manage even a simple crisis at home, while at the same time stumbling into a continuing catalog of catastrophic events abroad. It fails to protect our magnificent, law-abiding American citizens, but provides sanctuary and protection for dangerous criminals, many from prisons and mental institutions that have illegally entered our country from all over the world. We have a government that has given unlimited funding to the defense of foreign borders, but refuses to defend American borders or, more importantly, its own people. Our country can no longer deliver basic services in times of emergency, as recently shown by the wonderful people of North Carolina, been treated so badly. And other states who are still suffering from a hurricane that took place many months ago. Or more recently, Los Angeles, where we're watching fires still tragically burn from weeks ago without even a token of defense. They're raging through the houses and communities, even affecting some of the wealthiest and most powerful individuals in our country, some of whom are sitting here right now. They don't have a home any longer. That's interesting. But we can't let this happen. Everyone is unable to do anything about it that's going to change. We have a public health system that does not deliver in times of disaster, yet more money is spent on it than any country anywhere in the world. And we have an education system that teaches our children to be ashamed of themselves in many cases, to hate our country despite the love that we try so desperately to provide to them. All of this will change starting today, and it will change very quickly. My recent election is a mandate to completely and totally reverse a horrible betrayal and all of these many betrayals that have taken place, and to give the people back their faith, their wealth, their democracy, and indeed their freedom. From this moment on, America's decline is over. Our liberties and our nation's glorious destiny will no longer be denied, and we will immediately restore the integrity, competency, and loyalty of America's government. Over the past 8 years, I have been tested and challenged more than any president in our 250-year history, and I've learned a lot along the way. The journey to reclaim our republic has not been an easy one, that I can tell you. Those who wish to stop our cause have tried to take my freedom and indeed to take my life. Just a few months ago in a beautiful Pennsylvania field, an assassin's bullet ripped through my ear. But I felt then, and believe even more so now, that my life was saved for a reason. I was saved by God to make America great again. Thank you very much. That is why each day under our administration of American patriots, we will be working to meet every crisis with dignity and power and strength. We will move with purpose and speed to bring back hope, prosperity, safety, and peace for citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. For American citizens, January 20th, 2025 is Liberation Day. It is my hope that our recent presidential election will be remembered as the greatest and most consequential election in the history of our country. As our victory showed, the entire nation is rapidly unifying behind our agenda with dramatic increases in support from virtually every element of our society, young and old, men and women, African Americans, Hispanic Americans, Asian Americans, urban, suburban, rural, and very importantly, we had a powerful win in all 7 swing states, and the popular vote, we won by millions of people. To the Black and Hispanic communities, I want to thank you for the tremendous outpouring of love and trust that you have shown me with your vote. We set records, and I will not forget it. I've heard your voices in the campaign, and I look forward to working with you in the years to come. Today is Martin Luther King Day, and his honor, this will be a great honor, but in his honor we will strive together to make his dream a reality. We will make his dream come true. Thank you. Thank you. National unity is now returning to America, and confidence and pride is soaring like never before. In everything we do, my administration will be inspired by a strong pursuit of excellence and unrelenting success. We will not forget our country. We will not forget our Constitution, and we will not forget our God. Can't do that. Today, I will sign a series of historic executive orders. With these actions, we will begin the complete restoration of America and the revolution of common sense. It's all about common sense. First, I will declare a national emergency at our southern border. Illegal entry will immediately be halted, and we will begin the process of returning millions and millions of criminal aliens back to the places from which they came. We will reinstate my Remain in Mexico policy. I will end the practice of catch and release. And I will send troops to the southern border to repel the disastrous invasion of our country. Under the orders I signed today, we will also be designating the cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. And by invoking the Alien Enemies Act of 1798, I will direct our government to use the full and immense power of federal and state law enforcement to eliminate the presence of all foreign gangs and criminal networks, bringing devastating crime to U.S. soil, including our cities and inner cities. As Commander-in-Chief, I have no higher responsibility than to defend our country from threats and invasions, and that is exactly what I am going to do. We will do it at a level that nobody's ever seen before. Next, I will direct all members of my cabinet to marshal the vast powers at their disposal to defeat what was record inflation and rapidly bring down costs and prices. The inflation crisis was caused by massive overspending and escalating energy prices, and that is why today I will also declare a national energy emergency. We will drill, baby, drill. America will be a manufacturing nation once again, and we have something that no other manufacturing nation will ever have, the largest amount of oil and gas of any country on earth, and we are going to use it. Let me use it. We will bring prices down, fill our strategic reserves up again right to the top, and export American energy all over the world. We will be a rich nation again, and it is that liquid gold under our feet that will help to do it. With my actions today, we will end the Green New Deal and we will revoke the electric vehicle mandate, saving our auto industry and keeping my sacred pledge to our great American auto workers. In other words, you'll be able to buy the car of your choice. We will build automobiles in America again at a rate that nobody could have dreamt possible just a few years ago. And thank you to the auto workers of our nation for your inspiring vote of confidence. We did tremendously with their vote. I will immediately begin the overhaul of our trade system to protect American workers and families. Instead of taxing our citizens to enrich other countries, we will tariff and tax foreign countries to enrich our citizens. For this purpose, we are establishing the External Revenue Service to collect all tariffs, duties, and revenues. It will be massive amounts of money pouring into our treasury, coming from foreign sources. The American dream will soon be back and thriving like never before to restore competence and effectiveness to our federal government. My administration will establish the brand new Department of Government Efficiency. After years and years of illegal and unconstitutional federal efforts to restrict free expression, I will also sign an executive order to immediately stop all government censorship and bring back free speech to America. Never again will the immense power of the state be weaponized to persecute political opponents, something I know something about. We will not allow that to happen. It will not happen again. Under my leadership, we will restore fair, equal, and impartial justice under the constitutional rule of law. And we are going to bring law and order back to our cities. This week, I will also end the government policy of trying to socially engineer race and gender into every aspect of public and private life. We will forge a society that is colorblind and merit-based. As of today, it will henceforth be the official policy of the United States government that there are only two genders, male and female. This week, I will reinstate any service members who were unjustly expelled from our military for objecting to the COVID vaccine mandate with full back pay. And I will sign an order to stop our warriors from being subjected to radical political theories and social experiments while on duty. It's going to end immediately. Our armed forces will be freed to focus on their sole mission, defeating America's enemies. Like in 2017, we will again build the strongest military the world has ever seen. We will measure our success not only by the battles we win, but also by the wars that we end, and perhaps most importantly, the wars we never get into. My proudest legacy will be that of a peacemaker and unifier. That's what I want to be, a peacemaker and a unifier. I'm pleased to say that as of yesterday, one day before I assumed office, the hostages in the Middle East are coming back home to their families. Thank you. America will reclaim its rightful place as the greatest, most powerful, most respected nation on earth, inspiring the awe and admiration of the entire world. A short time from now, we are going to be changing the name of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America, and we will restore the name of a great president, William McKinley, to Mount McKinley, where it should be and where it belongs. President McKinley made our country very rich through tariffs and through talent. He was a natural businessman and gave Teddy Roosevelt the money for many of the great things he did, including the Panama Canal, which has foolishly been given to the country of Panama after the United States. The United States, I mean, think of this, spent more money than ever spent on a project before and lost 38,000 lives in the building of the Panama Canal. We have been treated very badly from this foolish gift that should have never been made, and Panama's promise to us has been broken. The purpose of our deal and the spirit of our treaty has been totally violated. American ships are being severely overcharged and not treated fairly in any way, shape, or form, and that includes the United States Navy. And above all, China is operating the Panama Canal, and we didn't give it to China, we gave it to Panama, and we're taking it back. Above all, my message to Americans today is that it is time for us to once again act with courage, vigor, and the vitality of history's greatest civilization. So as we liberate our nation, we will lead it to new heights of victory and success. We will not be deterred. Together we will end the chronic disease epidemic and keep our children safe, healthy, and disease-free. The United States will once again consider itself a growing nation, one that increases our wealth, expands our territory, builds our cities, raises our expectations, and carries our flag into new and beautiful horizons. and we will pursue our manifest destiny into the stars, launching American astronauts to plant the stars and stripes on the planet Mars. Ambition is the lifeblood of a great nation, and right now our nation is more ambitious than any other. There's no nation like our nation. Americans are explorers, builders, innovators, entrepreneurs, and pioneers. The spirit of the frontier is written into our hearts. The call of the next great adventure resounds from within our souls. Our American ancestors turned a small group of colonies on the edge of a vast continent into a mighty republic of the most extraordinary citizens on earth. No one comes close. Americans pushed thousands of miles through a rugged land of untamed wilderness. They crossed deserts, scaled mountains, braved untold dangers, won the Wild West, ended slavery, rescued millions from tyranny, lifted billions from poverty, harnessed electricity, split the atom, launched mankind into the heavens, and put the universe of human knowledge into the palm of the human hand. If we work together, there is nothing we cannot do and no dream we cannot achieve. Many people thought it was impossible for me to stage such a historic political comeback. But as you see today, here I am. The American people have spoken. I stand before you now as proof that you should never believe that something is impossible to do. In America, the impossible is what we do best. From New York to Los Angeles, from Philadelphia to Phoenix, from Chicago to Miami, from Houston to right here in Washington, D.C., our country was forged and built by the generations of patriots who gave everything they had for our rights and for our freedom. They were farmers and soldiers, cowboys and factory workers, steel workers and coal miners, police officers and pioneers who pushed onward, marched forward, and let no obstacle defeat their spirit or their pride. Together they laid down the railroads, raised up the skyscrapers, built great highways, won 2 world wars, defeated fascism and communism, and triumphed over every single challenge that they faced. After all we have been through together, we stand on the verge of the 4 greatest years in American history. With your help, we will restore America, promise, and we will rebuild the nation that we love, and we love it so much. We are one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. So to every parent who dreams for their child, and every child who dreams for their future, I am with you, I will fight for you, and I will win for you. We are going to win like never before. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. In recent years, our nation has suffered greatly, but we are going to bring it back and make it great again, greater than ever before. We will be a nation like no other, full of compassion, courage, and exceptionalism. Our power will stop all wars and bring a new spirit of unity to a world that has been angry, violent, and totally unpredictable. America will be respected again and admired again, including by people of religion, faith, and goodwill, we will be prosperous, we will be proud, we will be strong, and we will win like never before. We will not be conquered, we will not be intimidated, we will not be broken, and we will not fail. From this day on, the United States of America will be a free, sovereign, and independent nation. We will stand bravely, we will live proudly, we will dream boldly, and nothing will stand in our way because we are Americans. The future is ours, and our golden age has just begun. Thank you. God bless America. Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, performing America the Beautiful, please welcome the Armed Forces Chorus and Carrie Underwood.
You know the words, help me out here. Oh, beautiful for spacious skies, for amber waves of grain, for purple mountain majesties above the fruited plain. America, America, God shed His grace on thee, and crown thy good with brotherhood from sea to shining sea.
Ladies and gentlemen, Senator Fisher will now introduce the benediction clergy.
now call on Rabbi Ari Berman, Pastor Lorenzo Sewell, and Reverend Frank Mund to provide prayers of benediction.
Let us pray. Almighty God, your prophet Jeremiah walked the streets of Jerusalem and blessed its inhabitants with the Hebrew words, Baruch HaGever Asher Yiftach BaHashem. Blessed is the one who trusts in God. Thousands of years later, this great nation, which adopted these words as its motto, "In God we trust," stands at a moment of historic opportunity. Americans are searching for meaning. Our merciful Father, help us rise to meet this moment. Bless President Donald J. Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance with the strength and courage to choose the right and the good. Unite us around our foundational biblical values of life and liberty, of service and sacrifice, and especially of faith and morality, which George Washington called the indispensable supports of American prosperity. Guide our schools and college campuses, which have been experiencing such unrest, to inspire the next generation, to pair progress with purpose, knowledge with wisdom, and truth with virtue. Hear the cry of the hostages, both American and Israeli, whose pain our president so acutely feels. We are so thankful for the 3 young women who yesterday returned home, and pray that the next 4 years brings peace to Israel and throughout the Middle East. Almighty God, grant all Americans the opportunity to realize our shared dream of a life filled with peace and plenty, health and happiness, compassion and contribution. Stir within us the confidence to rise to this moment. For while we trust in God, God's trust is in us, the American people. America is called to greatness, to be a beacon of light and a mover of history. May our nation merit the fulfillment of Jeremiah's blessing, that like a tree planted by water, we shall not cease to bear fruit. May all of humanity experience your love and your blessing. May it be thy will, and let us say, Amen.
Let us pray for our 47th president. Heavenly Father, we're so grateful that you gave our 45th and now our 47th president a millimeter miracle. We are grateful that you are the one that have called him for such a time as this, that America would begin to dream again. We pray that we would fulfill the true meaning of our creed, that we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. We pray that you use our president, that we will live in a nation where we will not be judged by the color of our skin, but by the content of our character. Heavenly Father, in the name of Jesus, we are so grateful today that you will use our 47th president so we would sing with new meaning, my country, 'tis of thee. Sweet land of liberty, of thee I sing. Land where my fathers died, land of the pilgrim's pride, from every mountainside. Let freedom ring, and because America is called to be a great nation, We believe that you will make this come true. So let freedom ring from the prodigious hilltops of New Hampshire. Let freedom ring from the mighty mountains of New York. Let freedom ring from the heightening Alleghenies of Pennsylvania. Let freedom ring from the snow-capped Rockies of Colorado. Let freedom ring from the curvaceous hilltops of California. But God, we're asking you not only that. Let freedom ring from Stone Mountain, Georgia. Let freedom ring from Lookout Mountain of Tennessee. Let freedom ring from every hill and every molehill in Mississippi, from every state, every city, every village, and every hamlet. And when we let freedom ring, we will be able to speed up that day where all of your children, black men and white men, Protestant and Catholic, Jew and Gentile, will be able to sing in the meaning of that old Negro spiritual, free at last, free at last. Thank you, God Almighty. We are free at last. If you believe where the Spirit of the Lord is, there is liberty. Come on, put your hands together and give your great God great glory.
Almighty and eternal God, we gather here today in reverence, joined in our shared hopes and dreams for our beloved nation. In this sacred moment of the inauguration of President Donald J. Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance, we turn our hearts to you, seeking your divine assistance and abundant blessings upon this pivotal moment in history. We come before you with profound gratitude for the many gifts you have bestowed upon our land. Thank you for the freedoms we cherish, for the strength of our communities, and for the resilience of our spirit. As our President and Vice President embrace their newly appointed roles, we humbly implore that your everlasting love and wisdom will envelop them. Grant them the clarity of mind to navigate the challenges that lie ahead and the compassion to serve all citizens with fairness and integrity. May their hearts be filled with a giving spirit and sincere understanding for those whom they represent. May they be beacons of hope in times of uncertainty and prophetic voices in defending the dignity of all created life. We pray for a spirit of collaboration to flourish in our government and across our nation, fostering an environment where dialogue and heartfelt listening will prevail over division or discord. May each decision made by our President and Vice President reflect the values of justice and peace. As we embark on this new chapter, we also seek your comfort, O God, for those who feel lost or disheartened. In this time of transition, may your light shine upon them, reaffirming their belief in a brighter tomorrow. May we all strive to lift one another, supporting our fellow citizens with kindness and empathy, recognizing that together we can overcome any adversity. Grant us the strength to endure, the courage to face our fears, and the clarity to see the light that remains, even when clouds of uncertainty may gather. Inspire our new leaders to be champions for the vulnerable and advocates for those whose voices are often silenced. May they pursue policies that promote the well-being of all, seeking to build bridges that will foster unity and belonging. As we stand witness to this inauguration, we hold fast to our faith in the goodness of each of us and the possibility of change. We trust that with your guidance, O God, our nation can move forward to a future filled with promise, prosperity, and understanding. And finally, we lift our hearts in gratitude for the beloved parents of President Trump. Without Mary and Fred Trump, this day would never be the miracle that has just begun. From their place in heaven, may they shield their son from all harm by their loving protection, and give him the strength to guide our nation along the path that will make America great again. Let us go forth now with these words of President Trump's emblazoned on our hearts. As long as we have pride in our beliefs, courage in our convictions, and faith in our God, then we will not fail. We stand tall, we stand proud, because we are Americans, and Americans kneel to God, and to God alone. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing for our national anthem. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain at your seats while the President and official party depart the platform.
And we will begin the process of returning millions and millions of criminal aliens back to the places from which they came. we will reinstate my Remain in Mexico policy. I will end the practice of catch and release. And I will send troops to the southern border to repel the disastrous invasion of our country. Under the orders I signed today, we will also be designating the cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. And by invoking the Alien Enemies Act of 1798, I will direct our government to use the full and immense power of federal and state law enforcement to eliminate the presence of all foreign gangs and criminal networks, bringing devastating crime to U.S. soil, including our cities and inner cities. As Commander-in-Chief, I have no higher responsibility than to defend our country from threats and invasions, and that is exactly what I am going to do. We will do it at a level that nobody's ever seen before. Next, I will direct all members of my cabinet to marshal the vast powers at their disposal to defeat what was record inflation and rapidly bring down costs and prices. The inflation crisis was caused by massive overspending and escalating energy prices, and that is why today I will also declare a national energy emergency. We will drill, baby, drill. America will be a manufacturing nation once again, and we have something that no other manufacturing nation will ever have, the largest amount of oil and gas of any country on earth, and we are going to use it. Let me use it. We will bring prices down, fill our strategic reserves up again, right to the top, and export American energy all over the world. We will be a rich nation again, and it is that liquid gold under our feet that will help to do it. With my actions today, we will end the Green New Deal, and we will revoke the electric vehicle mandate, saving our auto industry and keeping my sacred pledge to our great American auto workers. In other words, you'll be able to buy the car of your choice. We will build automobiles in America again at a rate that nobody could have dreamt possible just a few years ago. And thank you to the auto workers of our nation for your inspiring vote of confidence. We did tremendously with their vote. I will immediately begin the overhaul of our trade system to protect American workers and families. Instead of taxing our citizens to enrich other countries, we will tariff and tax foreign countries to enrich our citizens. For this purpose, we are establishing the External Revenue Service to collect all tariffs, duties, and revenues. It will be massive amounts of money pouring into our treasury, coming from foreign sources. The American dream will soon be back and thriving like never before to restore competence and effectiveness to our federal government. my administration will establish the brand new Department of Government Efficiency. After years and years of illegal and unconstitutional federal efforts to restrict free expression, I will also sign an executive order to immediately stop all government censorship and bring back free speech to America. Never again will the immense power of the state be weaponized to persecute political opponents, something I know something about. We will not allow that to happen. It will not happen again. Under my leadership, we will restore fair, equal, and impartial justice under the constitutional rule of law. And we are going to bring law and order back to our cities. This week, I will also end the government policy of trying to socially engineer race and gender into every aspect of public and private life. We will forge a society that is colorblind and merit-based. As of today, it will henceforth be the official policy of the United States government that there are only two genders, male and female. This week, I will reinstate any service members who were unjustly expelled from our military for objecting to the COVID vaccine mandate with full back pay. And I will sign an order to stop our warriors from being subjected to radical political theories and social experiments while on duty. It's going to end immediately. Our armed forces will be freed to focus on their sole mission, defeating America's enemies. Like in 2017, we will again build the strongest military the world has ever seen. We will measure our success not only by the battles we win, but also by the wars that we end, and perhaps most importantly, the wars we never get into. My proudest legacy will be that of a peacemaker and unifier. That's what I want to be, a peacemaker and a unifier. I'm pleased to say that as of yesterday, one day before I assumed office, the hostages in the Middle East are coming back home to their families. Thank you. America will reclaim its rightful place as the greatest, most powerful, most respected nation on earth, inspiring the awe and admiration of the entire world. A short time from now, we are going to be changing the name of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America, and we will restore the name of a great president, William McKinley, to Mount McKinley, where it should be and where it belongs. President McKinley made our country very rich through tariffs and through talent. He was a natural businessman and gave Teddy Roosevelt the money for many of the great things he did, including the Panama Canal, which has foolishly been given to the country of Panama after the United States. The United States, I mean, think of this, spent more money than ever spent on a project before and lost 38,000 lives in the building of the Panama Canal. We have been treated very badly from this foolish gift that should have never been made, and Panama's promise to us has been broken. The purpose of our deal and the spirit of our treaty has been totally violated. American ships are being severely overcharged and not treated fairly in any way, shape, or form, and that includes the United States Navy. And above all, China is operating the Panama Canal, and we didn't give it to China, we gave it to Panama, and we're taking it back. Above all, my message to Americans today is that it is time for us to once again act with courage, vigor, and the vitality of history's greatest civilization. So as we liberate our nation, we will lead it to new heights of victory and success. We will not be deterred. Together we will end the chronic disease epidemic and keep our children safe, healthy, and disease-free. The United States will once again consider itself a growing nation, one that increases our wealth, expands our territory, builds our cities, raises our expectations, and carries our flag into new and beautiful horizons. And we will pursue our manifest destiny into the stars, launching American astronauts to plant the stars and stripes on the planet Mars. Ambition is the lifeblood of a great nation. And right now, our nation is more ambitious than any other. There's no nation like our nation.
Yes,
Americans are explorers, builders, innovators, entrepreneurs, and pioneers. The spirit of the frontier.
America is coming together and roaring back again, and it begins today, as the President just told us. I know we'd all rather be gathered together on the National Mall with hundreds of thousands of our closest friends, but our disappointment is well overcome with our excitement for the future that we feel today. We have the chance to make the next 4 years the most consequential period in our nation's history. And as Speaker of the House, it is my great pleasure, my great honor, to introduce to you the man who will lead us to this new golden age, the decisive winner of the Electoral College and the popular vote, the 45th and the 47th, and the greatest president of our lifetimes, Donald J. Trump.
Well, thank you all so much for being here. And was that a hell of a speech or what? That was, man. That was a good way to start it off. You know, I didn't know exactly what the president would put in that speech, and I hoped to myself that he wasn't going to hold back, and sir, you didn't hold back. That was a hell of a way to start the next 4 years. But I just want to say from the bottom of my heart, and I know I speak for the president and for all of us, thank you, thank you, thank you for making this possible. We love you. We wouldn't be here without you, and we're going to make America great again together for the next 4 years. And the last thing I'll say is, you know, having stood outside for about 5 minutes to wave goodbye to the Bidens, thank God we moved that thing indoors because it was a beautiful ceremony and it was cold as hell outside. So, sir, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
No, he's right. I looked, I said, oh, look at this beautiful sunny day. We blew it. And then I went outside and we were freezing. You would have been very unhappy. The sun was very deceptive, I will tell you. It is cold out. And I'm sort of saying, you know, that was so beautiful today. Maybe they should do it there every 4 years. Does that make sense? I don't know. Because, you know, the outdoor thing is really good, but it gets a little cold around this time of the year, as some people have noticed. And a lot of times they suffer through it. There was no suffering in that room. It was 72 degrees. It was perfect with the best acoustics I think I've ever heard in a room. This is not so bad either. But I just want to say, you're a younger, far more beautiful audience that I just spoke to. And I want to keep it off the record. I want to keep that off the record because I don't want to have all those big shots up there. I don't want to think you're more powerful than them. You look better than them, and I love you. Now, we just had a great time. We just had a great day. This was amazing. You know, when you think we took a journey, I mentioned in the speech, a lot of people said that was not a journey that was possible, and it was indeed possible. I didn't really know too much about what they were saying when they said that, but A lot of people felt it. And we hooked up with J.D. very early. I watched J.D. over a period of time. I endorsed him in Ohio. He was a great senator and very, very smart. The only one smarter than him was his wife. That was, I would have chosen her, but somehow the line of succession didn't work that way, right? But now she's great and he's great. This is a great, beautiful couple and unbelievable career. I just said to him, you are very upwardly mobile, because he hasn't been doing it that long, but he picked it up so quickly. Remember, the first week was a little bit like the fake news was hitting him really hard. And I said, ooh, this may be tough, but after that, it was smooth sailing for him. He took on everybody. He took on the meanest. I don't want to use the word corrupt because we're into a new system, so let's wait till the corruption begins, because it will. But he took on some pretty mean people, and he handled it well. I want to also congratulate Mike Johnson for the job that he's doing. Steve, we gave him a majority of almost nothing, and then I said to make it tougher on him, let me take 2 or 3 of the people, right? I said he'll only have to suffer with that for about 3 months. How are they doing, by the way? Are they? Is that moving along?
Totally unified.
I said, do you mind if I take this one, that one, and a couple of others? He didn't mind. He can handle it. No, he's a man that's liked by everybody. I've never met a man like this. You've got how many is it, 219 or 220 or something? 220. And of the 220, 219 really like him. I noticed he got 1 negative vote once about 2 weeks ago. But I think even 220 like him, if you want to know the truth. And that's very unusual. I know a lot of nice guys in Congress, and they have 35 people that hate him. So if you have 35 people that hate you and you only have 1 or 2 or 3 votes, you'll have 5, I think. But that's going to be like, the good news is when we get to that 5 number, it's going to feel like a massive majority. You could be really nasty to a couple of them at least, So it's going to feel like hitting your head on the wall and stopping. It feels so good to stop. But he's done a fantastic job. And Steve Scalise he's our hero because, I was with him. You talk about being shot. I was with him. He got some bad ones, and his incredible wife, and she really loves him. You never know about that. I've been with other people that were doing poorly, and the wife is like looking at her watch. She can't get out of the hospital fast enough. How's he doing? Oh, I don't know. He's all right. That woman was a mess. She was crying and crying. No, they're going to take him. They're going to take him. I told Steve when he finally woke up, it was a while too. The doctor told me it was the most blood they've ever transfused in any patient. They've never done anything like it. And here he is, the picture of strength, right? And he's been a great friend of mine, right? With a family, because of a family. And what a job you did. It worked out pretty much better than we even thought, right? And I did have a couple of things, to say that were extremely controversial. And between J.D. and Melania and anybody else that heard, please, sir, it's such a beautiful, unifying speech. Please, sir, don't say these things. I said, I'm telling you, it's going to play great. They say, you're right. For this group of people, it's going to play great. You're the only ones I hurt by not, but we had some beauties, didn't we, Melania? She said, sir, calls me sir when she's angry. No, I'm only kidding. I better say I'm only kidding, or the press is going to pick that one up loud and clear. No, but she said, no, I think it would be terrible. It's such a nice speech. I think it's, it all depends on your delivery. How was the delivery? Was it good? But she said it's such a beautiful speech. You can't put things in there that you were going to put in. And I was going to talk about the J6 hostages, but you'll be happy because, it's action, not words that count. And you're going to see a lot of action on the J6 hostages. See a lot of action. And I was going to talk about the things that Joe did today with the pardons of people that were very, very guilty of very bad crimes, like the unselect committee of political thugs, where they literally, I mean, what they did is they destroyed and deleted all of the information, all of the hearings, practically not a thing left. They deleted all the information on Nancy Pelosi having turned down the offer of 10,000 soldiers. You wouldn't have needed 10,000. You could have had 500, and it would have stopped. Because we may have had a million people that day, the people that were there. You don't see any photographs, but we have a lot of great photos. But you don't see those photographs. They don't put them in. They show the people at the Capitol. But I was talking about that. I was going to talk about that. They said, please don't bring that up right now. You can bring it up tomorrow. I said, how about now in front of the I'll bring it up right now. You know, this little time delay is good because we're getting great reviews on the speech. Now watch. They'll take the speech and say, I didn't like it because he left there and he talked to people. But we're giving you a little more information than we gave upstairs. But no, they pardoned a lot of people. They pardoned, before we even get to today, they pardoned, 33 murderers, absolute murderers, the worst murderers. You know, when you get the death sentence in the United States, you have to be bad because they don't give it much. And he pardoned almost everybody having a death sentence. And if you went through the crimes that were committed, you wouldn't even believe them. The level of violence, the people that were killed, the innocence of people that were killed and children killed by these people. And he pardoned them for whatever reason. He spared them, but they didn't spare the people that they killed. And, you know, who knows what happens in the future. It's one of the worst because a lot of times they let them out early after that. You know, they say you're going to be in for life, but then all of a sudden they get let out for good behavior, and then they go on a rampage. You know, it's one of those little things, right? But I was going to talk about that. But I was really going to talk about the level of, you know, what's going on. Why are we doing this? Why are we trying to help a guy like Milley? Why are we doing Milley? He was pardoned. What he said, terrible what he said. Why are we helping some of the people? Why are we helping Liz Cheney? I mean, Liz Cheney is a disaster. She's a crying lunatic and crying Adam Kinzinger. He's a super crying. I never saw the guy not crying. He's always crying. I looked at him. I remember years ago he was actually on my side. And then one day, you know, when you don't want to kill people in wars, they turn against you. Liz Cheney hated the concept of not going to war with everybody. Let's kill everybody. Let's spend a lot of money on military equipment, you know, where her father works, right? And but what she did was incredible. Think of it. They destroyed and deleted all of that information that went on for almost 2 years against Trump. And the reason they did, because it was all false, like the person that said, I tried to strangle a Secret Service agent. That's one of the toughest human beings I think I've ever seen. I actually had a friend saying, please don't change that, sir. You are the coolest sucker in history. Remember, she said, I put my hands around his neck because he wouldn't go to the Capitol. Made up fiction. And I was rebuffed. And the guy on the right is a massive weightlifter, probably stronger than me. Do you think he's stronger than me, honey? You know who I'm talking. Possibly stronger than me. Slightly younger than me, like, I won't say how many years because I don't want to talk about that, but a lot of years. But I had a friend that said, why are you disputing that story? That's the coolest story I've ever heard. That I would attack a karate champion, get slightly rebuffed, and then throw my arms around a guy with a neck about this big. Even though there are bars, you know, there are bars, you can't really do that anyway. So I wanted to talk about that. But all of that stuff got deleted. And the reason it got deleted is they were all caught in lies. You know, Secret Service testified, and they said it didn't happen. Actually, the two guys were very embarrassed. They're suffering because their friends are saying, did Trump really do that to you? But they gained a whole new respect for me. But it was just make-believe stuff, and there were a lot of make-believe stories made up. So rather than suffer the wrath, like the story with Nancy Pelosi, I offered her 10,000 soldiers. She knows it. She admitted it on tape that her daughter made. She's a videographer or whatever you call her, which I'm glad she is. Oh, she can't be in good stead with Nancy. But Nancy said it was my responsibility as she's leaving the Capitol. She said it was, and it was. She's in charge of security at the Capitol. But I offered them up to 10,000 soldiers, even more. One time I said more, as many as you need. But you needed 400 or 500. At 4 or 5, you 10,000. That would be more than the number of people there by lot. But we offered her 10,000. Think of it, 10,000 soldiers. In other words, J6 wouldn't be J6. There would have been no J6. But she rebuffed them. She didn't like it. No, she didn't like it. Maybe she wanted that to happen. But she's guilty as hell. And now we would have to go through the process because they destroyed all evidence. They deleted everything. There's virtually nothing left. The other fake story and so many other fake stories. And many people came out on our side. And those people now would got to find them. There's nothing left. So that's a criminal offense. If that were a civil case, it would be a criminal offense. If that happened civilly where you did that, it would be a criminal offense. So I decided I'm not going to make this speech complicated. I'm going to make it beautiful. I'm going to make it a unifying speech. And then when they said we have a group of people that are serious Trump fans, I said, this is the time to tell those stories. Yes. So anyway, but seriously, I'd like to, I think it was a tremendous success. I think we're very lucky we put it inside because it is really cold. We just went to the helicopter out of respect to something that's taken place for a long time. I guess it's as old as helicopters. You used to get into a stagecoach, now you get into a helicopter. Times change. But it's pretty old custom. And it's a beautiful custom, actually. It's a beautiful custom. I wish we could have had a better relationship. I wish we could have had a better relationship between Republicans and Democrats. I was with Senator Schumer. I said, Chuck, I think it's time we all start getting along a little bit because it doesn't make sense. I mean, we literally never get a Democrat vote. They never get a Republican vote, almost. And although there is a bill coming up very shortly that we have a lot of Democrat votes, right? It's going to be a very beautiful bill. We're going to have a deciding, I would say, within a week or so, I think. And it's going to be a very good bill. You all know what I'm talking about. So I just want to thank you all for being here. You have been our fans from day one. All these people all over. You've been our fans. This has been there's never been anything like it. There's never been anything like it. This has been a movement like no movement ever in history for probably any country, let alone this country. You know, if somebody's running for president, and if they go out and they announce they're going to Arizona, they're going to Nevada, they're going to someplace, if you have 200 or 300 people, that would be standard. Ronald Reagan would go out. I mean, outside of the last couple of days where people get a little excited, but even then you have a couple of thousand people. But if you're going to go someplace, any place, any one of the swing states, any one of the other states, I mean, how about the non-swing states? We won Alabama by 48 points. We won Tennessee by massive numbers. Wyoming, we won by numbers that are, nobody's ever seen numbers like that. And, you know, places like California, we did great, but when they send out like 38 million ballots, nobody knows where the hell they're sending them, and then they come pouring back, the whole thing. You know, they passed a law in California that if you work in an election bureau and if you so much as ask for a voter ID, if you say, sir, ma'am, could I please look at your voter ID? They have the right to put you in jail. You're a criminal. Can you believe that? There's only one reason that happens. They want to cheat. So they had it where voter ID wasn't accepted. But now if you even ask for it, this is seriously a bill that was just signed. It passed in their legislature, and it was signed. And I think when we get things cleaned up and we get back to a little bit of normalcy, I'm going to ask the Speaker to really get involved because I think we would have won the state of California because, you know, if you look at my numbers with Hispanic, we're at 56%. And we were winning. We won the Texas border that had never been won, as the governor said. He's doing a good job, the governor, by the way, of Texas. But as the governor said, it hasn't
Oh, did I get lucky? Did I get lucky? Supposing I said, you know, he's not here, but the governor of Texas has done a terrible job. Wow, look at you. You mean we couldn't get you up in the front row? I tell you. Supposing I said, JD, the governor of Texas, is not doing his job. You heard what I said. See, I didn't know you were there. I said he's doing a great job. He's doing a phenomenal job. But now you're going to have a partner that's going to work with you because you didn't have, not only did he have a partner, he had people selling the wall, right? We have a fence structure that we worked on, the governor worked on with me. And I didn't love it, to be honest with you. I wanted a nice precast concrete, 40, 50 feet high, like a beautiful, could have been a T-shape, Y-shape. I love construction. I wanted that sucker to go up maybe 50, 60 feet. It would have looked beautiful, a nice Y shape. And they said, the problem is, sir, they climbed that like a rabbit. I said, what do you mean? No way. And they brought some of these guys out. They climbed it like... And the other thing is you hit it with acid and the thing will disintegrate. They have things for concrete. So they needed very hardened steel, very special steel. And then they needed 7,000-pound concrete inside that steel, inside that steel. And then they have a rebar that's the toughest steel made. Very hard to cut. So this is why very little is cut. I mean, it's right. And then they put a anti-climb panel on top. I hated it. I said, it's so unattractive. And I said, why would that work? I don't believe it works. And I went to watch the Border Patrol, gave a display. We had actually two sets of climbers. The guys that climb up walls with drugs on their back, I mean, they got like 60, 70 pounds of drug, and they go as fast as you can walk. They go bip, bip, bip. Or we have Mount Everest-type climbers. And honestly, the drug guys were much better. I couldn't believe it. The drug guys blew them away, right? But it's true, the anti-climb panel, they couldn't get around it. They just couldn't. You didn't have it. So sometimes you sacrifice beauty for efficiency. And we did. So we built this wall, and we built over 500 miles of wall. That's why we had such good numbers. The famous chart that came down, very thankfully, the chart that came down on my right, Governor, had I not looked over there, I'm not speaking right now. You might be speaking here. You want to know the truth? You, JD, have got a lot of great people in this party, but I got very lucky, but we had the best numbers we've ever had. But I bought, what happens is when you fill it up, it's like water. You fill it up. Now we have 571 miles of wall. And they would always say, when we renovated a wall, so there'd be like a piece of plywood sitting there for 60 years, or a 2x4 sitting for 60 years on the ground and rotting. Because, and they'll say, you didn't build a new wall. Here we're building 50 feet up in the air, 30 feet sections, 50-foot sections, all steel, all concrete, all everything. And all, by the way, they don't even want me to say this, but what the hell, it doesn't take that long time. They're all wired for all of the equipment. We put wires in everything so they can easily wire for all the different types of equipment. And if there's a doubt, we have a wire. Whenever we just look, you just find the wires all over the place up top, so we can just hook it up. We don't have to have wires on the outside, which wouldn't do too well, right? So anyway, so we built an extra 200 miles of wall, and the governor wanted to buy it. He tried to buy it, and they wouldn't sell it to him. He wanted to put it up himself. Could have been done in 3 to 4 weeks, 200 more miles, because when you do it, now they just keep going further out, getting around. So we did an extra 200 miles, and it was all bought. And they announced that they're not going to put it up. And that's when I realized they wanted open borders, and that's when I realized that people are going to come pouring through the wall like nobody's ever seen before. But you've seen it. A lot of you are here because of that. I made it my number one issue. They all said inflation was the number one issue. I said I disagree. I think people coming into our country from prisons and from mental institutions is a bigger issue for the people that I know. And I made it my number one. I talked about inflation too, but how many times can you say that an apple has doubled in cost? I'd say it, and I'd hit it hard, but then I go back to the fact that we don't want criminals coming into our country. We don't want the jails of every country in the world virtually being deposited into the United States, and that man had to suffer with it. And he did an unbelievable job. I'll tell you, he was a very popular governor, but now he's like an unbeatable governor because of your border policies. He was fantastic. And he really was. So. Governor Abbott is he's a great man, great leader. And but it did make him very more. Did you do it? You didn't do that for politics. You did it because you wanted to do the right thing. But I'll tell you, it sure as hell worked for politics too. It's self-preservation. That's right. But no, because the people are demanding it. The people of Texas are demanding it. The people are demanding it all over. So anyway, so we built it, and they wouldn't let us use it. They wouldn't let the governor use it, and other governors, they wouldn't let him use it. But he was the leader of the pack and did a great job. And then we heard about a month ago that not only wouldn't they let us use it, they were selling it. They were going to sell it for 5 cents on the dollar. Now, 5 cents on the dollar then, but today it would cost more than twice as much to build because we bought it like 6 years ago. And it was just sitting on the ground, and that does not do well for the whole thing. But it was just sitting on the ground, and I heard about it, and I called the governor, and I called a lot of people, your attorney general. And here's the story. They were going to buy it, and these are great business people. They were going to buy it for 5 cents on the dollar or less, and they were calling us up, we'll sell it to you for 200 cents on the dollar. In other words, it will cost you twice as much, so it's 200 cents on the dollar. I said, can somebody explain that to a judge? I mean, how corrupt is that? You'd think they'd say, maybe we'll sell it to you for 20 cents, 30 cents, but not 200 cents. So they were going to buy something for 5 cents, and they were going to sell it to us for a fortune. They were going to make it would be, they'd have it down in Fortune magazine, they'd put it of the deal of the year, okay? You buy something like that. But it was so corrupt and so horrible. And when we told that to the administration, they didn't care. They just kept going forward. They couldn't care less. And they kept going forward. They knew that they were trying to sell it back to us. They would have sold it back to us. You would have ended up buying it. You would have paid probably 50, 60 cents. Who knows? But they were going to use it for scrap metal, but then they made a much better deal. They could just buy it and sell it to us for 15, 20 times what they paid. 20 times, think of it, like 20 times what they paid. And we wouldn't let it happen. And the governor with his attorney general, Ken Paxton, they made a fantastic, they're a good lawyer. He's pushed around pretty good by people, right? I said, you got a great attorney general. They should leave him alone. He was with me. But Ken and the governor went to court, and a judge actually became incensed and actually called for an investigation. How could a thing like this happen? So he stopped it. So we're waiting to put that wall up. And now that you have a new president, that wall will go up so fast. The governor will complain, sir. This is Greg Abbott, sir. Please, the wall is going up too fast. Please don't do that. You know the story about winning. No, we're going to win too much. We're winning too much, please. So stop. People always love that one. We'll do this with the wall. Governor Abbott calls, sir, the wall is going up too fast. We can't take it. We just can't take it. No, I think you'll be very happy if the wall goes up too fast, right? But we'll get that done. We'll work with you on that. But it was a great decision by a great Texas judge, right? And it was beautiful to watch. He stopped them right in their track. I mean, they were literally loading this stuff onto trucks. It was terrible. Honestly, it was terrible. And he wouldn't take it. So I'm so glad I mentioned that they have a really good governor in Texas. And I swear, I didn't know he was here. I swear to you, it sounds like a setup. I didn't know you would end. Did I get lucky? I said the right thing. Because there have been moments when I wasn't so happy with him, you know? But not too many, I can tell you that. So anyway, it's good to see you too, Governor. Great. But I just want to thank everybody. You've been incredible. I recognize so many of you. It's so crazy. But this has been a long journey. This was a journey that started in 2015, probably started 20 years before that. People used to say, you're going to run for president? You're going to run? And I always said, no, I don't want. And then one day I said, let's give it a shot. And what I talked about then was the border, too. I think it probably was the number one issue for me. Back in 2015, 2016, I talked about the border. And now I talked about the border, but this border is much worse. We fixed the border. It was totally fixed. There was nothing to talk about. In 2020, By the way, that election was totally rigged, but that's okay. It was a rigged election. You know the only thing good about it? It showed how bad they are, showed how incompetent, and frankly, historically, this is a much bigger event. If that would have gone like it should have, the bad thing about it is some bad things happened, like a lot of people in our country that wouldn't be in our country right now. So that's the bad part. But I will say that it started in 2015, and right from the beginning, we went to the top. Day one, they announced Trump, and Trump went to number one and stayed there for the whole primary. And then we took on Hillary. She didn't look too happy today. We took on Hillary, a very nice person, but we took on Hillary and we defeated Hillary, and then we did much better the second time in 2020. You know, we got millions more votes. We got millions, like 10, 12 million more votes than we did the first time. No president has ever gotten that many more votes. I got like 9 million more than anybody else had ever gotten. And they said we lost. And because of that, I said to Melania, what do you think? And she said, you want to do this again? And had we lost, and had I thought we lost, I wouldn't do it again, because that's like the ultimate poll, right? But I knew how well we did, and this time we made it too big to rig. It was so big. They tried like hell. But they tried to do it, and around 9:02 they gave up. Last time they did bad things, but this time they just said, yes. You know, I don't know if you saw, Mr. Speaker, in Washington, they had placards. They were all set to march. They thought it'd be closer. A gentleman asked me, a very respected gentleman asked me yesterday, how come the polls were so wrong? They showed you winning, but not in a landslide. I said, because people that are true Trumpers are so angry at the whole polling system and at the writers, the fake news, that they don't want to talk to anybody. So when you call somebody from Trump, who are you voting for? They say, it's none of your business. I'm not telling you. And that was probably 40% of the people they called. So they would discard that one, and they didn't show that. And then when the election happened, you know, the vote came, and it was much different, much higher than we're going to win, but they really thought, they couldn't believe, the one man said, I mean, it was so much higher. We won all 7 swing states. We won the popular vote by millions of votes, which is hard for a Republican. I'll tell you who came through. The unions came through. The auto workers were great. The Teamsters were great. The firemen were great. I think almost every union was great. The only one that weren't great, although Sean was great, and the Teamsters, Sean O'Brien, the head of the Teamsters, was fantastic. But generally speaking, the head of the union was against Trump, but the union would be with us for like 80, 85%. Look what we did with the auto workers in Michigan. Look what we did with the Teamsters. The Teamsters were unbelievable. They were a solid Democrat vote, and they voted for Trump. So we had a great experience. Now we have to go to work and get it done, because we have to do something that's going to be great. We're going to turn our country around, and we're going to turn it around fast. And I think this was a better speech than the one I made upstairs, okay? I think this was better, JD. I think this was much better, and I got to see my friend. So, Governor, take care of yourself. You call me, we'll start working. You know what that means with him? He's going to be calling me tomorrow morning at about 6. And I said, how about next week? You call me, and we're going to get it started real fast. We'll really help you a lot. You've done a fantastic job protecting something which it's not supposed to be for the states. And amazing job you've done. Thank you very much. And I want to thank everybody. And I have a First Lady who's been incredible. I shouldn't say this. I'm going to get hell when I say this, but her feet are absolutely aching. You know, those heels. And we thought we were leaving. We were going home. Sir, would you be able to go down and say hello to some of your other fans that are here? I said, oh, I didn't know that. Wow. Did you get to see pretty clearly the picture, I hope? Good. That's good. But because you wouldn't want to make the same speech again, right? But she said, darling, I love you so much, but my feet are killing me. I said, honey, Let me just see how far it is. I asked the person. Oh, not that long, maybe 400 or 500 yards. That's 5 football fields. I said, can you make it? She said, we're going to make it no matter what. We're going to make it because we have the God. Right? Right? And then we went out to the helicopter, though, just prior to this and said goodbye. And it's a custom, and the wind is blowing like crazy. And with the hat that she's wearing, she almost blew away. We almost lost off her. She was being elevated off the ground. She almost blew away. No. So we all appreciate it because you've been a great First Lady. A beautiful and a great First Lady. And they love our First Lady. You know, JD, whenever I make a speech, I see hundreds of times, we love our First Lady, we love, and they do, and they should. She's great. So I just want to thank you very much. I just want to thank everybody. And I felt that, I said to JD, should we give him the A treatment, the B treatment, the C, the D, or the F? You know what the F is? Hello, everybody. Thank you for being here. Bye-bye. I gave you the A+ treatment. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you, Governor. Thank you all very much. Appreciate it.
Gets here. The first thing I want to say, 6 in the morning, I'm walking in darkness up G Street on my way to meet the boss and the troops at church, and I'm seeing every one of you in line. And I'm thinking to myself, you didn't get the memo that said it's too cold to be outside. And I know Donald Trump won this election, but that kind of grit that you show standing out there is why he won. So, applause right. Now, I'm going to be quick here because we got a bunch of folks coming, but I'm going to tell you a little story. And it's called James Brown. James Brown meets Ronald Reagan in Trumpland. And it starts like this. Once upon a time, when I was a high school senior, back here in Washington, I got to check off the first thing on my bucket list, which was go to a James Brown concert at the Howard Theater. Anybody here, D.C., know the Howard Theater? It's long gone. Beautiful place. James Brown, you know as the King of Soul, but he was also called the hardest working man in show business. And James Brown and Donald Trump were actually good friends. And there's a story for the fake news. I don't know if you want to report this, but there's a rumor going around in 1999 when James gave the entertainment in Mar-a-Lago on New Year's Eve. He taught the boss how to dance. You can print that fake news because that's what you do. So why am I talking about this? Because Donald John Trump, like James Brown, Donald John Trump is the hardest working president in history. And today he starts working for you. You know, he got elected because he was on the right side of the issues. But it was also because he outworked everyone. Now, where does Ronald Reagan come into it? Ronald Reagan said, personnel is policy and good personnel is good policy. Donald Trump is the spear, but he has assembled a beautiful team to do everything he wants to get done. Do you want secure borders? Do you want deportations? Do you want to stop the flow of fentanyl? Do you? Yeah, people like Tom Homan, Christine Noem, and El Supremo Stephen Miller. That's the personnel that's going to help Donald Trump do that. Back there, we got Chris Wright and Doug Burn. They're the twins on drill, baby, drill in the cabinet. They're going to get that done for you. And we're going to stop the wars out there. And Donald Trump's going to do it with the help of people like Marco Rubio as Secretary of State. And Steve Witkoff, who just helped negotiate the hostage release. And Pam Bondi, you know Pam Bondi? Yeah? Kash Patel? Yeah? What do you want them to do at the Justice Department and FBI? Clean that place up? What do you think? You see Fauci got pardoned today? Yeah, well, as many of you know, they sent me to prison for 4 months for defending the Constitution. And I can tell you, with all honesty, I never met anybody in prison who did as bad stuff.
No, he's right. I said, oh, look at this beautiful sunny day. We blew it. And then I went outside and we were freezing. You would have been very unhappy. The sun was very deceptive, I will tell you. It is cold out. And I'm sort of saying, that was so beautiful today. Maybe they should do it there every 4 years. Does that make sense? I don't know. Because, the outdoor thing is really good, but it gets a little cold around this time of the year, as some people have noticed. And a lot of times they suffer through it. There was no suffering in that room. It was 72 degrees. It was perfect with the best acoustics I think I've ever heard in a room. This is not so bad either. But I just want to say, you're a younger, far more beautiful audience that I just spoke to. And I want to keep it off the record. I want to keep that off the record. Because I don't want to have all those big shots up there. I don't want to think you're more powerful than them, you look better than them, and I love you. Now, we just had a great time. We just had a great day. This was amazing. When you think we took a journey, I mentioned in the speech, a lot of people said that was not a journey that was possible, and it was indeed possible. I didn't really know too much about what they were saying when they said that, but a lot of people felt it, and we hooked up with J.D. very early. I watched J.D. over a period of time. I endorsed him in Ohio. He was a great senator, and very, very smart. The only one smarter than him was his wife. That was, I would have chosen her, but somehow the line of succession didn't work that way, right? But now she's great, and he's great. This is a great, beautiful couple, and unbelievable career. I just said to him, you are very upwardly mobile, because he hasn't been doing it that long, but he picked it up so quickly. Remember, the first week was a little bit like the fake news was hitting him really hard. And I said, oh, this may be tough, but after that, it was smooth sailing for him. He took on everybody. He took on the meanest. I don't want to use the word corrupt because we're into a new system, so let's wait till the corruption begins, because it will. But he took on some pretty mean people, and he handled it well. I want to also congratulate Mike Johnson for the job that he's doing. Steve, we gave him a majority of almost nothing, and then I said to make it tougher on him, let me take 2 or 3 of the people, right? I said he'll only have to suffer with that for about 3 months. How are they doing, by the way? Are they? Is that moving along?
Totally unified.
I said, do you mind if I take this one, that one, and a couple of others? He didn't mind. He can handle it.
No, he's a man that's liked by everybody. I've never met a man like this. You've got how many is it, 219 or 220 or something? 220. And of the 220, 219 really like him. I noticed he got one negative vote once about 2 weeks ago. But I think even 220 like him, if you want to know the truth. And that's very unusual. I know a lot of nice guys in Congress, and they have 35 people that hate them. So if you have 35 people that hate you and you only have 1 or 2 or 3 votes, you'll have 5, I think. But that's going to be like, the good news is when we get to that 5 number, it's going to feel like a massive majority. You could be really nasty to a couple of them at least, So it's going to feel like hitting your head on the wall and stopping. It feels so good to stop, but he's done a fantastic job. And Steve Scalise he's our hero because, I was with him. You talk about being shot. I was with him. He got some bad ones, and his incredible wife, and she really loves him. You never know about that. I've been with other people that were doing poorly, and the wife is like looking at her watch. She can't get out of the hospital fast enough. How's he doing? Oh, I don't know. He's all right. That woman was a mess. She was crying and crying. No, they're going to take him. They're going to take him. I told Steve when he finally woke up, it was a while, too. The doctor told me it was the most blood they've ever transfused in any patient. They've never done anything like it. And here he is, the picture of strength, right? And he's been a great friend of mine, right? With a family, because of a family. And what a job you did. It worked out pretty much better than we even thought, right? And I did have a couple of things, to say that were extremely controversial. And between J.D. and Melania and anybody else that heard, please, sir, it's such a beautiful, unifying speech. Please, sir, don't say these things. I said, I'm telling you, it's going to play great. They say, you're right. For this group of people, it's going to play great. You're the only ones I hurt by not, but we had some beauties, didn't we, Melania? She said, sir, calls me sir when she's angry. No, I'm only kidding. I better say I'm only kidding, or the press is going to pick that one up loud and clear. No, but she said, no, I think it would be terrible. It's such a nice speech. I think it's, it all depends on your delivery. How was the delivery? Was it good? But she said it's such a beautiful speech. You can't put things in there that you were going to put in. And I was going to talk about the J6 hostages, but you'll be happy because, it's action, not words that count. And you're going to see a lot of action on the J6 hostages. See a lot of action. And I was going to talk about the things that Joe did today with the pardons of people that were very, very guilty of very bad crimes, like the Unselect Committee of Political Thugs, where they literally, what they did is they destroyed and deleted all of the information, all of the hearings, practically not a thing left. They deleted all the information on Nancy Pelosi having turned down the offer of 10,000 soldiers. You wouldn't have needed 10,000. You could have had 500, and it would have stopped. Because we may have 1 million people that day, the people that were there. You don't see any photographs, but we have a lot of great photos. But you don't see those photographs. They don't put them in. They show the people at the Capitol. But I was talking about that. I was going to talk about that. They said, please don't bring that up right now. You can bring it up tomorrow. I said, how about now in front of I'll bring it up right now. This little time delay is good because we're getting great reviews on the speech. Now watch. They'll take the speech and say, I didn't like it because he left there and he talked to people. But we're giving you a little more information than we gave upstairs. But no, they pardoned a lot of people. They pardoned, before we even get to today, they pardoned, 33 murderers, absolute murderers, the worst murderers. When you get the death sentence in the United States, you have to be bad because they don't give it much. And he pardoned almost everybody having a death sentence. And if you went through the crimes that were committed, you wouldn't even believe them, the level of violence. the people that were killed, the innocence of people that were killed and children killed by these people, and he pardoned them for whatever reason. He spared them, but they didn't spare the people that they killed. And who knows what happens in the future. It's one of the worst because a lot of times they let them out early after that. They say you're going to be in for life, but then all of a sudden they get let out for good behavior, and then they go on a rampage. It's one of those little things, right? But I was going to talk about that. But I was really going to talk about the level of, what's going on. Why are we doing this? Why are we trying to help a guy like Milley? Why are we doing Milley? He was pardoned. What he said, terrible what he said. Why are we helping some of the people? Why are we helping Liz Cheney? I mean, Liz Cheney is a disaster. She's a crying lunatic and crying Adam Kinzinger. He's a super crying. I never saw the guy not crying. He's always crying. I looked at him. I remember years ago he was actually on my side. And then one day, when you don't want to kill people in wars, they turn against you. Liz Cheney hated the concept of not going to war with everybody. Let's kill everybody. Let's spend a lot of money on military equipment, where her father works, right? But what she did was incredible. Think of it. They destroyed and deleted all of that information that went on for almost 2 years against Trump. And the reason they did, because it was all false. Like the person that said, I tried to strangle a Secret Service agent. That's one of the toughest human beings I think I've ever seen. I actually had a friend saying, please don't change that, sir. You are the coolest sucker in history. Remember, she said, I put my hands around his neck because he wouldn't go to the Capitol. Made up fiction. And I was rebuffed. And the guy on the right is a massive weightlifter, probably stronger than me. Do you think he's stronger than me, honey? You know who I'm talking. Possibly stronger than me. Slightly younger than me, like, I won't say how many years because I don't want to talk about that, but a lot of years. But I had a friend that said, why are you disputing that story? That's the coolest story I've ever heard. That I would attack a karate champion, get slightly rebuffed, and then throw my arms around a guy with a neck about this big. Even though there are bars, there are bars, you can't really do that anyway. So I wanted to talk about that. But all of that stuff got deleted. And the reason it got deleted is they were all caught in lies. Secret Service testified, and they said it didn't happen. Actually, the two guys were very embarrassed. They're suffering because their friends are saying, did Trump really do that to you? But they gained a whole new respect for me. But it was just make-believe stuff, and there were a lot of make-believe stories made up. So rather than suffer the wrath, like the story with Nancy Pelosi, I offered her 10,000 soldiers. She knows it. She admitted it on tape that her daughter made. She's a videographer or whatever you call her, which I'm glad she is. Oh, she can't be in good stead with Nancy. But Nancy said it was my responsibility as she's leaving the Capitol. She said it was, and it was. She's in charge of security at the Capitol. But I offered them up to 10,000 soldiers, even more. One time I said more, as many as you need. But you needed 400 or 500. If 4 or 5, you 10,000, that would be more than the number of people there by lot. But we offered her 10,000. Think of it, 10,000 soldiers. In other words, J6 wouldn't be J6. There would have been no J6. But she rebuffed them. She didn't like it. No, she didn't like it. Maybe she wanted that to happen. But she's guilty as hell. And now we would have to go through the process because they destroyed all evidence. They deleted everything. There's virtually nothing left. The other fake story and so many other fake stories. And many people came out on our side. And those people now would got to find them. There's nothing left. So that's a criminal offense. If that were a civil case, it would be a criminal offense. If that happened civilly where you did that, it would be a criminal offense. So I decided I'm not going to make this speech complicated. I'm going to make it beautiful. I'm going to make it a unifying speech. And then when they said we have a group of people that are serious Trump fans, I said, this is the time to tell those stories. So anyway, but seriously, I'd like to I think it was a tremendous success. I think we're very lucky we put it inside because it is really cold. We just went to the helicopter out of respect for something that's taken place for a long time. I guess it's as old as helicopters. You used to get into a stagecoach, now you get into a helicopter. Times change. But it's pretty old custom. And it's a beautiful custom, actually. It's a beautiful custom. I wish we could have had a better relationship. I wish we could have had a better relationship between Republicans and Democrats. I was with Senator Schumer. I said, Chuck, I think it's time we all start getting along a little bit because it doesn't make sense. I mean, we literally never get a Democrat vote. They never get a Republican vote, almost. And although there is a bill coming up very shortly that we have a lot of Democrat votes, right? It's going to be a very beautiful bill. We're going to have a deciding, I would say, within a week or so, I think. And it's going to be a very good bill. You all know what I'm talking about. So I just want to thank you all for being here. You have been our fans from day one, all these people all over. You've been our fans. This has been there's never been anything like it. There's never been anything like it. This has been a movement like no movement ever in history for probably any country, let alone this country. You know, if somebody's running for president, and if they go out and they announce they're going to Arizona, they're going to Nevada, they're going to someplace, if you have 200 or 300 people, that would be standard. Ronald Reagan would go out. I mean, outside of the last couple of days where people get a little excited, but even then you have a couple of thousand people. But if you're going to go someplace, any place, any one of the swing states, any one of the other states, I mean, how about the non-swing states? We won Alabama by 48 points. We won Tennessee by massive numbers. Wyoming, we won by numbers that are, nobody's ever seen numbers like that. And, you know, places like California, we did great, but when they send out like 38 million ballots, and nobody knows where the hell they're sending them, and then they come pouring back, the whole thing. You know, they passed a law in California that if you work in an election bureau, and if you so much as ask for a voter ID, if you say, sir, ma'am, could I please look at your voter ID? They have the right to put you in jail. You're a criminal. Can you believe that? There's only one reason that happens. They want to cheat. So they had it where voter ID wasn't accepted. But now if you even ask for it, this is seriously a bill that was just signed, passed in their legislature, and it was signed. And I think when we get things cleaned up and we get back to a little bit of normalcy, I'm going to ask the Speaker to really get involved, because I think we would have won the state of California, because, you know, if you look at my numbers with Hispanic, we're at 56%. And we were winning. We won the Texas border that had never been won. As the governor said, he's doing a good job, the governor, by the way, of Texas. But as the governor said, it hasn't. Oh, did I get lucky? Did I get lucky? Supposing I said, you know, he's not here, but the governor of Texas has done a terrible job. Wow, look at you. You mean we couldn't get you up in the front row? I tell you. Supposing I said, JD, the governor of Texas, is not doing his job. You heard what I said. See, I didn't know you were there. I said he's doing a great job. He's doing a phenomenal job. But now you're going to have a partner that's going to work with you, because you didn't have, not only didn't he have a partner, he had people selling the wall, right? We have a fence structure that we worked on, the governor worked on with me. And I didn't love it, to be honest with you. I wanted a nice precast concrete, you know, 40, 50 feet high, like a beautiful, could have been a T-shape, Y-shape. I love construction. I wanted that sucker to go up maybe 50, 60 feet. It would have looked beautiful, a nice Y shape. And they said, the problem is, sir, they climbed that like a rabbit. I said, what do you mean? No way. And they brought some of these guys out. They climbed it like... And the other thing is you hit it with acid and the thing will disintegrate. You know, they have things for concrete. So they needed very hardened steel, very special steel. And then they needed 7,000-pound concrete inside that steel, inside that steel. And then they have a rebar that's the toughest steel made. Very hard to cut. So this is why very little is cut. I mean, it's right. And then they put a anti-climb panel on top. I hated it. I said, it's so unattractive. And I said, why would that work? I don't believe it works. And I went to watch. The Border Patrol gave a display. We had actually two sets of climbers. The guys that climb up walls with drugs on their back, I mean, they got like 60, 70 pounds of drug, and they go as fast as you can walk. They go bip, bip, bip. Or we have Mount Everest type climbers. And honestly, the drug guys were much better. I couldn't believe. The drug guys blew them away, right? But it's true, the anti-climb panel, they couldn't get around it. They just couldn't. When you didn't have it. So sometimes you sacrifice beauty for efficiency. And we did. So we built this wall, and we built over 500 miles of wall. That's why we had such good numbers. The famous chart that came down, very thankfully, the chart that came down on my right, Governor. Had I not looked over there, I'm not speaking right now. You might be speaking here. You want to know the truth? You, JD, you've got a lot of great people in this party, but I got very lucky, but we had the best numbers we've ever had. But I bought, you know what happens is when you fill it up, it's like water. You fill it up. Now we have 571 miles of wall. And they would always say, you know, when we renovated a wall, so there'd be like a piece of plywood sitting there for 60 years, or a 2x4 sitting for 60 years on the ground and rotting. Because, you know, and they'll say, you didn't build a new wall. Here we're building 50 feet up in the air and 30 feet sections, 50-foot sections, all steel, all concrete, all everything. And all, by the way, they don't even want me to say this, but what the hell, doesn't take that long time. They were all wired for all of the equipment. We put wires in everything so they can easily wire for all the different types of equipment. And if there's a doubt, we have a wire. Whenever we just look, you just find the wires all over the place up top, so we could just hook it up. We don't have to have wires on the outside, which wouldn't do too well, right? So anyway, so we built an extra 200 miles of wall, and the governor wanted to buy it. He tried to buy it, and they wouldn't sell it to him. He wanted to put it up himself. Could have been done in 3 to 4 weeks, 200 more miles, because when you do it now, they just keep going further out, further out, further out, getting around. So we did an extra 200 miles, and it was all bought. And they announced that they're not going to put it up. And that's when I realized they wanted open borders, and that's when I realized that people are going to come pouring through the wall like nobody's ever seen before. But you've seen it. A lot of you are here because of that. I made it my number one issue. They all said inflation was the number one issue. I said I disagree. I think people coming into our country from prisons and from mental institutions is a bigger issue for the people that I know. And I made it my number one. I talked about inflation too, but you know, how many times can you say that an apple has doubled in cost? I'd say it, and I'd hit it hard, but then I go back to the fact that we don't want criminals coming into our country. We don't want the jails of every country in the world virtually being deposited into the United States. And that man had to suffer with it. And he did an unbelievable job. I'll tell you, he was a very popular governor, but now he's like an unbeatable governor because of your border policies. He was fantastic. And he really was. So. Governor Abbott he's a great man, great leader. And but it did make him very more. Did you do it? You didn't do that for politics. You did it because you wanted to do the right thing. But I'll tell you, it sure as hell worked for politics too. It's self-preservation. That's right. But no, because the people are demanding it. The people of Texas are demanding it. The people are demanding it all over. So anyway, so we built it, and they wouldn't let us use it. They wouldn't let the governor use it, and other governors, they wouldn't let him use it. But he was the leader of the pack and did a great job. And then we heard about a month ago that not only wouldn't they let us use it, they were selling it. They were going to sell it for 5 cents on the dollar. Now, 5 cents on the dollar then, but today it would cost more than twice as much to build because we bought it like 6 years ago. And it was just sitting on the ground, and that does not do well for the whole thing. But it was just sitting on the ground, and I heard about it, and I called the governor, and I called a lot of people, your attorney general. And here's the story. They were going to buy it, and these are great business people. They were going to buy it for 5 cents on the dollar or less, and they were calling us up, we'll sell it to you for 200 cents on the dollar. In other words, it will cost you twice as much, so it's 200 cents on the dollar. I said, can somebody explain that to a judge? I mean, how corrupt is that? You'd think they'd say, maybe we'll sell it to you for 20 cents, 30 cents, but not 200 cents. So they were going to buy something for 5 cents, and they were going to sell it to us for a fortune. They were going to make it would be, they'd have it down that in Fortune magazine, they'd put it of the deal of the year, okay? You buy something like that. But it was so corrupt and so horrible. And when we told that to the administration, they didn't care. They just kept going forward. They couldn't care less. And they kept going forward. They knew that they were trying to sell it back to us. They would have sold it back to us. You would have ended up buying it. You would have paid probably 50, 60 cents, who knows. But they were going to use it for scrap metal, but then they made a much better deal. They could just buy it and sell it to us for 15, 20 times what they paid. 20 times, think of it, like 20 times what they paid. And we wouldn't let it happen. And the governor with his attorney general, Ken Paxton, they made a fantastic, they're a good lawyer. He's pushed around pretty good by people, right? They said, you got a great attorney general. They should leave him alone. He was with me. But Ken and the governor went to court, and a judge actually became incensed and actually called for an investigation. How could a thing like this happen? So he stopped it. So we're waiting to put that wall up. And now that you have a new president, that wall will go up so fast. The governor will complain, sir. This is Greg Abbott, sir. Please, the wall is going up too fast. Please don't do that. You know the story about winning. No, we're going to win too much. We're winning too much. Please, so stop. People always love that one. We'll do this with the wall. Governor Abbott calls, sir, the wall is going up too fast. We can't take it. We just can't take it. No, I think you'll be very happy if the wall goes up too fast, right? But we'll get that dude and we'll work with you on that. But it was a great decision by a great Texas judge, right? And it was beautiful, beautiful to watch. We stopped them right in their track. I mean, they were literally loading this stuff onto trucks. It was terrible. Honestly, it was terrible. And he wouldn't take it. So I'm so glad I mentioned that they have a really good governor in Texas. And I swear, I didn't know he was here. I swear to you, it sounds like a setup. I didn't know you were there. Did I get lucky? I said the right thing. Because there have been moments when I wasn't so happy with him, you know? But not too many, I can tell you that. So anyway, it's good to see you too, Governor. Great. But I just want to thank everybody. You've been incredible. I recognize so many of you. It's so crazy. But this has been a long journey. This was a journey that started in 2015, probably started 20 years before that. People used to say, you're going to run for president? You're going to run? And I always said, no, I don't want. And then one day I said, let's give it a shot. And what I talked about then was the border, too. I think it probably was the number one issue for me. Back in 2015, 2016, I talked about the border. And now I talked about the border, but this border is much worse. We fixed the border. It was totally fixed. There was nothing to talk about. In 2020, by the way, that election was totally rigged, but that's okay. It was a rigged election. You know the only thing good about it? It showed how bad they are, showed how incompetent, and frankly, historically, this is a much bigger event. If that would have gone like it should have. The bad thing about it is some bad things happened, like a lot of people in our country that wouldn't be in our country right now. So, you know, that's the bad part. But I will say that it started in 2015, and right from the beginning, we went to the top. Day one, they announced Trump, and Trump went to number one and stayed there for the whole primary. And then we took on Hillary. She didn't look too happy today. We took on Hillary. A very nice person, but we took on Hillary and we defeated Hillary, and then we did much better the second time in 2020. You know, we got millions more votes. We got millions, like 10, 12 million more votes than we did the first time. No president has ever gotten that many more votes. I got like 9 million more than anybody else had ever gotten, and they said we lost. And because of that, I said to Melania, what do you think? And she said, you want to do this again? And had we lost, and had I thought we lost, I wouldn't do it again, because that's like the ultimate poll, right? But I knew how well we did, and this time we made it too big to rig. It was so big. They tried. They tried like hell.
They tried to do it, and around 9:02 they gave up. Last time they did bad things, at this time they just said, you know, I don't know if you saw, Mr. Speaker, in Washington, they had placards. They were all set to march. They thought it'd be closer. A gentleman asked me, a very respected gentleman asked me yesterday, how come the polls were so wrong? They showed you winning, but not in a landslide. I said, because people that are true Trumpers are so angry at the whole polling system and at the writers, the fake news, that they don't want to talk to anybody. So when you call somebody from Trump, who are you voting for? They say, it's none of your business. I'm not telling you. And that was probably 40% of the people they called. So they would discard that one, and they didn't show that. And then when the election happened, you know, the vote came, and it was much different, much higher than we're going to win, but they really thought, they couldn't believe the one man said, I mean, it was so much higher. We won all 7 swing states. We won the popular vote by millions of votes, which is hard for a Republican. I'll tell you who came through. The unions came through. The auto workers were great. The Teamsters were great. The firemen were great. I think almost every union was great. The only one that weren't great, although Sean was great, and the Teamsters, Sean O'Brien, the head of the Teamsters, was fantastic. But generally speaking, the head of the union was against Trump, but the union would be with us for like 80, 85%. Look what we did with the auto workers in Michigan. Look what we did with the Teamsters. The Teamsters were unbelievable. They were a solid Democrat vote, and they voted for Trump. So we had a great experience. Now we have to go to work and get it done, because we have to do something that's going to be great. We're going to turn our country around, and we're going to turn it around fast. And I think this was a better speech than the one I made upstairs, okay? I think this was better, JD. I think this was much better, and I got to see my friend. So, Governor, take care of yourself. You call me, we'll start working. You know what that means with him? He's going to be calling me tomorrow morning at about 6. I said, how about next week? You call me, and we're going to get it started real fast. We'll really help you a lot. You've done a fantastic job protecting something. It's not supposed to be for the states. And amazing job you've done. Thank you very much. And I want to thank everybody. And I have a First Lady who's been incredible. She's been incredible. I shouldn't say this. I'm going to get hell when I say this, but her feet are absolutely aching. You know, those heels. And we thought we were leaving. We were going home. Sir, would you be able to go down and say hello to some of your other fans that are here? I said, oh, I didn't know that. Wow. Did you get to see pretty clearly the picture, I hope? Good. That's good. But because you wouldn't want to make the same speech again, right? But she said, darling, I love you so much, but my feet are killing me. I said, honey, let me just see how far it is. I asked the person. Oh, not that long, maybe 400 or 500 yards. That's 5 football fields. I said, can you make it? She said, we're going to make it no matter what. We're going to make it because we have to go. Right? Right? And then we went out to the helicopter, though, just prior to this, and said goodbye. And it's a custom, and the wind is blowing like crazy. And with the hat that she's wearing, she almost blew away. We almost lost off her. She was being elevated off the ground. She almost blew away. No. So we all appreciate it, because she's been a great First Lady. A beautiful and a great First Lady. And they love our First Lady. You know, JD, whenever I make a speech, I see hundreds of times, we love our First Lady, we love, and they do, and they should. She's great. So I just want to thank you very much. I just want to thank everybody. And I felt that, I said to JD, should we give him the A treatment, the B treatment, the C, the D, or the F? You know what the F is? Hello, everybody. Thank you for being here. Bye-bye. I gave you plus treatment. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you, Governor. Thank you all very much. Appreciate it.
walking in darkness. Up G Street on my way to meet the boss and the troops at church, and I'm seeing every one of you in line, and I'm thinking to myself, you didn't get the memo that said it's too cold to be outside. And I know Donald Trump won this election, but that kind of grit that you show standing out there is why he won. So applause right. Now I'm going to be quick here because we got a bunch of folks coming, but I'm going to tell you a little story, and it's called James Brown.
My proudest legacy will be that of a peacemaker and unifier. That's what I want to be, a peacemaker and a unifier.
President Donald Trump has been sworn in as the 47th president of United States, and it has been an epic moment here at the US Congress rotunda where he was sworn in. Very clear at the outset, President Trump is going to be a decisive president. Why is that? 200 executive orders being signed on the first day of office. Clearly, what he said during his campaign that he's going to curb illegal immigration, deportations will begin. He's designating cartels, Mexican cartels who are indulging into these illegal immigration and drug trafficking as foreign terrorists, also coming down heavily on countries with high tariffs. He's creating an external revenue service and a string of orders. He's also spoken about unity, which is a good thing. But my sense is that Donald Trump 2.0 will largely be making sure that his own imprint on foreign policy, on economic policy is going to be there. If you see, he spoke about him being a peacemaker and somebody who can unify the world, which is a good message coming out. He spoke about, hostages being released, which is a big, I would say, something, which goes to the credit of Donald Trump, even though the Biden administration was trying, but the actual hostage release happened a day before he took over. A clear message of America first, making sure that he wants to drill more to reduce the oil prices in the country. Also, another message coming out from his presidential address was that he will make sure that America's position as a global economic power and a geopolitical power is reinstated. So that's something I would say Donald Trump 2.0 will have a decisive presidency, but maybe good for the world and also good for allies like India, which have enormous strategic stakes when it comes to Donald Trump presidency. He has a good relationship with Prime Minister Modi. A meeting between Prime Minister Modi and Donald Trump is expected soon. Both countries are working on it. India's External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar was there at the inauguration ceremony representing the Prime Minister and the government of India. So were several other foreign ministers and foreign dignitaries. Also captains of industries, be it Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, Google's Sundar Pichai, India's Mukesh Ambani, all of them were there. Clear messaging here as well that Mark Zuckerberg of Meta was also there. Clear messaging here that economic diplomacy, the trade diplomacy, that is going to be also a mainstay in Donald Trump's presidency. He's also spoken about bringing back law and order to the US cities, making sure that the cities and the capital city of Washington, D.C. is beautified. On the whole, I expect this presidency to herald some kind of a change. And also, Donald Trump 2.0, many people would say is unpredictable, but I would say that in the second term, he will be predictable in making sure his own legacy is left behind as a president who could make a change. And as he mentioned, a president of the common sense. Do stay tuned to News Mobile's continuing coverage and do share this video. Thanks for watching.